Chapter 1, Encounter, First Night. Magic City. Bulgari Hotel. Fong Mu rubbed his head and woke up dazedly. Looking at the expensive crystal chandelier above his head, he couldn't remember where he was for a while. At the same time, the sound of running water in the bathroom stopped quietly. With the soft light, a slender figure stepped out of the bathroom. She held her bathrobe with her left hand and wiped her hair with her right hand, and crystal water droplets slowly flowed down her fragrant shoulders. Yi Wanchuan. Fong Mu recognized the other person, and his memory suddenly returned to last night. He was just one of the millions of workers in the city, toiling away for a few silver coins. Although it was hard work, he would sit on the curb after work and enjoy a beer. But last night, the spot on the curb where Fong Mu sat every day was occupied by Yi Wanchuan. Yi Wanchuan, CEO of the Yi Group. Since the position of chairman of the group was vacant, she, the CEO, was the most powerful person. Yi Banzuang is not as aloof as rumor has it, and she waved at Fong Mu, inviting him to come over and drink with her. Oh yes, the reason Fong Mu knows Yi Banzuang is because he also works for the Yi Group. It can be said that the few silver coins Fong Mu is after were also issued by this cold and noble goddess in front of him. After a brief conversation, Fong Mu realized that Yi Banzuang was in a bad mood, and seemed to be under a lot of pressure. It turns out that the lives of the rich are not always happy. Yi Banzuang took Fong Mu as a tree hole and poured out a lot. Later, under the stimulation of alcohol, the more Yi Banzuang looked at Fong Mu, the more she liked him. Later, the two of them went to Bulgari, and then Fong Mu became Yi Banzuang's tool person for releasing pressure. Active? Passive? Who cares, it's not a big deal to start. Thoughts pulled back to the present. Yi Wanchuan came out of the bathroom without saying a word, but rather blowing her hair. Fong Mu looked at that stunning back, feeling a little out of place. In particular, there were still blossoming plum flowers on the bed, with crimson bloodstains. It was time to change clothes, so Yi Wanchuan shouted at Fong Mu to turn around. Listening to the rustling sound of clothes being worn behind him, the young man, full of blood and vigor, went a little crazy. After all, that was Yi Wanchuan, an absolute goddess, and even with her back turned, his mind automatically conjured up a super clear image. A moment later, Yi Wanchuan pushed open the door, leaned against the wall and left, leaving Fong Mu alone. Time always slips away without notice. Today is September 22nd, and it has been 3 months since Fong Mu and Yi Wanchuan had the indescribable night. Fong Mu went about his usual routine: work, meetings, go home, drink beer, play video games, go to bed. He never saw Yi again. If he had to say anything about her, it would be that he heard about her from time to time from his colleagues. Perhaps because they had had sex more than once, Fong Mu paid more attention to topics related to Yi. But he didn't pin his hopes on a sudden rise to fame either. That was the kind of plot development that only happened to the male protagonists in romance novels. He was just a lowly employee, a nobody. But Fong Mu never expected that one day he would receive Yi Wanchuan's friend request. With a blank profile picture and nickname, and the note Yi Wanchuan in the friend request. No one else in the Yi Group would believe it, but Fong Mu was convinced that it was definitely Yi Wanchuan herself. But why did she add herself? Is she under a lot of pressure? Just thinking about it makes the overly energetic Fong Mu feel a surge of animal blood. He can only say that Yi Wanchuan is a woman who has gone too far and broken the rules. After agreeing to the application, Yi Wanchuan sent a message: the usual place. The usual place? Fong Mu immediately thought of the Bulgari Hotel and asked, which room? Yi Wanchuan? Mine is by the road. What were you thinking? Fong Mu. Cough cough. I wasn't thinking anything. What were you thinking? Yi Wanchuan didn't reply. Fong Mu also secretly started looking forward to getting off work. Finally, he made it to the end of the workday, and before the other colleagues had a chance to shut down their computers, he had already run out of the company building. However, there was no Yi Wanchuan at the usual place, only a red Ferrari. The window rolled down, and Yi Wanchuan waved at Fong Mu as she had done the first time they met. Get in. Okay. Get in the passenger seat, fasten your seatbelt, Fong Mu asked in return. Where to? Let's go for a meal. Yi Wanchuan started the car, and the roar of the engine aroused the envy of the workers who had just finished work. Destination: old restaurant. This restaurant is called that. It was obvious that Yi Wanchuan was a regular customer, and the waiter directed the two of them to a private room. Fong Mu was about to order when Yi Wanchuan snatched the menu away from him and sent the waiter away. Fong Mu was puzzled. Yi Wanchuan quickly took a piece of paper out of her bag. Upon closer inspection, it was the results of an examination from the Shanghai Maternal and Child Health Hospital, Department, Obstetrics and Gynecology. Then Yi Wanchuan's pleasant voice rang out. Judging by the sound, there was some fluctuation, or perhaps it was her state of mind that was fluctuating. Fang Mu, I'm pregnant, and it's yours. You're the only man who's touched my body since I was a child, and I've only had sex with you, just that night, just a few times. If you don't believe me, you can do a paternity test. Yi Bansuang was like restating a fact. Fang Mu was stunned upon hearing this. Could it really be that accurate? Fang Mu, are you wondering why I didn't get rid of the baby? Yi Wanchuan asked again. Fang Mu nodded upon hearing this, then hurriedly shook his head, exhorting, don't get an abortion, it's too harmful to your body. Upon hearing this, a warm current ran through Yi Wanchuan's heart. This is also considered someone caring about her, even if it's just a single sentence. Yi Wanchuan was silent for a moment, then as if she had made up her mind, she looked up, her gaze burning as she looked at Fang Mu. Fang Mu, do you want to marry me? We can marry first and fall in love later. I can give you money, I can give you everything I have, and you only need to give me a home. Hearing this, Fang Mu subconsciously wanted to ask, why me? Instead, his gaze fell on the examination report from the Shanghai Maternal and Child Health Hospital, which read, 13 weeks pregnant. He almost asked a nonsense question out loud, isn't it only natural to find yourself? Ding! Life winner system activation successful 99.9%. Main quest, decision. After the host agrees to marry Yi Bansuang, the life winner system will be fully activated. This proves that reading tomato novels is useful. I really activated the system myself. However, even if I don't activate the system, facing Yi Bansuang, Fang Mu feels that he won't be able to refuse. Not for anything else, but just for the fact that she is pregnant with his child. Right, system? Ding! Detected that Yi Bansuang is pregnant with the host's biological child. That's enough. Chapter 2, Acquaintance 500, First Time 2000, Overnight Extra. Yi Wanchuan has a complicated family relationship. To be precise, the Yi group was founded by her grandfather, and although there is also her father below, the old man still chose to leave the group to his granddaughter. For no other reason than Yi Wanchuan's father, Yi Ru, is not suitable to be at the helm, and if the Yi group is handed over to him, it would be tantamount to destroying the foundation. However, Yi Ru did not think so, and he was also very dissatisfied with the old man's decision to hand over the Yi group to Yi Bansuang. After the old man passed away, Yi Ru always tried to take the Yi group back from Yi Bansuang. There are few people in the world who would plot against their own daughter like this. Although Yi Bansuang is the eldest daughter in the family, after her biological mother passed away, Yi Ru married his current wife, and the stepmother gave birth to a son and a daughter for the Yi family. Yi Bansuang was even less well received in the Yi family. Her father didn't love her, her stepmother didn't like her, and her younger siblings made things difficult for her. Perhaps because it was too hard for one person, after Yi Bansuang learned that she was pregnant, she couldn't bear to abort the fetus in her belly. After the baby is born, she will have a family of her own. Before she had a showdown with Fang Mu, Yi Wanchuan had already made the worst-case scenario. If Fang Mu was unwilling, then she would not force anything, and it would not be a problem to raise the child with her own abilities. Yi Wanchuan was waiting for Fang Mu's answer, and to be honest, she was a little nervous. She was a little worried that the request she had made might be too much. Would she not have taken care of Fang Mu's feelings? Or would it be considered disrespectful? The more she thought about it, the more nervous she became. Yi Wanchuan wanted to explain, but didn't know how to start. Finally, Fang Mu moved. He picked up the inspection report on the table and looked up at Yi Wanchuan. I agree, let's get married. Although there were only 6 short words, they still made Yi Wanchuan's heart relax. Fang Mu continued. I need to be responsible for you both emotionally and rationally. After all is said and done, I have wronged you. Don't laugh at me, but I'm a very traditional man. Since you're pregnant with my child, I will take care of you and your child for the rest of your lives. What's more, I'm getting a beautiful woman like Yi Bansuang as my wife, so I'm getting a great deal, aren't I? At the end of Fang Mu's teasing, a blush crept onto Yi Bansuang's cold and beautiful face, and her heart was even sweeter. After all, no girl doesn't like to hear sweet words. Thank you, Fang Mu. Okay, no need to say thank you, we're family. Fang Mu said gently, and Yi Wanrong's heart warmed after hearing it. Afterwards, the two ordered food. Yu Wanron's appetite was obviously poor, but she was very happy. It's time to say what needs to be said. Yu Wanron looks especially good when she smiles, much better than when she's cold. Fang Mu also knew that at a young age, she had to take the helm of the huge E group, and the pressure would definitely be great. Her cold appearance made people not feel like they could be bullied. After the meal, Fang Mu pondered for a moment before asking, "Schwanger, should I move in with you?" Upon hearing these words, Yu Wanchuang's pretty face suddenly flushed, as if she had misunderstood something. Fang Mu hurriedly explained, "I didn't mean anything by it, I just thought that since you're pregnant, it would be inconvenient for you to be alone, so if I move in with you, I can take care of you a bit." I thought it would take a bit more convincing, but I never expected Yu Wanchuang to nod in agreement. Then she took out a set of keys from her Chanel bag. "These are the keys to my place, just move in tomorrow. I have a meeting tomorrow night and will be back late." "Okay." Fang Mu took the keys and added, "Don't work too hard, I'll be home cooking dinner when you get back." Just those words, and Yu Bunsuang was already looking forward to it, her beautiful eyes lighting up. "Okay." After leaving the old restaurant, Fang Mu put his jacket on Yu Wanchuang. Before coming here, he might not have felt anything, but now he just wanted to take care of this girl who looked tough on the outside but lacked a sense of security inside. Men's thoughts are not complicated. Once they set their sights on a girl, they will focus all their attention on her. "Fang Mu, don't catch a cold." Yu Wanchuang struggled, but Fang Mu had already zipped up his jacket. "I'm young and full of energy, I'm not afraid of the cold." Yu Wanchuang smiled softly as she watched Fang Mu flaunting his body, and the darkness seemed to brighten a little. Yu Wanchuang drove Fang Mu back to his rented place, and she didn't turn around until she couldn't see his back as he walked in. After Fang Mu returned to the rented house, he started packing. Moving is much easier for men than women. You just take the useful things and throw away the useless ones. You definitely don't think, what if it's useful? After all, it was a rented room that they had lived in for a while, so Fang Mu still cleaned it from top to bottom. Afterwards, she lay down on the bed, and Yu Wanchuang sent a message at that time. "I'm home, don't worry." "Okay, get some rest." "Okay, good night." "Good night." Even though the two had established a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship, they were still not very familiar with each other. When they were face to face, they might say a few more words, but on WeChat, they had nothing to say. This is what happens when you get married first and fall in love later. It takes time to get to know each other. Fang Mu scanned the rental room to see if there was anything he had left behind. Suddenly, his phone rang. It was his mother. "Son, have you talked to that matchmaking partner I found you? What do you think?" It was better when his mother didn't mention it, but when she did, it made Fang Mu feel a bit sick. 500 for an acquaintance, 2,000 for the first time, extra for a night. Fang Mu immediately felt numb. Afterwards, the other person also reacted, realized that Fang Mu was the matchmaking partner, and hurriedly withdrew the price and re-quoted. 500,000 in bride price, a house in the city, and a car that costs no less than 300,000. Good guy, these modern-day call girls don't treat men like a wish-granting turtle from the Fountain of Wishes, they treat them like a green turtle. Fang Mu then blacklisted and deleted this person. Cough, Mom, who was it that found that woman? She's the daughter of a wealthy family. Isn't that great? Ma Xiaochang, the mother, asked in puzzlement. Then, as if suddenly awakened, she confirmed, a wealthy family, yes, a daughter? Yes, that's how it was punctuated. The wealthy family is a club. Fang Mu told the truth. After all, the woman's WeChat profile picture said available nationwide, and she really wasn't a good match. The mother on the other end of the phone fell silent. From Fang Mu's understanding of his mother, she should have turned on silent and scolded the matchmaker. Cough cough, Mom, you and Dad don't need to worry about me. I have a girlfriend, really. If you don't believe me, I'll send you a photo. As soon as these words came out, Fang Mu regretted them, because he didn't have a single photo of Yi Banswang in his phone. How about the profile picture of the staff on the wall of the company? Chapter 3, what kind of network diagram is this? This was just taken by my girlfriend. Although Yi Bunsan's ID photo is also very beautiful. But if I send this ID photo, my mom will definitely feel that I'm insulting her intelligence. Sure enough, after hearing this, Ma Xiaochang spoke. Really? Hurry up and send it, let Mom take a look. Do. Fang Mu hung up the phone directly. Mom, I'll go downstairs to get takeaway and send you the photo when I get back. That excuse was as good as shit. Ma Xiaochang didn't reply, and Fang Mu knew that his mother would definitely wait, even until the next morning. The thing to do right now was to ask Yi Wanchuan for the photo. Wanchuan, are you asleep? No, why? Yi Wanchuan replied quickly, and it was obvious without asking that she was busy working. Busy working? Well, but I'll be done soon. When you're done, get some rest early. Your health is the most important thing. Okay, I understand. By the way, is there something you need from me? Yi Wanchuan asked perceptively, and incidentally sent a question emoticon. Yes, there is something. I told my mom about the two of us getting together, and she wants to see your photos. I don't have any here, just your ID photo on the company wall. Oh, I see. Just a moment, I'll send them to you. Okay. After just a few seconds, Yi Wanchuan sent a message with a series of photos. When Fang Mu clicked to view them, he was surprised to see that they were all recent photos. In the photos, Yi Wanchuan was wearing pajamas and deliberately posed for the camera. Each photo looked particularly good. Fang Mu saved them to his own album before forwarding them to his mother. Received. They're really good. I'll get back to work now. Let me know if you need anything else. Okay, that's enough. You go ahead and get some rest early. Although Fang Mu kept saying get some rest early, Yi Wanchuan didn't take it lightly, but listened carefully. On the other side, Fang Mu sent Yi Wanchuan's photos over. Before he could set Yi Wanchuan's photos as his phone wallpaper, his mom's phone call bombarded him. You little brat. You dare to fool your old mom with online pictures, right? Hey. How come I can't find out where these photos were taken using L-search? Ma Xiaochang, who had come to question him, was puzzled. Fang Mu couldn't help but feel a little helpless. His mother really kept up with the times, knowing even about the L-search function. Mom, the photos were just taken by my girlfriend. Can you find them online? Hey. Really? No kidding. Ma Xiaochang hesitated for a moment and asked again. What's her name? Yi Wanchuan. How old is she? Born in 1998, a tiger, 26 years old, the same age as me. Fang Mu answered quickly, which dispelled his mother's suspicions. Just in case his mother didn't believe him, Fang Mu pulled out the big guns. Mom, we're planning to get married soon, so if you're free in the next couple of days, please post the family register to me. Ma Xiaochang? Son, are you serious? Of course. Ma Xiaochang fell silent again, not turning on the mute button this time, but actually falling silent. After a long while, Ma Xiaochang laughed loudly. Great. I'll send you the household registration book tomorrow. But our families haven't met, and you two are getting married without meeting their family's approval? She doesn't have a family. Fang Mu said this, although in fact Yi Banzuang had said it to him personally. Alas, poor child, you must treat her well, got it? Don't worry, Mom, I will treat her well. That's good, that's good. A moment later, Fang Mu hung up the phone. He knew that his mother would probably be so happy that she wouldn't be able to sleep tonight. Just as Fang Mu was about to go to bed, the system in his head suddenly beeped. I almost forgot about the system. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully activating the Life Winner system. Newbie package detected, whether to receive and use. Yes. Congratulations, you have obtained Genetic Modification Potion 1. Congratulations, you have obtained Visual Acuity 1 pair. Congratulations, you have obtained Newbie Gift Money 100000000. Note, 10 million, legal and compliant channels, please use with confidence. Unlike playing games, the newbie package rewards given by the system are very generous. A snob? Fang Mu asked in return. At first, I thought it was a snobbish person. After possessing the snob eyes, the host can see the benefits of the target object in return. Fang Mu understood, it is a money-making ability to make more money. From this point of view, the explanation of the things included in the novice gift pack is a good body, money, and the ability to make more money. Ding! The host has triggered the main task, Fish in Entrepreneurship. Please choose a day to start the main quest. Upon hearing this, Fang Mu couldn't help but feel a little emotional. The Life Winner system is truly worthy of its name. With the system, even a pig can become the richest pig. The next day came around quickly. Fang Mu got up to take a shower and at the same time drank the genetic modification potion. It was written in the novel that taking the genetic modification potion would expel the toxins in the body, which would make you stink. So Fang Mu got into the bathroom to prepare in advance. However, it wasn't until after the shower that he realized that everything in the novel was false. The author had no experience at all and was just talking nonsense. Apart from the fact that the medicine tasted sweet and sour, nothing happened. There was no detoxification, no ethereal feeling, just a feeling of being much lighter. After checking out of the house, Fang Mu arrived at the company. As soon as he sat down, Yi Wanshuang sent a message. Fang Mu, are you at the company yet? Yes, it's working hours now, please call me by my position. Fang? Yes, here I am, General Yi. Giggle. In just a few words, Yi Wanshuang was charmed by Fang Mu, and she couldn't help but feel happy. She had a good mood for the rest of the day. The most important thing for a pregnant woman is to stay in a good mood. Yi Wanshuang went to a meeting, and Fang Mu also had to work on his hands. Although he was now typing at lightning speed, he studied civil engineering in college. He was busy working on the code, but in college he studied civil engineering. When he was busy, a cup of milk tea suddenly appeared in front of him. He looked up and saw his colleague Lao Gao. Gao Ge? Fang, have some milk tea. I won the lottery last night. Gao Lele happily said, and all 13 people in the office had milk tea to drink. Scratch lottery? A lottery ticket. He didn't know anything else, but Fang Mu knew how to play the lottery. Plus, he had the profit-seeking eye. What a waste not to try. With that in mind, Fang Mu went online and searched for all the combinations of the lottery. He was shocked to find that there were 17,721,088 combinations. That meant that buying one ticket for each combination would cost more than 35 million yuan. Chapter 4, Acquaintance Friendship Love. If you spend 35 million yuan on lottery tickets and win the first prize, the prize money is 10 million yuan, minus taxes. It can be said that if you play this way, you are undoubtedly doing charity. Fortunately, there are always more ways than difficulties. Fang Mu copied all 177,210,888 combinations into a table, and then opened Visualizer to see the returns. Although the number of combinations is greater than 177211088, it is not difficult to lock in the numbers with the highest return on investment. Simply winning one blue number has a return of 250%. But the return on investment for the first prize is as high as 5 million%, which is to say, $2 wins 10 million. Fang Mu opened his memo and recorded this set of first prizes, ready to buy them after work. One bet is 10 million, with a return of 5 million%. What about 10 times or 100 times? Thinking about this, Fang Mu used the visualizer again to look at it, but the return rate had changed. The return rate for buying 100 times the first prize number became 0. The return rate for buying 10 times the first prize number was also 0. This is not difficult to understand. After all, there is an inside story to lotteries. The lottery officials would not allow someone to buy so many times and still win the first prize. In the end, Fang Mu locked in the best return, which was to buy 3 times the first prize number, and in the end, he could receive a pre-tax prize of 30 million. That's already quite a lot. The lottery officials would never have imagined that the offensive and defensive roles would change between them and a certain lottery player. Buying a lottery ticket is simply a matter of rock, paper, scissors. If the lottery player wins, he can take away 10 million, and if the lottery player loses, he will lose $2. The risk is low, the return is high, and lottery players are happy to take a chance. However, there is a hidden rule in the official rock, paper, scissors lottery system, and that is that the lottery player goes first. It's very unsolvable. No matter what the lottery player does, the official has a countermeasure. In other words, whether the lottery player wins or loses, it is up to the official to decide. But tonight is destined to be a night when the official loses. Because Fang Mu has the system, no matter what, he can win the first prize. This is the power of the system, unsolvable. Yi Banswang is really busy. At noon, Fang Mu tried to invite her to dinner, but she told him she didn't have time. When Fang Mu got off work that night, he took a taxi to Yi Banswang's house alone. It was a single-family villa in a great location, in an area where land was expensive. Before going to the house, Fang Mu went to the nearby grocery store and lottery station, buying fresh ingredients and a triple lottery ticket. Entering the villa, he looked around and saw a minimalist interior design style dominated by black, white, and gray. The pink water glass on the coffee table was one of the few other shades of color in the room. Usually, Yi Banchuan's energy is mostly focused on the Yi group, which has led to her pursuing few other things. It is not difficult to see her state of mind from the decoration style. The villa is nice, but it seems empty. The thought that Yi Banchuan usually lives alone in such an empty and large house makes Fang Mu feel a little uncomfortable. If the Yi family had been nicer to her, how would Yi Banchuan have avoided coming here? There is a shallow indentation on the sofa. Fang Mu could imagine Yi Wanchuan leaning there, hugging her laptop as she worked. Although the two of them didn't have much contact, Fang Mu couldn't help feeling a pang of pain. Because Fang Mu was moving in tonight, Yi Wanchuan didn't stay at the office for long, and after finishing her work, she drove straight home. When she parked the car, she looked at the bright lights in the house and couldn't help smiling. In the past, she had only seen bright lights everywhere, but now there was a light in her home that was shining just for her. Walking into the house, the originally cold room seemed to have a touch of warmth. Not only that, but there was also a delicious smell of food wafting through the house. Yi Wanchuan hung up her bag, changed her shoes and walked in, and at a glance she saw the sumptuous meal on the dining table. Although it was all home-cooked food, it was delicious and made her unable to stop swallowing a few mouthfuls. At the same time, Fang Mu walked over from the kitchen carrying a casserole. Seeing Yi Wanchuan return, Fang Mu greeted her with a smile. "Wanchuan, you're back. Go wash your hands, we're eating." Okay." Yi Wanchuan nodded and went to the bathroom. While washing her hands, she kept looking out of the corner of her eye, especially when she saw Fang Mu's back, and she couldn't help but feel moved and want to laugh. Home feels so good. I remember the last time I felt the smell of home was when my grandfather was still alive. Since his death, the Yi family has been hostile towards her, not to mention being family. She couldn't even sense a hint of human kindness. Now that she has once again felt the long-lost smell of home, Yi Banchuan suddenly feels like crying. When she returns to the table, Fang Mu pulls out a chair and calls for her to sit down, then serves her a bowl of black chicken soup. "Try it, see if the taste is right." "It's good." Yi Wanchuan took a small sip from the bowl of soup, and the sweet, fresh black chicken soup instantly won her over. Fang Mu also did what he said he would do, and took good care of her. He helped her with the food, asked after her health, and when he removed the grains of rice stuck to the corner of her mouth, the girl suddenly burst into tears. "Whoa! Fang Mu, thank you." "Silly, I already told you, don't be polite with me." Fang Mu smiled and handed over the peeled shrimp. Open your mouth." "But I'm really very touched. This is just the beginning, there's still a long way to go. If you get so easily moved, won't you be crying every day in the future?" Fang Mu teased and laughed. "Will you always be so good to me in the future?" Yi Wanchuan asked again. Seeing that the girl suddenly felt insecure again, Fang Mu pondered for a moment before answering. "Although we married before we fell in love, it doesn't affect the way you and I get to know each other. From meeting to knowing to falling in love, it's a process that happens to everyone. Don't be afraid, we have time, so let's take it slow." "Then what is meeting?" Yi Wanchuan asked. Fang Mu gave a wry smile and explained, "You know my name is Fang Mu, I know your name is Yi Wanchuan, that's meeting." "And knowing each other?" "Of course, I know you're my wife, and you know I'm your husband." "Huh? And falling in love?" "If we fall in love, it'll be enough when you can't live without me and you're in love with me." Fang Mu said seriously, but it sounded like nonsense. Yi Wanchuan froze for a moment after listening, then burst out laughing. "Fang Mu, I suspect you're fooling me." "No way. I'm being framed." Fang Mu gave an exaggerated expression, although he was really fooling the girl. Yi Wanchuan then put down his chopsticks and said to Fang Mu, looking at him seriously with his hands supporting his chin. "Yes, I do. I asked you if we were in love, but you said, I'm in love with you. Is that mutual?" "Well, to be precise, it should be, I'm in love with you and can't live without you, and you're in love with me and won't leave me. That's what it means to be in love." Chapter 5 Yi Wanchuan, "No, the most important thing is the baby." Upon hearing this, Fang Mu froze, and it took him a moment to react. He was teased? And he never would have thought that Yi Wanchuan would actually joke around, which was really rare. "Yes, you're right." Saying this, Fang Mu lifted his glass and clinked it with Yi Wanchuan's. "Here's to hoping that we can get to the falling in love stage soon." Yi Wanchuan's face flushed slightly, but she still clinked glasses with Fang Mu. To be honest, she was looking forward to it as well. I don't know if it's because Fang Mu is so good with words, or because he has slowly won his way into Yi Wanchuang's heart, but the two of them have grown significantly closer. After dinner, Yi Wanchuang got up to clear the table, but before she could go to the sink, she was stopped by a hand from the side. "I'll do it." "No, you cook dinner, I'll wash the dishes." Yi Wanchuang refused, trying to pull her hand out, but she couldn't. Naturally, she couldn't argue with Fong Mu. The reason Fong Mu gave was even more inexplicable. "The kitchen is my territory, and I don't like people entering my territory." When she heard this, Yi Wanchuang laughed. She wasn't stupid and knew why Fong Mu said this, naturally to prevent her from being tired. But the more he did so, the more embarrassed Yi Wanchuang felt. So in the end, Fong Mu relented. "You can watch from the doorway." "Huh? Just watch?" Yi Wanchuang asked in return. "What else?" After saying that, Fong Mu picked up the clean dishes and walked towards the kitchen, and Yi Wanchuang obediently followed. However, Fong Mu only told her to stop outside the territory, that is, at the doorframe. "Pregnant women are afraid of exertion, so you should rest peacefully. It's not a big deal," Fong Mu said honestly. Since learning that Yi Wanchuang was pregnant with his child, he has done a lot of research. Douyin's big data is also amazing. After searching, the recommended videos now directly related to mother and child, and 8 out of 10 videos are related. Yi Wanchuang's heart warmed when she heard this. Looking at the busy back of Mu in front of the sink, a smile crossed her beautiful eyes. She suddenly realized that there seemed to be an indescribable feeling towards Fong Mu, as if he had become even more attractive. At this thought, Yi Wanchuang's face flushed slightly. During the dinner, the famous cold and beautiful CEO of Yi Group blushed and blushed several times, not knowing how to act. Not to mention anything else, just her flirtatious words to Fong Mu, if they were to get out, it is estimated that many people would be shocked. Outsiders only know that Yi Wanchuang is a cold and beautiful woman who seems to reject everyone, but forget that she is also a woman. When she encounters injustice, and her family dislikes her, she uses indifference to disguise herself. Now that she has met Fong Mu and is pregnant with his child, the little girl side that has been hidden deep inside has also been released. Since Fong Mu promised to take responsibility for her, a touch of tenderness has been added to Yi Wanchuang's cold heart, reserved for the man in front of her. When washing the dishes, Fong Mu turned his head to look at Yi Wanchuang. Since she didn't say anything, he thought she had left. But every time he turned his head, Yi Wanchuang was standing quietly at the door, as if she were daydreaming. "Frost, is my backside also very handsome? Why do you keep staring without blinking?" Yi Wanchuang was startled by these words and realized that she had just been daydreaming. She hurriedly defended herself. "No, I wasn't." "It's fine, look if you want, it's not illegal and I won't lose any weight." Fong Mu had no intention of arguing with her and simply turned around and continued with his work. After witnessing Fong Mu's shameless side, Yi Wanchuang gave a soft snort and promptly turned around and left. Fong Mu was busy in the kitchen. Yi Wanchuang also planned to help him clear out a bedroom. The two bedrooms were opposite each other, door to door. When Fong Mu came out of the shower, Yi Wanchuang was fluffing the bed sheets. Seeing this, Fong Mu turned around and went to the opposite bedroom. "I sleep here tonight?" "Well, no. That's my room, you sleep here." Yi Wanchuang looked up and saw Fong Mu go into her bedroom, and she suddenly felt a little shy. After all, that was her bedroom. But then again, when they got married someday, they would be a legal couple. Even if Fong Mu goes into her bedroom, or even sleeps in her bedroom, it's still reasonable and legal, right? For now, I'll just let myself relax and wait to accept it. Yi Wanchuang was quick on her feet, quickly spread the quilt and hurried to her bedroom, then pushed Fong Mu to the other side. "You sleep over here." Okay, I'll go myself, don't push me, you'll fall, ouch." Fong Mu quickly helped Yi Wanchuang sit on the bed. Seeing this, Yi Wanchuang also asked in a small, feminine voice. "Fong Mu, are you concerned about me or the baby? I'm also stupid, how can I fight for love with the baby?" However, as soon as the words came out, Yi Wanchuang regretted it and quickly changed her words. Fong Mu, however, gave an answer without even thinking. "Of course I care about you, my daughter-in-law is the most important." Although she had heard many sweet words before, Yi Wanchuang somehow felt differently when Fong Mu said it. But she is not a woman who will argue for the sake of arguing, she quickly corrected. "No, the baby is the most important. No, the daughter-in-law is the most important." Fong Mu repeated what Yi Wanchuang had said, and then sat down next to her. "Children will grow up, and they will have their own families, but only a daughter-in-law can stay with me until the end of my life. In that case, don't you think a daughter-in-law is the most important? Yi Banswang was very happy to hear this, and even if Fong Mu said it deliberately to make her happy, she would not be angry. After a moment, Yi Banswang suddenly asked, Fong Mu, can I lean on you? Of course. With permission granted, Yi Wanchuang leaned lightly against him. Fong Mu's chest was very strong, and it also made her feel at ease. However, Fong Mu's hands had nowhere to go. He lifted them up, put them down, and then lifted them up again. After noticing this, Yi Wanchuan laughed lightly and took his hands and placed them on her belly. For a moment, even though they were separated by clothing, Fong Mu could feel the smooth and delicate skin of Yi Wanchuan, and sniffing the faint fragrance from her body, he inevitably couldn't help but feel distracted. Fong Mu, the baby is right here, can you feel it? Fong Mu nodded, because he really could feel it. After all, he could see the system's prompt updates just by looking up. The top one was the baby's development status, good. Although the two did not speak, their feelings were heating up. After a moment, the system prompted. Ding! Host and Yi Wenchuan intimacy level detected, 95. Reward, secret red envelope 1. Chapter 6, the goddess is pregnant with my child, and she wants to support me with a handout? Intimacy value. 059 is a passerby. 6069 is an ordinary friend. 7079 is a close friend. 8089 is a close friend lover. 9100 is a couple. At the moment, the intimacy value between the two has reached 95, which means that Fong Mu really occupies a large place in Yi Wenchuang's heart. Fong Mu didn't feel particularly proud or happy about this, but rather felt a little sorry for Yi Bangswang. He knew that if it weren't for what Yi Bangswang had been through in the Yi family, he wouldn't have been able to enter her heart so easily. Back when the two of them first met, Yi Bangswang had said that she wanted Fong Mu to give her a home. This simple request was made with such solemnity, undoubtedly because she longed for it so much. Thinking about this, Fong Mu's brows furrowed, and the hand he had placed on Yi Bangshuang's belly pulled her hand as well. Fong Mu, what's wrong? Nothing, I was just thinking, what if I didn't take good care of you? It's already very good. Yi Banswang whispered her true feelings, because what she wanted was really not much. After a moment, Yi Banswang got up from Fong Mu's embrace and pointed at the lady's watch on her wrist. It's getting late, you should go to bed early. Okay. After washing up, the two went back to their respective bedrooms, but Fong Mu didn't close the door. Fong Mu, don't you sleep with the door open? Fong Mu shook his head. No, I'm afraid if you need me, I won't hear you if I close the door. Oh, don't worry, I'm still in the early stages of pregnancy, I'll be fine. Go to sleep. Yi Wanchuan nodded, closed the door, but a few minutes later, in her pajamas, she opened the bedroom door again. With both doors open, the two were even closer. If Fong Mu wanted to, he could turn his head and see Yi Wanchuan's exquisite feet, with their pale white skin. The two of them remained silent throughout the night. The next morning, when Fong Mu woke up, he suddenly caught a whiff of a fragrance. He didn't bother to put on his shoes and ran to the kitchen, where he saw a charming figure. The figure was wearing an apron and had tied her hair into a high ponytail. She was standing in front of the gas stove, frying an egg. Didn't I say that the kitchen was my territory? Fong Mu walked up to Yi Wanrong and snatched the spatula from her hand. Oops, it's almost done, so don't fight with me. Go out. With no choice, Yi Wanrong had to go outside. It should be said that the egg that Yi Wanrong fried was quite good looking. The main thing was that she, a rich young lady, could actually do these things, which was a bit surprising. Yi Wanrong quickly returned, and in her hand she held a pair of slippers for Fong Mu. Why are you looking at me like that? Well, I have to eat too, otherwise what's the point of having a kitchen if you don't cook? The clever Yi Wanchuan naturally could see the meaning behind Fong Mu's expression, and suddenly she couldn't decide whether to laugh or cry. The two sat facing each other for breakfast. The milk, fried eggs, and xiaolongbao were all made by Yi Wanchuan herself. Looking at the delicate xiaolongbao, Fong Mu was slightly surprised. Yi Wanchuan couldn't help but feel a little puzzled and asked, "Why aren't you eating?" "They're so delicate, I can't bear to eat them." Fong Mu said seriously. "Okay, eat up, and if you like them, I'll make them again tomorrow morning." At work, Yi Wanchuan is a master of her craft. In her personal life, she is also a delicate girl who gets up early to cook, even making the buns and filling from scratch. Fong Mu couldn't help but wonder when she had kneaded the dough. It's so nice, breakfast made by Ms. Yi is just different. Nonsense. No, I really mean it. The two of them teased each other, and it was as warm as a family. After tidying up after the meal, Yu Wanchuan was ready to go to the office. It was then that she learned that Fong Mu had taken the day off. What? What are you doing with your day off? Redeeming a prize. Fong Mu told the truth, saying that he had bought a pair of 6-digit lottery numbers yesterday, and hey, he had one. That's amazing. How much did you win? Yu Wanchuan looked surprised. After all, most Chinese people know that lottery tickets are unreliable, so she was naturally a little surprised that Fong Mu was actually going to claim the prize. Fong Mu held up 3 fingers, and Yu Wanchuan was even more surprised. 30,000, that's a lot. That's amazing. I didn't think the lottery would ever win anything. With that, Yu Wanchuan actually took out a bank card from her bag and handed it over. Here, Fong Mu, this is my supplementary card. The limit is shared with my main card, so you can buy whatever you want. Upon hearing this, Fong Mu suddenly smiled. This beautiful female CEO was going to support me, right? Support me? Unexpectedly, Yu Wanchuan actually nodded and said a little seriously. Well, as I said, I will give you money and everything I have. Silly girl. Fong Mu scolded, then took over Yu Wanchuan's supplementary card. He did this to prevent her from thinking too much about it. After all, he didn't lack money, and he never would. I'll go to the company then. Okay, be careful on the way, and let me know when you arrive. Yu Wanchuan nodded, changed her shoes and got ready to go out, when Fong Mu suddenly stopped her behind her. Wait a minute. What's wrong? Yu Wanchuan turned around instinctively, and then she was embraced by Fong Mu. Of course I have to give you a hug before you go out. Go, I'll wait for you at home. Fong Mu's gentle voice sounded in her ears, and Yu Wanchuan was stunned. She was not sure if it was the warmth of Fong Mu's embrace or the words that touched her heart, but she was very moved. Okay. She smiled at Fong Mu like a simple little girl, and she even stood on her tiptoes and gave the latter a light kiss on his cheek. She had intended to kiss Fong Mu at the corner of his mouth, but suddenly felt a little embarrassed and settled for his cheek instead. Then Yu Wanrong ran away, leaving Fong Mu looking after her in a panic. Slow down. Don't run. Stupid girl. Yu Wanrong got into the car, dropped her bag, and touched her cherry lips as if they still held the warmth of Fong Mu's. Fong Mu's voice still lingered in her head. I'll be waiting for you at home. Made Yu Wanchuan, this beautiful woman, incredibly moved. The gentle paradise makes people reluctant to leave, and this CEO of the Yi Group is no exception. However, she can show her girlish side in the gentle paradise, but at the company, she must appear cool. Today, the Yi Group is not stable. Internally, the Yi family members are not content with their roles, and externally, rival companies are eyeing them hungrily. If she is not careful, she could destroy the family business left by her grandfather. Thinking about this, Yu Wanchuan had already returned to her usual aloof and cold appearance. Although it would be mentally and physically exhausting, there was no other way. On the way to the company, Yu Wanchuan received a call from her secretary, who gave her some bad news. The thing she was most reluctant to see had finally happened. The Yi family and the rival company had joined forces. Chapter 7 Yi Group Yi Wanchuan? Ah, then my wife. After seeing Yi Wanchuan off, Fong Mu looked up the lottery numbers for last night's lottery. He compared the first number to the last number, and sure enough, they were the same. Although he had long known that this was inevitable, he couldn't help but feel a burst of joy. For ordinary people, winning the lottery once is undoubtedly a great stroke of luck. Even if life won't change drastically, it will improve a lot. Fong Mu is also an ordinary person, and he will be overjoyed, but as the bearer of the system, he knows that this is just an appetizer. Leaving the villa, Fong Mu hurried to the prize-claiming institution center. When the staff learned that Fong Mu was the winner of last night's triple jackpot, they all became enthusiastic. The manager led him into the office, and the young girl at the service window also began to flirt with her eyes. After all, Fong Mu is handsome and young enough, and now he has become rich and wealthy. Ordinary young girls simply cannot hold back. This is reality, not the comments section of Douyin. 30 million is already a huge sum of money. Refusing to appear in photos, Fong Mu left the prize redemption center after receiving the prize. On the way, he thought about his life plan. The system triggered the main task, fish in entrepreneurship, which happened to coincide with his thoughts. It's good to be supported, but if you eat too much soft food, you'll get a stomachache. At worst, you can be supported again after your business fails. Fangmu sat down in a quiet park and took out the secret red envelope reward from the system. He had read it wrong last night and thought it said secret burger. He had been complaining to the system in his heart for a long time about what kind of things it could give out. It better not be 0.01. Ding. Return to the host. The red envelope reward is random. The system only explained one sentence, which was that it was all down to luck. Then open it. Opened. Congratulations, host, you have obtained one investment company. Please name the company and select the company address. Seeing the reward, Fangmu suddenly beamed. The system really knows how to treat its users. It knows when its user is sleepy and sends a pillow. And the reward is also very suitable. After all, he has a profit-oriented eye, which is even more suitable. For the name, Fangyuan Investment means heaven and earth, all-encompassing. Since it is an investment company, it needs to invest in everything. The address is chosen in the magical city, which is convenient for me to take care of my daughter-in-law. Applied. For a moment, some information popped into Fangmu's head. The Fangyuan building, where Fangyuan Investment was located, was in Huangpu district. The reward company gave away a building, no wonder it was a winner in life. Since he was idle anyway, Fangmu hailed a taxi and rushed to Fangyuan Investment. It was still a bit inconvenient, so Fangmu planned to discuss it with Yi Banzhuang in the evening, and he would drive her Ferrari in the future. For work, he could pick her up and drop her off. Huangpu district is one of the bustling areas of the Magic City, and Fangyuan building is located in the middle of it. Its value is immeasurable. For Fangmu, it seems to have appeared suddenly. But for others, it is a highly reputable grade A commercial building, favored by companies from all walks of life. In front of Fangyuan building is Fangyuan Square, with complete and perfect surrounding facilities and very comprehensive supporting services. Not to mention the rent from all parties, it is a considerable income for Fangmu. It is precisely because of these rents that Fangyuan Investment has such a strong capital base. Fangmu enters Fangyuan building and goes to the floor where Fangyuan Investment is located. People come and go, greeting Fangmu. In the minds of many employees, Fangmu is their boss. The power of the system is clearly demonstrated at this moment. If Fangmu wishes, he can clearly see the words above each employee's head. 5-star secretary, 5-star investor, 4-star planner, even the cleaning lady has 3 stars. The stars are a reflection of individual abilities. Fangyuan Investment has many 5-star elites, and even if Fangmu has always been a hands-off boss, the company can still operate very well. Looking at the quarterly report of Fangyuan Investment, the return rate is actually as high as 65%. Such results are among the best in the industry. When he arrives at the office, Fangmu sits in the boss's chair and looks at the investment projects brought by the 5-star secretary. At a glance, he can tell which ones will make money and which ones will lose money. The Yi Group is terminating its investment in this project next quarter? After all, his wife is the CEO of the Yi Group, so Fangmu naturally pays particular attention to the Yi Group. Now that he sees the termination of investment report brought by the secretary, he naturally wants to ask some questions. Back to you, boss. The Yi Group is now facing internal and external troubles. The Yi family members have even teamed up with the rival company to bring down the current leader, Yi Wanchuang. In order to avoid losses to our company, Fangyuan Investment, we have decided to terminate our investment in cooperation for the next quarter. Fangyuan Investment is not simply a company with a lot of money and stupid people. We know which projects to invest in and which to avoid. The many 5-star investors in the company will make decisions only after in-depth investigation and research. It can be said that Fangyuan Investment is very good at intelligence research, and naturally it cannot hide what is happening in the Yi Group. If it weren't for Yi Wanchuang, Fangmu naturally wouldn't have paid any attention, but now they definitely can't turn a blind eye. Yi Wanchuang is the CEO of the Yi Group, and she is my wife. Fangyuan Investment must do its utmost to help her through this difficult time. The secretary was shocked to hear this, and could only feel that her boss was hiding something deep down. The company's investors have conducted multiple rounds of research on the Yi Group, and they have surprisingly not discovered that Yi Wanchuang and Fangmu are actually so close. Yes. Please rest assured, boss. The boss has spoken. Who would dare to mention terminating the investment again? Afterwards, Fong Mu used his golden finger to select a few investment projects from the pile and asked the secretary to pay extra attention to them. The secretary was even more shocked. She didn't know that the boss had a golden finger, but she knew that these projects were favored by many five-star investors and could be said to have extremely high rates of return. The boss had only glanced at them and understood them, so he could only be described as a hidden genius. In fact, Fong Mu really had only glanced at them, and that was enough. It was like drawing a king in mahjong. You can just draw any tile and it's a winner. Time flew and it was afternoon. Fong Mu didn't even notice the passage of time. He opened his phone and saw that Yi Wanchuang hadn't sent any messages all day. The two of them had stopped chatting after she arrived at the company and reported that she was safe. "I guess she's busy. Are you leaving, boss?" the secretary asked. "Yes, I need to go home and cook for my wife." Fong Mu grinned. The secretary couldn't help but feel a burst of envy after hearing this, and also put the cooperation and investment matters with the Yi Group at the top of her mind. If the boss is so concerned about the boss's wife, then Fangyuan Investment must show sincerity to the Yi Group. Chapter 8. A little red in the cherry lips, shyly nibbling on the ribs. On the way home, Fong Mu sent a message to Yi Wanchuang, and the latter replied quickly. "As usual, I'll be home cooking dinner when you get back." "Fong Mu, I have a meeting tonight, and I may be back later than last night." "It's okay, I'll wait up for you no matter how late it is." Fong Mu's words were like a sedative, making Yi Wanchuang feel much better, but when she thought about how they hadn't spoken much today, she felt a little ashamed. "Fong Mu, I was a bit busy today and didn't have time to talk to you, so don't be mad at me." "Don't worry, I'll give you a surprise later." "What kind of surprise?" "It's a secret." No matter how Yi Wanchuang asked, Fong Mu wouldn't reveal the truth. The two of them were like a couple in love, and even though they were chatting on the phone, they still made each other feel good. The surprise Fong Mu was referring to was to go to the company to see her and drop off dinner on the way. When he was young, his parents were too busy at work to take care of Fong Mu, so he gradually developed the good habit of cooking for himself. Ordinary home-cooked meals are not a problem at all. Even if Yi Wanchua wants to eat something difficult, it's not a big deal. After all, the internet is now well developed, and you can just search on Douyin for a recipe. There are guides everywhere, and you'll definitely get it right if you follow them. Ding! Trigger new main quest. If she's well, the baby's well, and the host is well. Quest 1, Guide Yi Wanchua's taste buds. Upon hearing this, Fong Mu's forehead darkened, and he thought that the system was deliberately being weird by punctuating the sentence like that. Detected that the host has cooked for Yi Wanchuan 1 times. Reward, double cooking skills. Cooking once will double your cooking skills? Then task 1 really isn't that difficult. On the way home, Fong Mu went to the market. Although the refrigerator at home is big enough, buying more food can avoid the hassle of going back and forth, but buying and eating it now can ensure freshness. Scrambled eggs with cucumber, stir-fried cauliflower with meat, steamed pork ribs with potatoes, and stir-fried snow peas with shrimp. 2 meat dishes and 2 vegetable dishes, nutritionally complete, for Fong Mu, whose cooking skills have doubled, a piece of cake. The kitchen was full of delicious aromas, and her phone rang from time to time. It was Yi Wanfeng sending a message. She was curious to know what the surprise was that Fong Mu had mentioned. But Fong Mu didn't answer her, and after packing the food, he left the house. Every time Fong Mu went out, he felt that not having a car was too much trouble, and it strengthened his resolve to steal Yi Wanrong's Ferrari. Although with the current capital of Fangyuan Investment and his own assets, buying a car is as easy as drinking water, it is much less interesting. Stealing Yi Wanrong's Ferrari means that she will have to wait for him to pick her up, which will be much more interesting. At a little after 6, Fong Mu arrived downstairs at the Yi Group. He took the elevator directly to the floor where Yi Wanchuang's office was located. However, as soon as he got off the elevator, he encountered resistance. A woman wearing a lady's suit stopped him. "Who are you looking for? Outsiders are not allowed in here." Fong Mu smiled slightly, showed his work badge, and lied, "President Yi told me to come up. My name is Fong Mu. You can ask if you don't believe me." "Really? Just a moment." The woman walked quickly to Yi Wanchuan's office. When she came out, there was a trace of suspicion on her mature face. She was Yi Wanchuang's secretary, but she had never seen Yi Wanchuang show delight at anyone, even for just a moment, and Song Shiyuan had still managed to catch it. "Ms. Yi is calling you in." "Okay, thanks." Fong Mu walked towards the office, and when he got to the door, he found that Yi Wanchuang was already standing inside waiting for him. After Fang Mu had entered the office, Yu Wanchuan poked her head out and shouted at Song Shiyuan. Sister Wan, you can go home after work, I'll be going home soon too. Okay, if there's anything, you can contact me. After saying that, Yu Wanchuan impatiently closed the office door. Fang Mu, why are you here? I thought you took leave. Were you called back to work overtime? Yu Wanchuan guessed, getting angrier and angrier. Obviously, she doesn't advocate overtime. Of course not, I came to bring you dinner and see how you are. You must have been busy all day, right? You've worked hard. Fang Mu lifted his hand and rubbed Yu Wanchuan's head, which was both intimate and spoiled. Surprisingly, Yu Wanchuan did not refuse, and it looked like she was enjoying it. She just shrugged her nose, and then her gaze fell on the bag Fang Mu was carrying. It smells so good. Hungry, right? Here, eat. Fang Mu came to the desk without any sense of awkwardness, and then took out the food one by one. The thermal container kept the food hot, and the porridge was steaming. Looking at the delicious food on the table, Yu Wanchuan stuck out her pink tongue and licked the corner of her mouth. The food was tempting, and she was even more tempting. Have you eaten yet? No. Fang Mu shook his head. The next second, Yu Wanchuan sat down next to him, put the rice between the two of them, and pulled the dishes closer. Let's eat together, I'll open your mouth, I'll feed you. Yu Wanchuan was in a good mood, and she brought a piece of egg to Fang Mu's mouth, and saw him smile even more brightly after he had eaten it. Although the things that happened today were upsetting, they were healed by Fang Mu's arrival. 99% of the remaining 1% can be ignored. Yu Wanchuan took a bite of the potatoes and ate it with the rice. The delicious, sticky taste made her love it. She tried this one and then that one, and they were all delicious. It smells so good. Am I just really hungry? Is it possible that my cooking has improved? Fang Mu asked with a smile. After all, his cooking had really improved, and it had improved twice over. Yu Wanchuan was convinced of this too, nodding vigorously but not saying anything else because she had to concentrate on eating. Fang Mu, what did you do today? You didn't even talk to me. Is Frosty angry? Do I look fierce? No. Then why did you say I was angry? I'm not angry, I'm just curious. Yu Wanchuan muttered under her breath, looking a little cute as she bit her chopsticks. I didn't do much, I just missed you, and still miss you. You're being cheeky again. I'm just being honest. Here, have another piece of spare rib. Fang Mu laughed. Just as the two were flirting, the office door suddenly opened, and it was Song Shiyuan who had returned. She was Yu Wanchuan's secretary and also a loyal supporter. The two were also close like sisters in private, so even in the CEO's office, she was used to just pushing the door open. Unexpectedly, this time when she pushed the door open, she saw a scene that made her extremely surprised. Fang Mu was feeding Yi Bunzuang? Yi Bunchuang's cherry lips were slightly open and she was biting a rib? And she was smiling? This can't be the wrong office, can it? Song Shiyuan even leaned out and looked at the office nameplate. Yes, it is the CEO's office, so she must have been mistaken. Chapter 9, although my plans are good, I am the chosen one. Song Jia, why did you come back? Yu Wanchuang's face turned red, and she suddenly blushed when she was caught being close to Fang Mu. President Yi, Hurricane Investment, has sent a letter. Halfway through her sentence, Song Shiyuan looked at Fang Mu and then stopped talking. Song Jia, you said that Fang Mu is my husband, not an outsider. Upon hearing this, Song Shiyuan was even more surprised, and so she continued to report. Hurricane Investment has agreed to our request. This is great news. The project can start. Yi Wanchuan was overjoyed. However, Song Shiyuan's next words caused her to hesitate. However, President Yi, Hurricane Investment needs our Yi Group to advance the initial funds on the grounds of capital turnover, and they will take over in the middle and late stages. As a sign of good faith, they will give a 5% discount. Fang Mu did not interrupt when Yi Wanchuan and Song Shiyuan were talking. From their conversation, he learned that the so-called project was to turn a piece of land currently owned by the Yi Group into a shopping mall. The investment was huge, but the profits after the project was completed would also be considerable. As a listed company, the Yi Group spans a wide range of fields. Although it started out with health products, it later also got involved in real estate, electronics, the IT industry and other emerging fields. And they have all reaped dividends, which is why the Yip Group has been able to grow rapidly. But taking too big a step can easily cause damage. Following the death of the patriarch, the Yip Group has experienced a series of changes, resulting in multiple losses. Now, they want to develop the prime location they own, but they don't have the resources to do so on their own. They need to borrow strength. After being rejected by various banks under various pretexts, Yi Wanchuang, the person in charge, could only pin her hopes on a third party, that is, finding an investor. She has been busy with this matter for a long time, and it has exhausted her. Now, finally, she has a response? Yi Wanchuang was in a dilemma and pondered for a long time. If we need to pay up front, we need to divert funds from other projects, but that will slow down the progress of other projects, which is the worst solution. However, the leaders of the relevant departments are also urging the progress of the Huaxiang Square project, and there is no way to delay it any longer. Alas, what should I do? Song Shiyuan stood aside. The matter at hand was too big, and she didn't dare to make a rash decision. All the pressure was suddenly placed on Yi Wanchuang's shoulders. Wanchuan, let me take a look at the proposal form for hurricane investment. Fang Mu suddenly spoke. Yi Wanchuan nodded and took the proposal form from Song Shiyuan. As soon as he got the report, Fang Mu used his visualizer to check it out. It didn't matter if he didn't look at it, but after looking at it, the system sounded an alarm. Drops, drops, drops. Trap. Trap. Do not believe it. Do not believe it. Fang Mu, what do you think? What do you say? No. Yi Zong. Yi Wanchuang squeezed out a smile and asked Fang Mu. Song Shiyuan felt bad after reading it. How can outsiders make decisions on such an important matter that will determine the future development of the Yi Group? It's not right. In comparison, I am the outsider, but Fang Mu is not a professional. What if I really listened to his opinion? Fang Mu simply threw the proposal form faxed over by Hurricane Investments to the side. Then, after organizing his words, he listed the disadvantages. In my opinion, this is a trap. Hurricane Investments has no intention of cooperating at all, they just want to bring Yi Group down. To patch up the east wall to mend the west wall is not only the worst strategy, it is something that must never be done. If Hurricane Investment breaks the contract in the middle of the project, our losses will be too great, and we will be affected as a whole. In contrast, Hurricane Investment will only need to pay a certain amount of liquidated damages. Furthermore, just imagine if Hurricane Investment and the rival company reach a consensus and divide the profits after they have dragged Yip's group down, then what if he pays some liquidated damages? In the end, the Yip group was dragged down. Frost, I know you are facing a lot of pressure right now, but you must also remember that businessmen do not get up early without profit, and Hurricane Investment can stab you in the back for the sake of profit as well. Fang Mu's words directly woke Yi Wanchuan up. She had indeed been tempted just now, but she had not thought about the worst-case scenario. If Hurricane Investment changed its mind, the Yip Group would really be finished. Both Yi Wanchuan and Song Shiyuan were a little impressed by Fang Mu. In fact, the two women were both a bit stubborn, and naturally Fang Mu, as an outsider, could see more clearly, not to mention that he was also the chosen one chosen by the system. The office became unusually quiet again. Yi Wanchuang and Song Shiyuan did not speak, but were thinking of a countermeasure. Fang Mu, on the other hand, chuckled lightly, took out paper and pen, and wrote down a number. Schwanger, why don't you try calling this number? What is it? The consultation hotline for Fangyuan investment. Desperate times call for desperate measures. It might work. Song Shiyuan shook her head and sighed. It's useless. We have a project with Fangyuan investment, but today there was news that they want to terminate those cooperative projects. Yes, Fang Mu, if we were to negotiate a new project with Fangyuan investment now, I'm afraid Yi Wanchuan would agree. In contrast, Fang Mu simply dialed the number, and by the time Yi Wanchuan reacted, the phone was already placed next to her ear. After 3 rings, a deferential voice sounded on the other end of the line. Hello, is this Fangyuan investment? This is the Yi Group. Fang Mu spoke first, and the secretary on the other end of the line, Zhou Jinghe, hurriedly corrected herself when she heard this, and almost called out, Boss. Hello, this is Fangyuan investment. How may I help you? Schwanger, you talk to the other party, you know them better than I do. After Fang Mu finished speaking, Yi Wanchuan went to the French windows with the phone in her hand. On the other side, Song Shiyuan's face showed a deep look of worry, and she sighed. Fangyuan Investment is a new investment institution with abundant resources and strong capital, but that doesn't mean they are stupid with money. I feel that it is hard to negotiate a deal. It's not certain. It might work if we try, but it definitely won't work if we don't. Fangmu gave a slight smile, his smile full of confidence. Song Shiyuan was very puzzled as to why he was so confident. At the same time, she was also curious as to how Fangmu and Yi Wanchuan had come together. However, as a senior executive of the Yi Group, Song Shiyuan had met many people, but she had only felt a temperament of remaining calm in the face of danger in Fangmu, as if the sky falling down would not make him panic. It's very strange. Is he not just a small employee of Yi Group? Is he the son of a rich family who has come to Yi Group to gain experience at the grassroots level and pursue Yi Banswang in the process? Ha! And he's got her. Chapter 10 Fangmu, who was so lucky as to win 30 million. Fangmu had no idea what Song Shiyuan was thinking, otherwise he would definitely not be able to help but feel, women's inner thoughts are really rich. Time passed in a flash, a quarter of an hour had passed. Song Shiyuan grew more and more impatient with each passing moment, in stark contrast to Fangmu's calm demeanor. After a few more minutes, Yi Wanchuan finished talking to the other party, hung up, and walked back. She walked faster and faster, and finally threw herself into Fangmu's arms in little, skipping steps. Fangmu tenderly handed her a glass of water, and Yi Wanchuan gulped it down in a few sips. She had been talking for more than 20 minutes, and her voice was already going. Yi Zong? What do you think? Song Shiyuan asked anxiously, although she already had a good idea of the answer from Yi Wanchuan's performance. It's done. The person just now is the general secretary of the boss of Fangyuan Investment and also the acting person in charge. She said that she has already deeply understood our Yi Group's project and is very optimistic about it. She said that she can give a reply after tomorrow's written examination, and the probability of passing will be very high. Yi Wanchuan smiled happily, and the huge stone pressing on her heart was removed. Song Shiyuan also smiled, and said she could sleep soundly tonight. Fangmu, on the other hand, was a little surprised at the secretary's Wu Jinghe's answer, which not only reassured Yi Wanchuan, but also prevented her from wondering why it was so smooth. Fangmu. Thank you. Yi Wanchuan shouted from Fangmu's shoulder. Fangmu also fondly stroked Yi Wanchuan's soft hair and sincerely congratulated her. Yi Wanchuan is a strong-willed girl who is hard to stop. But now that she has won the favor of Fangyuan Investment, it has made her feel a little more relaxed. Of course, the prerequisite is that the cooperation with Fangyuan Investment can be finalized in the end, otherwise her heart will still be hanging in the air. After a moment, Yi Wanchuan's face flushed slightly, because she happened to catch a glimpse of Song, who was beaming from ear to ear. She then realized that there were other people there, and they were being so intimate. Although she wasn't afraid or disgusted, it was not a good impression. Ahem. Fangmu, why do I feel that the General Secretary of Fangyuan Investment, the person I was talking to on the phone, seems to be very easy to talk to? Yi Wanchuan is indeed perceptive, and she noticed all these subtle details. Fangmu had no intention of hiding anything, so he smiled and admitted with a straight face, because I am the owner of Fangyuan Investment, I have told her to take better care of the Yi Group. Really? No matter, I don't care, but I believe you when you say that. Yi Wanchuan was very impressed, and suddenly her eyes widened as she put her arms around Fangmu again. Song Shiyuan, who was standing nearby, slipped away. She didn't want to stay in the office anymore, the smell of dog food was too strong and heady. Yi Wanchuan led Fangmu to the French windows, where the latter noticed that he could see the street where he used to drink after work. Great, so you've been watching me for a while. Fangmu teased. Yi Wanchuan didn't argue, just nodded. At first it was curiosity, and then envy. Envy that you could sit there carefree, drinking beer and watching the passers-by. Later, I really wanted to try it, so I took your place. Then Yi Wanchuan's face turned red, and she didn't say anything more. Because after that was the beautiful encounter between the two of them. The two of them stayed at the company for a long time, and when they left, there was no one left. Fangmu took Yi Wanchuan's hand and led her to the underground parking lot. It felt so good to go home with her lover. On the way home, Fangmu mentioned the matter of impounding Yi Wanchuan's car. When Fangmu said he would drive Yi Wanchuan home from work, the latter's eyes immediately lit up. Yes, yes. Yi Wanchuan exclaimed, clapping her hands like a little girl. While waiting for the traffic light to change, Fangmu turned his head and stared at Yi Wanchuan again and again. What's wrong? Do I have flowers on my face? No, you're prettier than flowers. Fangmu spoke the truth, which caused Yi Wanchuan's face to blush again. Humph, sweet talk. Really, especially when you smile, you're much prettier than when you're frowning, a million times prettier. There were 66 seconds left before the red light, and Fangmu launched another barrage of sugar-coated words. Although Yi Wanchuang said sweet nothings, she was very happy in her heart. Girls love to hear compliments. Hearing Fangmu say this, Yi Wanchuang pursed her lips, wanting to say something but stopping herself. Fangmu, on the other hand, added when the green light came on, laugh more in the future, no matter what happens, I'll be there with you, got it? Mm-hmm. Yi Wanchuang gave a soft but there were tears in her beautiful eyes. She could only say that every word Fangmu said went straight to her heart. No work, no worries. It was rare for Yi Wanchuang to not be busy with work and online meetings. The two hit it off and sat on the sofa watching TV. The projector was switched on, all the lights were extinguished, and the mood was set. Yi Wanchuang brought a blanket, then half pushed, half pulled, she lay in Fangmu's arms, and covered them with the blanket. It was simply too comfortable. Fangmu's small hand gently rested on Yi Wanchuang's waist, because the pajamas she was wearing were made of silk and felt great against the skin, and before he knew it, he couldn't let go. As a result, Yi Wanchuang couldn't even concentrate on watching the movie. However, in the mood-filled environment, when they saw the intimate acts of the protagonists in the movie, both Fangmu and Yi Bingshuang got a little carried away. From the initial kissing to the later going further, it was all a matter of course. But let's not explore it any further. After all, Yi Bingshuang is pregnant, she dares not, and Fangmu dares not take any risks. For a man, it is most difficult to come to a sudden halt, but what can be done? As a result, when Fangmu went to sleep at night, he dreamed of Yi Wanrong in his dreams. The result was that when he woke up in the morning, his heart was cold, and he was finished. While Yi Wanrong was making breakfast, Fangmu was washing clothes in the bathroom, scrubbing hard, as if this would expend some energy. After breakfast, Fangmu and Yi Wanrong went out to work. Fangmu drove, and Yi Wanrong had time to put on makeup in the car. Although it was only light makeup, for Yi Wanchuang, who was naturally beautiful, it was still a huge plus. Fangmu could also see with the naked eye that Yi Wanchuang's makeup was much softer than before, which was a good thing, indicating that her state of mind was changing. In the underground parking lot, Fangmu and Yi Wanchuang kissed goodbye in the car. Left. Boo. Right. Boo. Middle. M. After the fragrance of Yi Wanchuang's mouth had left her left cheek, right cheek and mouth, Fangmu was willing to let her go. Do you want to have lunch together at noon? Fangmu asked. Yi Wanchuang nodded after a moment of contemplation. Okay. Fangmu returned to the office and sat down at his desk. His colleagues were having a heated discussion, arguing with each other. Upon closer listening, he realized that they were talking about the previous lottery jackpot. 30 million is no small sum for most employees. When they saw Fangmu coming, some of them directly pulled him to their side. Fangmu, tell us, is the 30 million lottery prize that was exposed yesterday real or not? Someone won 30 million? Fangmu pretended to be surprised, which caused the system to look down on him. Chapter 11, Words of Encouragement, take a video of me dancing in drag. Yeah. Oh, 30 million. If I won 30 million, I'd quit my job and go back to my hometown to lie around. What about you, Fangmu? He asked himself again. Fangmu couldn't help but feel a little bit of a mixture of laughter and tears. After all, he had really won 30 million, and he was just going to work normally. Well, if I won 30 million, I would just carry on as normal, go to work, do whatever I normally do, and never ask anyone what they would do if they won 30 million. After Fangmu finished speaking, his colleagues in the office froze for a moment, before bursting out laughing. Ha, Lao Gao, Fangmu was just joking with you. Exactly, if I won, I wouldn't go around asking people what they would do. The atmosphere in the office was very good, and no one got angry even when someone was joking. There are just a lot of stubborn people. Take the previous issue of the lottery where someone won 3 times. Some people think it's a publicity stunt to get people to buy lottery tickets. Another group of people think it's real, and they have a good reason. When fishing, they know to use bait, so someone must really be able to win the lottery. While his colleagues were having a lively discussion, Fangmu was chatting with Yi Banshuang. Yi Banshuang had just arrived at the office when Zhuo Jinghe from Fangyuan Investment called. The application had been approved, and the two parties had formally reached a cooperative partnership. According to Zhuo Jinghe, someone would be sent to the Yi Group immediately to sign the contract, and the payment could be made once the contract was signed. In other words, at the latest, the next day or the day after, construction on Huashan Plaza, the Yi Group's bet, could begin. This was great news for Yi Banswang and the Yi Group. The only one who was depressed is Hurricane Investment. Their original plan to conspire with others to harm Yes Group has fallen through. However, after hearing that it was Fangyuan Investment that supported Yes Group, the owner of Hurricane Investment immediately backed down. Although both are involved in investment, the scale is simply not on the same level, and provoking Fangyuan Investment was simply not a wise choice. In this way, Fangmu and Fangyuan Investment solved a major problem and potential hazard for Yi Wanshuang and the Yi Group. For a worker, it is most blissful to loaf. Fangmu was no exception, especially since the person he was loafing with was the boss of the company, Yi Wanshuang. The two of them chatted endlessly and reached a cooperation agreement with Fangyuan Investment, which made Yi Wanshuang extremely happy. Even through the screen of the phone, Fangmu could feel her inner joy. Well, if I hadn't asked you to call Fangyuan Investment, would we have missed the opportunity? Fangmu grinned, and a mischievous thought popped into his mind. Well, thanks to you. Yi Wanshuang agreed. Seeing this reply, Fangmu's true colors showed through, and he even took credit for it. So you're not going to reward me? In the CEO's office, Yi Wanshuang couldn't help blushing when she saw this message from Fangmu. It was obvious that she had directly linked the word reward with sex. She replied after a long while. Fangmu, will it affect the baby? I'm afraid. On the other side, Fangmu suddenly sat up straight. Although Yi Wanshuang didn't say anything, she understood everything. Yi Wanshuang had misunderstood. Fangmu, however, did not rush to explain. It seemed that he was afraid that he would get angry, so Yi Wanshuang hurriedly added, Fangmu, what other rewards do you want? Fangmu laughed and stopped pretending to be aloof. If he continued pretending, Yi Wanshuang would cry. But as for rewards, Fangmu opened TikTok and found a video to share. Switching the lights on and off, Fangmu Jiutian BGM cross-dressing? Yi Wanshuang suspiciously opened the share link, clicked in to take a look, and then she was amused. Sure enough, men are all pigs. Fangmu, do you like watching this? If you don't like it, you can't help it. Recently, Douyin has been full of this kind of content. You want to give me a reward, right? Film one, it's exclusive to me, just for me to watch. Fangmu laughed, already looking forward to it. Well, you're the one who wanted a reward, right? I'll film it for you, but it'll have to wait until tonight. Great. For a moment, Fangmu just wished that the hour and minute hands on the clock would turn faster and faster. But even if time passed quickly, it still had to go from noon to night. Fangmu declined his colleague's invitation to go get lunch together, and then went to the place where he had an appointment with Yi Wanrong to wait. Before long, Yi Wanrong also arrived. However, as she walked towards Fangmu, she revealed a meaningful, cute, yet slightly lewd smile. Fangmu immediately understood what she was smiling about, and he felt a little embarrassed. Cough cough. Frost, what do you want for lunch? I want to eat phoenix soaring in the sky, Yi Wanshan giggled. It's over, I can't hold my head up anymore. Yi Wanshan teased Fangmu until they reached the restaurant, which was a Sichuanese restaurant that served stir-fried rice. Although the restaurant was just a short walk west from the company, neither Fangmu nor Yi Wanshan cared. There is a high probability of meeting someone from the Yi Group when you come here to eat. Although not many people know Fangmu, Yi Bangswang is the head of the Yi Group, and there are definitely not a few people who know her. Sure enough, as soon as they entered the door, they ran into an acquaintance, Song Shiyuan. Seeing Fangmu and Yi Bangswang arm in arm in an intimate manner, Song Shiyuan tilted her head, not having any plans to hide her love at all. Song Jia. Yi Zong, you're so coincidental, you're here for dinner too. Aha, we'll go upstairs first. Okay. After watching Fangmu and Yi Wanshuan leave holding hands, Song Shiyuan forgot about dinner. For some reason, she felt that Yi Wanshuan had changed, but she couldn't quite put her finger on it. When they got upstairs, the two of them ordered one meat dish and one vegetable dish, and then white rice, which was a waste to order too much. Fangmu couldn't help but smile as he watched Yi Wanshuang move closer to him. I feel like the whole company will know about us soon. It's fine. Yi Wanshuang didn't care at all, then looked up at Fangmu and added, Are you scared? I'm not scared, I'm just very happy. Fangmu was telling the truth. Although the two hadn't spent much time together, he really couldn't find anything wrong with Yi Wanshuang. He didn't say that they should avoid suspicion, and he didn't want an underground relationship. Instead, he openly admitted their relationship, and I don't know how many girls he has dumped. Compared to those girls who can even dig their boyfriends out of photos in their WeChat moments, Yi Wanchuang is simply incomparably better. Yi Wanchuang leaned closer to his ear and asked again. So, shall we go get our marriage certificate tomorrow? Chapter 12, Why even call it Fong Mu? Just call it Num, okay? Yi Wanchuang's breath smelled like orchid, stirring Fong Mu's heart. Fong Mu never expected Yi Wanchuang to suddenly bring up this matter, although he had long had this plan. Fong Mu, you hesitated. The next second, Fong Mu nodded heavily, yes. Kiki, so what are you hesitating about? It's not that I'm hesitating, but I didn't expect it. What did you not expect? Yi Wanchuang asked, her pretty eyes wide. Fong Mu broke off the disposable chopsticks and organized his words while grinning. I didn't expect you to mention getting a license. To be honest, I've also been thinking about it these past 2 days, trying to figure out how to tell you. Upon hearing this, Yi Wanchuang laughed again, covering her mouth with her hand, and whispered stupid to Fong Mu. Didn't we agree that there was no password between us, and that naturally meant there was nothing we couldn't talk about? This matter of getting a marriage license is a big deal, so of course you can talk to me directly and discuss it with me. As she spoke, Yi Wanchuang pinched the back of Fong Mu's hand, then pretended to be angry and pouted, saying, if you do that again, I'll bite you. Upon hearing this, Fong Mu clasped Yi Wanchuang's small hand with his back hand, nodding with a smile on his face. What he didn't ask was where to bite. Soon the waiter brought the food. There was sweet and sour pork, spicy and sour shredded potatoes, and 2 bowls of white rice. After spending these past few days together, Fong Mu had figured out Yi Wanchuang's taste, which was on the sweet side. Home-style dishes like sweet and sour pork, kung pao chicken, and shredded pork and sweet soy sauce were Yi Wanchuang's favorites. Even when eating scrambled eggs with tomatoes, she wants it sweet. Yi Bingchuang first gave Fong Mu a piece of sweet and sour pork, and then picked up a piece and put it in her mouth. The next second, a look of joy appeared on her beautiful face. Sure enough, the sweet taste makes people happy. Delicious, Yi Bingchuang praised without reservation. Fong Mu couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth after seeing this. It's beautiful, I love it, I want to see it. Who would have thought that Yi Bunsong, CEO of Yi Group, would be so cold and decisive in public, but in private she actually has the appearance of such a little girl. If her subordinates saw her, they would definitely be shocked. Fong Mu beamed with affection as he said softly after he had given Yi Bunsong a piece of meat. I will cook whatever you want to eat in the future. Do you want to try my sweet and sour pork? Yi Wanchuang was very supportive, nodding repeatedly, but she immediately refused when she spoke. No, thanks. Ha! You need to control your sugar intake during pregnancy. I ate sweet and sour pork today, and I dare not eat it again for a week. If the sugar in your body is too high, it will affect the baby. Upon hearing this, Fong Mu suddenly realized, and promptly patted his forehead. He really failed in his duty. He hadn't even thought of this aspect. Wait until next week. Next week, you have to cook for me. Okay, no problem. The two of them ate while chatting and laughing. In the past, Yi Wanchuang used to watch dramas while eating, but now that Fong Mu was there, she had given up that habit. After finishing eating, the two of them didn't rush to leave, but sat there resting. Suddenly, Fong Mu's phone rang, and when he opened it, it was actually his mother, Ma Xiaochang, calling. Yi Wanchuang was also pleased when she saw the note, Mother, on Fong Mu's phone screen, and wanted to run away. But before she could dodge, Fong Mu pulled her back. Don't run, ugly bridesmaids always have to meet the in-laws. Yi Wanchuang pouted after hearing this, and then corrected in a very small voice, she is not an ugly bride. As Fong Mu pressed the answer button, her mother's voice quietly sounded. Son, what are you doing? Have you eaten yet? I just finished eating. Fong Mu said with a smile, and then suddenly twisted the phone in his hand, pointing the camera at Yi Wanchuang. Yi Wanchuang was biting her lip nervously when the camera suddenly turned around, and she was even more flustered. Fortunately, she was a person who had seen it all, and looking at the face of her mother-in-law on the screen, she quickly recovered and greeted her. Ah, hello auntie. Hello auntie. Oh. Hello. Hello, Frost, right? Fong Mu, that brat, hasn't stopped talking about you to me these past 2 days. He's always talking about how nice you are. Ma Xiaochang said with a smile. Even Fong Mu couldn't help but laugh at his mother's endless stream of lies. To be honest, he hadn't mentioned Yu Wenchuan to his mother even a few times, and the reason his mother was saying this was definitely to help him, as the son, to gain favor in Yu Wenchuan's eyes. It can be said to be useful, but there is really no need for it. However, it can also be seen that Yu Wenchuan really enjoyed the things her mother-in-law said. She pulled Fang Mu's hand under the table and became restless. Her slender fingers scratched in the palm of the latter's hand, showing her happy heart. Fang Mu didn't bully you, did he? No, auntie. Yu Wenchuan shook her head quickly. She knew better than anyone else how attentive and good Fang Mu was to her, and there was no hint of bullying. That's good, but you must take good care of Frost, you hear me? The latter half of the sentence was meant for Fang Mu to hear. Fang Mu looked at the smiling old lady on the screen and knew exactly what she was thinking. She was very satisfied with Yu Wenchuan, her mouth was curled up, and she was afraid that she couldn't suppress her happiness any more than an AK-47 could suppress its recoil. I heard you, don't worry. Oh, yes, Mom, we're going to get our marriage certificate tomorrow, you won't object to that, will you? Fang Mu asked with a mischievous smile on his face. Ma Xiaochang on the other end of the line was taken aback by this, obviously not expecting Fang Mu to be serious. Although the household registration book had been mailed to them, Ma Xiaochang didn't think that her son was actually going to get a marriage certificate with his girlfriend. But now, Fang Mu had mentioned it again in front of Yu Wenchuan, which undoubtedly meant that it was true. As her thoughts raced, Ma Xiaochang hurriedly spoke. Would I say no? Of course I'll say yes. After she finished speaking, she wondered if she had answered quickly enough. She didn't want the girl to think that she had hesitated and refused to let them get married. Fang Mu grinned, but Ma Xiaochang's next sentence almost made him choke on his own words. Frost, let me ask you again, are you really willing to marry this little bastard? He didn't threaten you, did he? He didn't intimidate you, did he? He didn't promise you the moon, did he? Relationships are a matter for two people, so you must think carefully. Fang Mu was so confused by his mother's barrage of rhetorical questions that he wanted to change his surname to Ma. Yu Wenchuan also never expected her future mother-in-law to ask such a question. After all, Fang Mu was her own flesh and blood. Why did it seem like she was trying to turn her back on her own son? Chapter 13, Phoenix Soaring in the Sky? No, Frost, you're serious. Fang Mu wants to change his surname to Ma. Yu Wenchuan couldn't help but feel a little cry with laughter. Because 1 second ago, mother-in-law was still speaking well of Fang Mu, but the next second she actually asked him that, and even called him a little bastard? Yu Wenchuan covered her mouth and laughed, before her lips parted slightly. Auntie, Fang Mu hasn't threatened me or intimidated me. Is it okay if he talks big and promises to give me a home? Don't worry, Auntie. Fang Mu and I really want to be together. Upon hearing these words, Ma Xiaochang on the other end of the line also laughed. Okay, when you have time, come home. Mom will make you braised pork. Okay. After that, the two of them chatted for a while. Fang Mu waited until it was almost time to go before he snatched the phone back from his mother, mainly to let Yu Wenchuan go back to the office and rest for a while. But his mother on the other end didn't know that. Instead, she was angry. You little brat, hang up the phone, do you find me annoying? How dare I? Humph. Take care of Wenchuan. After saying that, Ma Xiaochang hung up the phone. But even after hanging up, the smile on her face remained strong. She couldn't help but like Yu Wenchuan, her daughter-in-law, from the bottom of her heart. Not only was she good-looking, she also had a good temperament. Thinking about this, Ma Xiaochang felt even more comfortable, and already secretly thinking about taking Yu Wenchuan out to show off to the neighbors and relatives, saying, "Look, this is my daughter-in-law, isn't she beautiful?" Ma Xiaochang was smiling here. Fang Mu's father, Fang Qingji, hurriedly took off, and if you didn't know, you would think that his daughter-in-law was crazy. On the other side, Fang Mu and Yu Wenchuan were also preparing to go back to the company. Go back to the office and take a break for a while, did you hear that? Okay, whatever you say. Yu Wenchuan nodded, then stretched gently, while a faint purring sound could be heard, like a kitten. The two parted ways downstairs from the company. Yu Wenchuan took the internal elevator to go up to her office, while Fang Mu had to squeeze into the staff elevator, which was often very crowded, and sometimes he even had to climb the stairs. When Fang Mu stepped into his office, the atmosphere inside seemed a bit strange. To be precise, it was the way his colleagues looked at him that was a bit strange. What's wrong, everyone? Is there something on my face? Fang Mu asked with a smile. Although he had kissed Yi Wanchuan when they parted, the latter had not worn any lipstick, so there shouldn't be any lipstick marks left, should there? None of the colleagues in the office said a word, and they stared at Feng Mu until he felt uncomfortable. When he sat back down at his desk, Lao Li, who was closest to the door, slammed it shut, and the rest of the people immediately gathered around him. The way they were acting, if you didn't know any better, you'd think they were zombies about to eat someone. Feng Mu, you little rascal, what's going on with you and the CEO, President Yi? That's right, Feng Mu, I just saw you and President Yi having dinner together, and you even went upstairs to a private room. Tell the truth. Speak. All the colleagues gathered around, forming a circle around Feng Mu, waiting for him to answer. Feng Mu was a little helpless. So that was the reason. Seeing that everyone had made such a big deal of it, he couldn't refuse, so he had to tell the truth. He was just having dinner with his girlfriend, there was no need to make such a fuss. When he said this, several people on the spot gasped, while a few others' mouths were wide open and they looked expectant, as if they wanted to learn from the master. Not to mention, Yi Wanchuan's identity as the head of the Yes Group alone is enough to make 95% of the men in the country unable to approach her. Moreover, Yi Wanchuan is also a cold and beautiful woman. To be able to gain her favor, one would have to be very lucky. Gee, to be favored by the CEO is probably even harder than winning the lottery. From this perspective, the guy who won the 30 million jackpot didn't have as much luck as Feng Mu. Who's to say that's not true? Feng Mu, do you consider this a few decades of detours? Upon hearing this, Feng Mu just grinned and didn't respond, because even if he did say it, who would believe that he won the 30 million himself? Afterwards, his colleagues marveled for a long time, asking Feng Mu and Yi Bansuang where things stood. When Feng Mu told them the truth, that they were going to get their marriage certificate the next day, the male colleagues in the office sighed in disbelief. There was no point in saying more, so Feng Mu gave a hee-hee laugh, then fetched a pillow and flopped down on the desk, falling asleep. Since his colleagues learned of Feng Mu and Yi Banchuan's relationship, they worked especially hard. There was nothing they could do. They dared not be careless at work. To be honest, Feng Mu was their immediate supervisor, the one at the top. Since they were on good terms, some people joked about eating the wedding candy. Feng Mu waved his hand and said he would bring it over tomorrow. Seeing his smiling face, everyone in the office began to wonder, couldn't it be that Feng Mu and President Yi had really reached the point of getting a marriage license? That would really be the immediate supervisor, and it would be worthwhile to call him brother. In this way, Feng Mu, who had been called Little Feng in the office, became Brother Feng. Even the most senior supervisor called him brother, which made him feel uncomfortable. Finally, after work, Feng Mu fled in a panic, directly running to the underground parking lot in one go and getting into the Ferrari. Yi Wanchuan was, after all, the person in charge of the company. Although she didn't need to hand over work, she would definitely come out later. As the passenger door was opened, a unique fragrance from Yi Wanchuan quietly drifted towards Feng Mu. He loved the smell, but Yi Wanchuan didn't even know what she smelled like, and couldn't detect the fragrance no matter how hard he sniffed. Sit back, let's go home. Okay. Yi Wanchuan was pregnant, so it was best not to wear a seatbelt. Feng Mu drove very steadily, at a moderate speed. However, if an outsider saw this speed, they would think he was just showing off. Before going home, Feng Mu became the menu, allowing Yi Wanchuan to order at will. In the end, the former waved his hand and said he wanted to make beef with tomatoes, while the latter also ordered a dish of mushrooms and vegetables, a combination of meat and vegetables. Yi Wanchuan didn't know if it was because she was pregnant or because Feng Mu's cooking was really delicious, but in the past 2 days, her appetite had grown. After the meal, she had wanted to go out for a stroll and eat some more, but after she finished eating, she didn't want to move. Yi Wanchuan puffed out her pink tongue, a little embarrassed. Time always passed very quickly. After just watching a movie, it was already time to go to bed. Feng Mu washed up and went back to the bedroom. A moment later, Yi Wanchuan suddenly called out to him. When he looked in the direction of the sound, he had a nosebleed. Because Yi Wanchuan had turned off the lights, the BGM from Feng Wu Jiu Tian also sounded. She actually meant it. Chapter 14, Pure Enjoyment version of Feng Wu Jiu Tian cross-dressing video. The Feng Wu Jiu Tian series of cross-dressing videos on TikTok are all normal clothes with the lights on, and the lights are off with less fabric, or underwear. Yi Wanchuan was obviously a little embarrassed, so she didn't wear underwear, but instead wore a pair of sports underwear that she wore when exercising. The bottom was a pair of hot shorts, and her feet were in a pair of crystal sandals. Her long legs and young feet were on full display. The key is that Yi Wanchuan's Fangyuan costume change was a castrated version, cutting out the part where the lights were turned on. In other words, the lights were kept off the whole time. Even if there was a faint light, Fang Mu could see clearly. Who could ask his physical fitness to be improved by genetic drugs? Not to mention a faint light, even if it was completely dark, he could see clearly. The pure enjoyment version of the Fangyuan costume change really left a deep impression on the people. Great, now he had the material for last night's dream. It is no exaggeration to say that this night, Fang Mu's dreams were full of spring. The next day, Yi Wanchuan prepared breakfast as usual, simple but nutritious. Even though Fang Mu had warned her, she didn't listen, thinking only about letting the former sleep a little longer. Yes, indeed, I should sleep a little longer. I've been dreaming all night, and my head is a little dizzy. Luckily, my body has been improved by genetic medicine, otherwise I would definitely be dazed and unmotivated when I woke up this morning. That would be terrible. After all, today was the big day, the day he and Yi Wanchuan would get their marriage certificate. When they were eating, they both unconsciously ate faster. When Fang Mu went to wash the dishes, Yi Wanchuan went back to the bedroom to choose her clothes. Not only did she want to look beautiful, she also wanted to put on a beautiful makeup. She wanted to take a photo of her most beautiful side and paste it on the marriage certificate. At this thought, Yi Wanchuan's mouth corners rose slightly, and she couldn't hold it back. A gentle smile emerged on her pretty face. Unfortunately, Fang Mu didn't see it, otherwise 4 words would definitely have popped into his mind: gentle and virtuous wife. Yi Wanchuan had reserved all her gentleness for Fang Mu and the unborn baby inside her. So in the eyes of outsiders, she was still the same cold and elegant female CEO, inflexible and decisive like an iceberg goddess. Yi Bansuang is like a clothes rack, able to handle any outfit with ease. After much deliberation, she finally chose a loose-fitting white dress, which she paired with a pair of flat white shoes. The lace trim at the hem of the dress added a touch of femininity. Fang Mu was not far behind. White shirt, suit pants, and a well-groomed hairdo, he looked like an idol trainee. The two of them walked hand in hand out the door and down the street, and anyone who saw them would be unable to help but wonder if they were celebrity artists out for a street shoot. They drove to the Civil Affairs Bureau. After all, both of them were inexperienced. As soon as they entered, they saw that there was a queue, so they went straight up to it. Later, an ant suspiciously scanned the two of them, making Fang Mu and Yi Bansuang feel a little uneasy. "What's wrong, Auntie?" Yi Bansuang asked. The woman was kind-hearted, and after looking at the two of them up and down a few times, she spoke out her doubts. "I can see that you two are dressed up and looking smart, so you must be here to get a marriage license, right?" Yi Wanchuan nodded. At this moment, she was still thinking, why else would they come to the Civil Affairs Bureau? No wonder, then you've got the wrong queue. The people queuing here are all getting divorced. If you want a marriage license, you have to go to the innermost room to apply. Yi Wanchuan and Fang Mu both had 2 black question marks on their heads. Was this really that embarrassing? After hastily thanking her, the two hurriedly followed their eldest sister's pointing finger to the innermost room. Sure enough, the words "marriage registration" were written on the door. Before entering, Yi Wanchuan embarrassedly stuck out her tongue, looking playful and cute. Walking in, Fang Mu couldn't help but feel a pang of emotion as he looked at the handful of newlyweds receiving their marriage certificates. Compared to divorces, the number of people getting married was really too small. There was no need to queue up. The staff waved directly at Fang Mu and Yi Bansuang after seeing them. "Come over here, you two." The staff gave Fang Mu and Yi Bansuang a form each to fill in their personal information. Before starting, Yi Bansuang asked, a little embarrassed. "Hello, I don't know what materials we need to prepare, can you please tell me first? If we don't have enough, we can go out and print something." To be precise, when the two of them decided yesterday to apply for a marriage license today, Yi Wanchuan looked it up online. She only looked at more than 10 guides, but the results she saw were all different, which gave her a headache. So the two of them agreed to go to the Civil Affairs Bureau first, and if worst came to worst, they could just ask on the spot what materials were needed and then go out to prepare them. But unexpectedly, when the staff heard Yi Wanchuan say this, they actually laughed directly and shook their heads. "It's fine, you don't need to do that. You two can fill in the information first, and I'll go prepare the materials for you," the staff member said, and took Fang Mu and Yi Bansuang's ID cards and household registration books. Seeing this, Yi Bansuang blinked her big, watery eyes, slightly taken aback. Fang Mu, on the other hand, understood a little. No doubt the relevant departments had also discovered that divorces far outnumbered marriages, and in order to facilitate childbirth, they had directly reduced the cumbersome procedures for the newlyweds. After the two had filled in the forms, the staff member returned, holding the two people's documents and copies in his hands. Please wait a moment. While the staff printed the marriage certificate and registered the couple's information online, Fangmu took the household register in front of Yi Banshuang. Unlike his family's household register, Yi Banshuang's only had 2 pages, one for the household and one for her. Fangmu couldn't help but feel a little sad when he saw this, so he directly pulled out Yi Banshuang's household register page and inserted it into his family's household register. Although they didn't speak, Yi Banshuang still understood what he meant. For a moment, Yi Banshuang was moved. If he spoke louder, he thought, he could probably hear the sound of crying. Fangmu, maybe we'll have to return the household register in the future, and it'll be a lot of trouble to take it out again. No trouble at all. I'll take care of it from now on. With that, Fangmu squeezed Yi Banshuang's jade-like hand, and everything was said without words. The two of them looked like a beautiful couple, the man handsome and the woman beautiful, a perfect match. Although they were holding hands and openly and shamelessly scattering dog treats, the staff inside still couldn't stop ogling. Indeed, looks are indeed justice. When the staff came with the couple's marriage certificate, Yi Banshuang took out some bags of candy from her bag and pushed them in. No one would refuse to take the wedding candy, and the staff at the Civil Affairs Bureau were no exception. However, when they saw the exquisite candy, the staff smiled. This is clearly a newlywed couple. Chapter 15, A Women's Underwear Store? I'm not going in. The reason they are called newcomers is because they have no experience. Sister, these candies are quite expensive, aren't they? If you're giving out candies, there's no need to buy such expensive ones. When you get married, you can buy cheaper ones, after all, you'll use a lot of them. Before leaving, a young-looking girl reminded them. Yi Banshuang's face turned red, obviously embarrassed by the word marriage. Although the two had obtained a marriage certificate. But to be honest, Yi Banshuang hadn't really thought about getting married. It was mainly because she had no experience, and on the other hand, she had no family members to help her, which caused her to be a little overwhelmed, or to be precise, at a loss, when it came to getting married. Fangmu roughly guessed what she was thinking, and so he said reassuringly. Don't worry about it. I'll do whatever you want when it comes to getting married. There's no need to be sad about it. Thank you, Fangmu, Yi Banshuang murmured. Perhaps because they had received their marriage certificate and had become a legal couple, Yi Banshuang felt as if she had a support in her heart, and she no longer felt lonely and helpless. On the way home, Yi Banshuang lowered the car window and felt the warm wind blowing in her face. Her mood greatly improved. Fangmu, it's such a nice day, why don't we go shopping? Yi Banshuang turned her head and suggested, a hint of expectation flashing in her beautiful eyes. Sure, but are you tired? If you are, let's go home and rest first, and we can go out shopping later. Yi Banshuang pondered for a moment, moved her arms and legs a little, and then shook her head. I'm not tired. Okay, let's go shopping. Under Yi Banshuang's guidance, the two arrived at the nearest Wanda Plaza. Although it was now rush hour, big cities are just full of people, no matter the time or place. When they entered the Wanda Plaza, Fangmu didn't say a word, but let Yi Banshuang lead the way, and they entered a men's clothing store. There weren't actually many clothes on display in the store. However, it was obvious to the naked eye that the materials and workmanship of the clothes in front of them were of the highest quality. The service attitude of the salesperson was also very good, and even though they didn't know if Fangmu and Yi Banshuang would buy, they still greeted them warmly. Sir, madam, may I help you? I want to look at the clothes. Yi Banshuang replied, but her eyes were scanning the clothes in Fangmu. The salesperson smiled, nodded, and then waited by the side without saying anything more. It wasn't that she didn't have the right expertise, but looking at the two people in front of her, they didn't look like ordinary people. Yi Banshuang in particular had an air about her, and her looks definitely came from a wealthy family. After Fangmu's physical fitness and temperament had been greatly improved through genetic medicine, there would be plenty of people who would believe that he was the crown prince of the Beijing Circle. Yi Banshuang had sensed this as soon as Fangmu took the genetic improvement medicine, but she didn't care, thinking it was just the lover's eye seeing beauty. Looking at the clothes and at Fangmu, Yi Banshuang quickly picked out a basket of clothes for him. Just a basket. The salesperson was holding a basket with a logo on it, but Yi Banshuang filled it up. Fangmu looked at the whole basket of clothes and couldn't help but give a wry smile. There was no need to buy so many clothes. However, Yi Banshuang cooed and pouted, beckoning him to go into the dressing room. In that case, he could do whatever he wanted, not to mention listening to her and changing clothes. Fong Mu took the basket from the salesperson and went into the fitting room. Yi Wanchuan, on the other hand, struck up a conversation with the salesperson. As the latter had guessed, this beautiful woman was extraordinary, and her conversation revealed her aura of a successful person. After a while, Fong Mu came out. As soon as he appeared, the eyes of the several people brightened. Together with Yi Wanchuan, they were a perfect match. After that, Fong Mu became a robot that changed clothes, changing clothes one after the other. Yi Wanchuan sat on the sofa opposite the dressing room, eating the snacks sent by the salesperson, and enjoying her man's dressing show. Although she knew that Fong Mu had a good figure, to be honest, she still wasn't quite expecting him to look so handsome after changing his clothes. Without exaggeration, Yi Wanchuan could feel her eyes turning into peach blossoms. He really was so handsome. After he had finished changing, Fong Mu walked out of the dressing room. Yi Wanchuan patted her hands together and then shouted heroically to the salesperson. "Sister, I'll take it all. Let's settle the bill." As soon as she said this, the eyes of the salesperson lit up, and she was obviously taken aback. Because if so many clothes were sold, the commission would be quite substantial. As a result, when it came to the bill, the fingers on the calculator were a lot quicker. "Sister, after the discount and rounding, it's 66,000 yuan, which is a lucky number." "Okay, let's swipe the card." Yi Wanchuan handed over the card. Fong Mu had originally planned to pay for the clothes himself, but Yi Wanchuan wouldn't let him, saying that she would pay for everything. "This is the first time I've bought you clothes, so don't refuse. Just listen to me, okay?" Fong Mu couldn't say anything after that, and could only secretly think that he would make it up to her later. Fong Mu carried the bags in both hands. As they walked out of the store, Yi Wanchuan tilted her head and looked at the shop next to it, while Fong Mu followed behind her. Because Yi Wanchuan walked into a lingerie store. The lingerie store alone looked very amorous, and from a distance, it was a sea of pink. From a distance, Fong Mu was still curious about what kind of store it was. It wasn't until he got closer that he realized it was actually a lingerie store, and it was for women. Although there is no clear rule in this kind of store that says no men allowed, Fong Mu felt bad saying anything and going in. Yi Wanchuan also turned her head inadvertently and realized that the person behind her had lost it, and hurriedly turned back. "Fong Mu, what's wrong?" "Well, I'm not going in, you go buy it," Fong Mu said slightly unnaturally. A quick glance in the corner of his eye even allowed him to see 2 or 3 college-aged girls inside, holding black lace underwear and whispering about something. If he went in and stood next to those college girls, he might be treated like a pervert. Yi Wanchuan also noticed that there were no men in the store, not a single one, and immediately a look of apology appeared on her face. "I'm sorry, Fong Mu. It's okay, I'll wait here for you, go ahead and buy it." After hesitating for a moment, Yi Wanchuan nodded and entered again. Normally, underwear is not something that must be bought. But now, because she is pregnant, the underwear she previously bought and had at home has become too small and she can no longer wear it, so she needs to buy new ones. Chapter 16. Congratulations to the host for completing the task of holding a license and being a legal couple or cohabiting legally. Yi Wanchuan walked into the store again. This time, instead of comparing one item to the next as she usually did, she purposefully looked for the target styles. The salesperson seemed to have noticed her urgency and came up to ask. "May I help you, beautiful?" "Hello, I'd like to buy some maternity underwear and panties." Upon hearing this, the salesperson's gaze slid from Yi Wanchuan's delicate face to her belly, and sure enough, it had already slightly bulged. After smiling politely, the salesperson led Yi Wanchuan to a row of shelves, and looking around, she saw that they were all styles suitable for pregnant women. Since they were all target styles, she didn't have to choose anything. Immediately, she extended a pale, tender finger and selected 7 or 8 items as if ordering. "Help me pack these, thank you." "No problem." The salesperson was very efficient, and Yi Bangswan was very pleased that the items were scanned and packed in just a few minutes. She swiped her card, paid, and took her purchases and left in one go. Fong Mu also didn't expect it to be so quick. After all, the female university students-looking girls inside had not yet left the first shelf, and Yi Bangswang had already come out with the purchased items. When Fong Mu took the bag of underwear, Yi Wanchuan suddenly asked playfully, "Are we done yet?" "Almost." Fong Mu nodded, then said with a smile, "It's fine if I wait a little longer for you." But Yi Wanchuan took his arm and whispered, "But I don't want to keep you waiting too long." Although these words were ordinary, they tasted very different coming from the other person. It was like a sweet fragrance that was pleasing to the heart. The two of them continued to walk hand in hand for a while, and suddenly stopped when they came to a hallway. Fangmu looked in the direction Yuanmei was looking, and saw the words and sign for restroom. Fangmu, I want to go to the restroom, so wait for me for a moment. Okay. After taking a pack of tissues from Fangmu's pocket, Yuanmei hurriedly walked towards the restroom, and as she walked, she kept complaining, because since becoming pregnant, the frequency of going to the bathroom had increased significantly. Yuanchuan also increasingly understood what other pregnant women said on the internet: pregnant women are either in the toilet or on their way to the toilet. Fangmu saw a massage chair next to the corridor and promptly sat down. It's just that this damn thing is really annoying. It seems to sense that someone has sat down and starts to notify that the payment has not been scanned. The sound is not small. In order not to continue to die, Fangmu had to get up and go to the free seat on the other side. While waiting, he opened the system page to check it out. Not long ago, when Yi Bansuan was leaving the lingerie store, the system beeped to remind him that he had received a new reward. He didn't have time to pay attention at the time, but now he could take a look at what the reward was. As he brought up the notification, the reward item appeared in front of his eyes. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the tasks of holding a valid certificate, being a legal couple, and living together legally. Reward for daily check-ins. Note, the rewards for checking in are completely random. Ding! Have you completed today's check-in? Yes. Just like playing a game, of course you have to see what it says. With Fangmu's approval, the system helped him complete today's check-in. Ding! Check-in complete, congratulations, you have obtained a cashback card. A cashback card? As the name suggests, it is a reward item that allows you to get cash back when you spend money. It is particularly common in tomato novels. I didn't expect to get this thing in the first lottery. After understanding it, Fangmu put the cashback card away. It is best to think about this kind of thing before using it to maximize the benefits. Yuanchuan also came out of the bathroom. After seeing Fangmu, she walked straight over and then flicked the ladder, causing water droplets to fly into his face. Hey, Wanchuan, you really hurt me. Giggle, then I'll rub it for you? Yuanchuan giggled, then raised her hand and rubbed it on Fangmu's face. That's good. The water droplets that were about to evaporate were directly covered with the water droplets in Yuanchuan's hand, covering half of her face. Okay, wait, I'm going to the bathroom to wash my hands too. Kiki, then I'll slip away first. Yuanchuan pretended to run, but how could she outrun Fangmu? The latter raised his hand and grasped her delicate wrist, preventing her from moving. The noise of their playful bickering attracted frequent sideways glances from passers-by. When they saw the two of them, who were quite good-looking, it was a pleasant sight. Feeling the attention of the passers-by, Yuanchuan's face flushed slightly, and the next second she hurriedly pulled Fangmu away. Where should we go next? Upon hearing this, Yuanchuan thought for a moment, then shook her head. No, let's not go. We've bought everything we need, let's go home. While she was talking, she yawned, and it was obvious that she was a little tired. Fangmu also nodded in agreement immediately. After all, she was pregnant, so she couldn't be treated the same as usual. Ensuring adequate rest was the top priority. Leaving the square and returning to the car, Yuanchuan let out a long breath, and fine beads of sweat were visible on her white forehead and her cute nose. I'll adjust the seat, Fangmu announced, and then Yuanchuan's seat suddenly tilted backwards. Just as she thought that Fangmu had adjusted it incorrectly, the latter actually lifted her calves directly. Fangmu? Don't worry about going home yet. Rest your head on the backrest for a while, and I'll massage your calves. With that, Fangmu took off Yuanrong's shoes, and in an instant, a beautiful, white foot was exposed in the air. Yuanrong was a little embarrassed that such an intimate part was exposed, especially in the car. But soon she didn't have those thoughts and ideas anymore, because the one pinching her ankle was her man, and the two of them were a legally married couple with a license to work. Since they were a legal couple, they looked at Ye's feet to see what was wrong with them. Fangmu had never learned massage, but he knew that a massage would always be comfortable. So he massaged Ye's ankles, the pink soles of her feet, her slender calves, and then her shapely and slender thighs. Ye suddenly let out a cry. Fangmu quickly stopped. Was I too hard? Yuanchuan nodded shyly, and a blush had already appeared on the half of her face covered by her hand. Okay, I'll go easy. It feels very good, was Yuanchuan's most intuitive feeling. Looking at Fang Mu in front of her, who was massaging her with all his heart, an inexplicable emotion suddenly welled up in her heart. Just as Fang Mu was feeling the smoothness of the skin and the excellent feel in his hands. A quiet husband sounded. Chapter 17, Pong. Shakalaka. Suddenly, there was a current running through Fang Mu's body, leaving him stunned. He looked up and saw Yuan Shuang's slightly blushing face, and his heart leapt with joy. Frost, what did you just call me? Lao, husband. Yuan Shuang interlaced her two small hands in front of her chest and answered Fang Mu's question truthfully. This shout really went straight to Fang Mu's heart. A smile immediately spread across his handsome face. To be honest, Fang Mu had not forgotten about the issue of address. After all, being able to make such a beautiful woman call him husband was indeed a pleasurable experience for both body and mind. However, he had not mentioned it for fear that Yuan Shuang would be embarrassed if she could not lower her face. Now, Yuan Shuang had actually taken the initiative to shout it, which was really happy. We've both got our marriage certificates, which means we're a legal couple. Of course I have to call you husband, right? Yuan Shuang asked with her beautiful eyes twinkling. Fang Mu kept nodding his head. Yes, of course, right, Schwanger, call it again. Husband. Hey. Husband. Hey. Husband. Hey hey hey. Who would have thought that on a Ferrari, a handsome guy and a beautiful girl would be doing this kind of dog food? Luckily, the Ferrari was not conscious, otherwise it would definitely have shut down from the sweetness. Practice makes perfect, and the same applies to this aspect of addressing. At first, she might still feel a little shy and embarrassed, but after a few calls, Yuan Shuang actually became more and more familiar with it. There was no psychological burden in calling again. And with each time she called out husband, Fang Mu's smile on his face grew stronger, and the change in expression was simply too obvious. Just as Fang Mu was beaming with joy, Yuan Shuang suddenly asked. Hubby, I called you hubby, so what should I be called? Frosty? That's not bad. Compared to Yuan Shuang, Fang Mu definitely had a thicker skin. He immediately shouted back, daughter-in-law, wife. Yuan Shuang's face flushed a little when she heard Fang Mu call her wife, but her heart was burning with passion and sweetness. No wonder couples are eager to change their relationship status. It's such a wonderful thing. Looking at Yuan Shuang's blushing face, Fang Mu swallowed, his throat moving up and down. Then, unable to hold back any longer, he half rose to his feet and pressed his lips against Yuan Shuang's cherry lips. Well. After several minutes, Fang Mu got up with a sense of loss. Yuan Shuang was biting her lips lightly, her little hands held into fists in front of her, cute and shy. You rascal. Fang Mu grinned, even though he had been bitten a few times, it was still worth it. Feeling the fragrant saliva in his mouth with a faint peach flavor, he laughed even more unrestrainedly like a big pig's trotter. Sit tight, my dear. We should go home. Good. When you're in a good mood, driving a Ferrari is an indescribable feeling. On the way home, Fang Mu also wanted to say husband when Yuan Shuang remembered, which made the latter a little unable to laugh or cry. So what? So while waiting at the traffic lights, Yuan Shuang took Fang Mu's phone and recorded a few voice messages, which she set as the incoming call ringtone. Husband's phone is ringing. Bouncing, Sakura Kaka. That's it? Anyway, Fang Mu's mouth corners were raised high, and they couldn't be suppressed no matter what. It was even more difficult to suppress than an AK-47. When they got home, Yuan Shuang went to the bedroom and after lying down, she just felt so comfortable. Fang Mu, who was in the bedroom opposite, sat up, sat down, sat up, tossing back and forth, making the bed creak a few times. Husband? What's wrong? As Yuan Shuang asked, Fang Mu gritted his teeth and stamped his foot, and walked directly over. Looking at his beautiful daughter-in-law lying on her side on the bed with her arm propped up, Fang Mu asked. Daughter-in-law, do you want me to move over here and live with you? Ha? Yuan Shuang suddenly sat up, looking at Fang Mu with her beautiful eyes slightly widened. Seeing this, Fang Mu scratched the back of his head embarrassedly and then took off. However, as soon as he took the first step out of Yuan Shuang's room, he heard the answer he wanted to hear. Is that okay? Yes. After all, we have a marriage certificate and are a legal couple. Upon hearing these words, Fang Mu slammed on the brakes in place and turned his head to come back. Really? Yuan Shuang nodded, tapping her rosy finger on the corner of her mouth thoughtfully. Shouldn't there be no problem? Right? Although Yuan Shuang was asking, she was actually panicking inside. To be honest, she also quite wanted Fang Mu to lie next to her, warm and safe. Fang Mu, on the other hand, was so eager to get some sunshine that he ran directly to the bedroom across the room, grabbed the pillows and duvet together, and placed them on Yi Wanchuang's bed. Seeing how anxious he was and the smug expression on his face like a villain who had gotten his way, Yi Wanchuang couldn't help but laugh. Kiki bad guy. But honey, let me tell you, I'm pregnant, so we can't do that. Do what? That. Fang Mu asked knowingly, which made Yi Wanchuang grind her teeth. When he sat on the bed, Yi Wanchuang climbed over directly and then pounded with her small, pink fists. It doesn't hurt, not at all. It's more like flirting, like teasing. Fang Mu said reassuringly, as he grabbed Yi Wanchuang's fists with his back hand. Don't worry, I know, I definitely won't do anything. Well, I know you won't do anything either. Yi Wanchuang nodded in agreement. But Fang Mu pretended to be in pain and said, Alas, guarding such a beautiful woman like you, but I can only look, it's really hard for me, a passionate young man. Pish. You big pig's foot, you could have done it yourself. Yi Wanchuang softly scolded, and then suddenly came up with this sentence. Fang Mu was suddenly taken aback after hearing this, obviously not expecting such a tigerish remark to suddenly pop out of the mouth of such a beautiful woman. Looking at Yi Wanchuang, who had her head slightly bowed and her face full of shyness, Fang Mu could only feel a trace of evil fire rising from his dantian, the energy center at the base of the spine. Oh dear. I thought you were a cold and aloof female CEO. Why have you turned into a little demon who torments people right in front of my eyes? This thought of Fang Mu's really has a slight suspicion of being a sore loser. Even the system despises him. There was no notification when the reward was issued, and it was directly thrown out in a bad mood. Go, this damn love smell. Chapter 18, the goddess doesn't look good even when she sleeps. What Fang Mu didn't expect was that Yi Wanchuang even changed her way of addressing him, and he actually got a reward. Although the system was also speechless. But rewards should be given when they are due, that is the system's mission. Ding! Yi Wanchuang's way of addressing the host has changed. Congratulations to the host for getting the rare title husband. Reward, personal space opened. Personal space? What is that? Fang Mu was at a loss. But since it was a system reward, it was probably not a fake, so Fang Mu decided to wait until Yi Wanchuang fell asleep and then check it out. A pregnant woman's body is much heavier than an ordinary person's. After going to the government office to get her marriage certificate and shopping during the day, which was a bit too much exercise, Yi Wanchuang felt sleepy after a while. She kept yawning, and her hands were unable to cover her mouth. Finally, her eyes closed and her head tilted, and she fell asleep. Looking at Yi Wanchuang's delicate appearance by the pillow, Fang Mu couldn't help but take a few more looks, and then carefully covered her up. Although the two were living together, sleeping in the same room and even in the same bed, Yi Wanchuang was pregnant after all, and Fang Mu obviously didn't dare to have any thoughts. But his love for her was so strong that Fang Mu couldn't help but reach up and touch her face, caressing her little hands. After Yi Wanchuang had fallen asleep, Fang Mu wanted to go and take a look at the space that the system had rewarded him with. What he didn't expect was that there were actually two ways to enter. One was to enter directly as a real person, and the other was to enter as consciousness. Obviously, it wasn't the right time to enter as a real person, so Fang Mu submerged his consciousness into the space. After entering the space as consciousness, it was first a white expanse, and after just a few seconds, the scene in front of him changed. There was a faint sound of water flowing, and the cheerful chirping of birds. As the white mist dispersed, a paradise appeared before Fang Mu's eyes. The paradise was surrounded by mountains and water, with a bamboo building and a pool of clear water. There were fish in the water, all swimming around aimlessly. According to the system, although it was a private space, if Fang Mu gave permission, he could bring outsiders here. But then again, how could he easily bring people here and how would he explain it? It is possible that if you bring someone to the space on the first day, you will be taken away by the relevant department as a guinea pig for slicing and dicing research the next day. But, in the future, you might be able to bring your children into play. Children usually have no memory of their childhood experiences. Fang Mu went to the edge of the pond alone, looked at the clear, cold water, and couldn't help but prostrate himself and take a mouthful. The water was sweet and refreshing, definitely high-quality water. The system gave the explanation: this pond water contains a very abundant aura, and drinking it regularly can prolong life. Upon hearing that it can prolong life, Fang Mu was immediately tempted. He couldn't help but want to send it back to his parents at home. In addition, after inquiring with the system, Fangmu directly connected the water pipe at home to this pond water. I obtained this space reward because of Schwanger, so in any case, Schwanger should get a share of the benefits, right? The system remained silent. Fangmu took this as tacit consent. The air in the space was fresh and the environment beautiful. The sky was blue and endless, and it made one feel good just to look at it. Unfortunately, for the time being, he was the only one who could enjoy it. When he came to in the space, it was already late at night. Fangmu then realized that Ji Bunzuan had kicked the quilt off long ago. With the faint moonlight shining through the curtains, one could still see the blush of her face beneath her pajamas. Fangmu quickly looked away, or else he would have to change his name to Peeping Tom. It was clear that Ji Wenchuan liked to sleep with something tucked in between her legs at night, so it was no wonder that she had placed an extra pillow on the bed. Now that Fangmu was sleeping next to her, the pillow could naturally be discarded. Fortunately, Yu Wenchuan had had a good figure before she became pregnant, with graceful curves and long, beautiful legs. Even if he pressed his thighs against her, he didn't feel it too much. After admiring the beauty for a moment, Fangmu gently took Yu Wanron's legs off and put them under the covers. But the next second, an arm flung over and pressed against his chest. If it weren't for the even breathing of Yu Wanrong, he would have thought that the beauty was doing it on purpose. In the end, he concluded, just sleeping is not decent. But after all, she is a beauty, a goddess-like being. No matter how unattractive her sleeping posture is, there is still an alternative beauty to it. Stroking Yu Wenchuan's small hands, Fangmu fell asleep slowly. The first night of living together passed peacefully. Time flew and it was the next day. When Fangmu woke up and opened his eyes, he saw a pair of beautiful big eyes. The eyelashes were long, like a fan, but when he blinked, they fluttered up and down without fighting. Yu Wenchuan stared at him with a gentle expression on her face and a smile at the corner of her mouth. Foggy Fangmu suddenly felt a little overwhelmed by this situation. He straightened up and kissed her directly. Her lips were plump and juicy, like peaches, and they had a faint, sweet fragrance. They were the perfect way to dispel the sleepiness of the morning. After a while, the two of them parted. Fangmu lay down feeling happy in body and mind, while Yu Wanchuan rested her head on his arm, a hint of anger rising to her delicate face. You bully me as soon as you open your eyes. Humph, I'm ignoring you. Who am I bullying? I'm bullying your big beautiful face. Yu Wanchuan grumbled, but the smile on her face was unmistakable. Fangmu was overjoyed at this sight, and with a single lift of his arm, he wrapped Yu Wanchuan in his arms. Daughter-in-law. HM? I love you. Fangmu spoke these 3 words from the bottom of his heart. Yu Wanchuan was stunned after hearing this, her face flushed slightly, but she still responded with a soft "hm." After that, she simply leaned against Fangmu's chest, quietly. Unfortunately, her stomach growled at an inopportune moment. Fangmu laughed. Hungry, right? I'll go cook for you. I am a little hungry, but I can't eat today. What's wrong? Fangmu asked suspiciously, then suddenly remembered something. Then the two of them said in unison, the antenatal checkup. Husband, how did you know I was going to the antenatal checkup today? Yu Wanchuan asked in surprise. She remembered that she hadn't told Fangmu about it. Sure enough, Fangmu had guessed. As soon as you said you couldn't eat, I guessed. Okay, let's get up and go to the hospital for the antenatal checkup early, so you can eat earlier. Well, okay. Yu Wanchuan nodded obediently and sat up. It's good to be able to rely on someone's feelings. Honey, what are you looking at? Yu Wanchuan looked down in confusion at the direction of Fangmu's gaze. First glance, nothing. Second glance, it's gone. You're still looking. Chapter 19, Daughter-in-law, someday I'll take you home to meet my parents. Fangmu and Yu Wanchuan left the house holding hands like a couple, and then drove to the Maternal and Child Health Hospital of Shanghai. Although they weren't considered late. They were in an international metropolis after all, and no matter how early you are, there will always be someone else who is earlier. Fortunately, Yu Wanchuan had registered on the official account last night, so all she had to do was wait for the doctor to call her number when it was her turn. At 8:30, the buzzer in the maternity ward sounded, and the name Yu Wanchuan was called out. Fangmu accompanied Yu Wanchuan into the outpatient clinic, where a female doctor in her 30s was sitting. The doctor was also a little taken aback when she saw Yu Wanchuan, and for a moment even wondered if she was an actress. Because of Yi Wanchuang's temperament and appearance, even if she were placed among a group of celebrities, she would still be a very beautiful presence. Hello, doctor. Hello, please have a seat. How many weeks pregnant are you? 14 plus 6. Yi Bansuang answered truthfully and promptly took out a booklet from her bag. The doctor flipped through it, revealing the results of Yi Bansuang's previous checkups at the hospital. She hadn't thrown any of the results away, but instead neatly filed them away in chronological order in case she needed them in the future. As expected, the doctor couldn't help but praise her when she saw them. As an obstetrician, the doctor sees dozens if not hundreds of pregnant women every day. Pregnant women with second or third children are fine, as they are experienced. New mothers really make it difficult for doctors. For a doctor, they can extract a lot of useful information from past test results, so they basically tell these new mothers to keep the test results and bring them next time for a checkup. But most people don't listen. If you ask them for the results, they either don't have them, or they just hand over a whole bunch of them, filling half the table, and the doctor has to leaf through them one after the other to find the information they need. It's no exaggeration to say that if all pregnant women were like Yi Bansuang, their work efficiency would undoubtedly be greatly improved. After going through the results carefully, the doctor had a general idea of Yi Bansuang's situation, and after asking about some recent conditions, he got the general picture. Today we'll do a routine checkup and a Down syndrome test. As he said this, a list of tests came out of the printer. First, we'll draw some blood, then we need to submit the ultrasound report, and then we'll go and eat. You must be hungry, right? Upon hearing this, Yi Wanchuang's face flushed, because when she was talking to the doctor, her stomach had made an inappropriate sound. They were so close together that he must have heard it. Thank you, doctor. After leaving the clinic, Yi Wanchuang walked towards the laboratory under Fang Mu's guidance. Halfway there, she suddenly realized something. Hey! Something's not right. Honey, how come you know your way around the hospital so well? Have you been here before? I've been here once before, but I can't even remember how to get around. Fang Mu smiled wanly and explained honestly, I took the time to look at the floor plan, which is convenient for finding places and avoiding getting lost and wasting time. Oh, well, it's a good thing you're here. Yi Wanchuang was touched, and more felt that entrusting herself to Fang Mu was a very correct choice. Since the two had been together, she had felt a sense of care in him that she had not felt for a long time, and that feeling was really good. After a while, they arrived at the inspection department. There was a very long queue. Fang Mu wanted to help with the queue so that Yi Wanchuang could go over there and sit on a bench to rest for a while, but he didn't expect the nurses to be so efficient, and they had moved forward a long way after just a few words. When it was almost time for Yi to have her blood drawn, they had only been in line for 5 or 6 minutes. It was clear that the nurses at the window were not only efficient, but also very skilled. Before the blood was drawn, Yi took her arm out of her clothes. Her arm was like a lotus root, white, tender and slender. Unfortunately, the pressure bandage was so tight that it left red marks and caused Yi to frown slightly in pain. A total of 6 tubes of blood were drawn. Fang Mu, who was standing nearby, felt heartbroken and wanted to secretly cut up some ribs to help his new wife recover. After the blood test, Fang Mu helped Yi Wanrong apply pressure to the cotton swab to stop the bleeding. Yi Wanrong felt warm in her heart when she saw the tender expression on Fang Mu's face with his furrowed brows. Being as understanding as she is, after putting her arm away, she placed her delicate hands directly on Fang Mu's furrowed brows. Okay, honey, just relax. It's okay, it's just a blood test. When we get home, you can make it up to me. Smile. Smile. Hee hee, you look better when you smile. Yi Wanchuang, the cold and elegant female CEO, really couldn't hold back her face in front of Fang Mu. Or was she just being her true self, laughing and talking at the moment? After handing in the ultrasound report, Fang Mu took Yi Wanchuang out to dinner. They walked out of the hospital and turned right, where there were several restaurants. They found a restaurant with a nice-sounding name and walked in holding hands. I want a dish of xiaolong bao and a bowl of millet porridge. What about you, honey? Another dish of xiaolong bao. After telling the waiter, Fang Mu looked at Yi Wanchuang, what else? Anything else you want to drink? You can have another bowl. How about ravioli? Fine, another bowl of ravioli. After ordering, the two of them chose a seat and waited. Yi Bansuang rested her head on Fang Mu's shoulder for a nap. Looking at her pretty face, Fang Mu suddenly had a thought. Daughter-in-law, I'll take you home some other time. Eh? Why did you suddenly say that? I just want to introduce you to my parents. If you think it's too soon, we can talk about it later. Fangmu didn't force anything, but instead put himself in Yi Banchuan's shoes so as not to make her feel unprepared. But he had no idea that because he was so considerate of Yi Banchuan, the latter wanted to be even more gentle, virtuous, and understanding. So Yi Banchuan nodded and agreed. Great, when do we go back? A few days later, is that okay? I want to buy some gifts for my aunt and uncle, it would be bad to go empty-handed. Fangmu didn't expect Yi Wanchuang to say that, and he couldn't help but embrace her waist, of course, in moderation, after all, there was a baby there, so he couldn't squeeze too hard. I thought you would disagree. Fangmu grinned, but then he thought, how could Yi Wanchuang disagree? Idiot, I'm your wife already, how could I possibly not agree to go home with you? Didn't you say it yourself, an ugly wife has to meet the in-laws? Hearing this, Fangmu quickly corrected himself, where is there an ugly wife? Where? Auntie, is my wife ugly? She's not ugly, is she? Fangmu has some nerve. Auntie was just here to deliver the food, but the two of them stuffed her mouth with dog food. Chapter 20, Your wife is as beautiful as a flower, so you must be careful. The key point is that the aunt actually looked at Yi Wanchuang as if she really had something to do, and then shook her head seriously. She is very beautiful. Yi Wanchuang's face flushed with embarrassment. She never imagined that Fangmu's face was actually so thick-skinned. As she watched Fangmu continue to natter on, Yi Banchang directly picked up a steamed bun and stuffed it into his mouth. But before she did, she thoughtfully opened her mouth and blew on it to cool it down before feeding it to him. A pregnant woman's appetite will increase, and she will go from eating small bowls to eating small pots. At the moment, Yi Banchang's appetite has increased a lot compared to before she got pregnant. Before she got pregnant, she had a small stomach and couldn't even finish half a tray of steamed buns. But now, she can eat a whole trayful in one go, and she even managed to scoop up 3 wontons from Fangmu's bowl. Fangmu went to scan the QR code to pay the bill, and Yi Bangzuang followed behind him, belching cutely. It seems like I ate too much. But I feel like my stomach is empty. Yi Bangzuang muttered to herself, her hands intertwined in embarrassment. Fangmu was a good listener, you're eating for one, but 2 people are consuming it. It's normal to eat more. It was precisely for this reason that when ordering, he asked for an extra tray of Xiaolongbao, which was originally meant for Yi Wanchuang. Back at the hospital, there were even more people. When Fangmu arrived at the door of the ultrasound department, he was stopped by the nurse at the door, who said that men were not allowed in. There was nothing he could do but wait at the door. Hubby, find a place to sit, I'll be out in a bit. Be careful. Okay. There were a lot of people inside the ultrasound department, so Fangmu couldn't help but remind them a few times. Looking at the other pregnant women walking around the ultrasound department with their bellies out, Fangmu's eyebrows furrowed. This hospital rule is a bit hard to deal with. Pregnant women are not the same as patients with other illnesses, especially those with advanced pregnancy, with their huge bellies. It is actually very inconvenient if they don't have family members to help them with something. But the hospital still has such a rule, I really don't know what they were thinking. Even Fangmu, with his good temper, couldn't help but complain at this point. Fortunately, Yi Wanchuang had submitted the color Doppler ultrasound report in advance, so it was her turn soon. It only took about 10 to 20 minutes when she was done. Yi Wanchuang had a color Doppler ultrasound report in her hand, with a lot of data written densely. In addition, there was a dark picture area. Fangmu was puzzled when Yi Wanchuang pointed her white, delicate finger at the dark area. Hubby, this is where the baby is. It's not clear yet, but it will become clearer and clearer in the future. And I can also see this area on the screen on the wall in the ultrasound room, which will be much clearer than on the report. Yi Wanchuang explained to Fangmu with a happy heart, and it was obvious that she was very happy. After asking, I learned that when the color Doppler ultrasound was done, the doctor explained to her what all the data represented. In summary, the baby is developing very well. Afterwards, just pay attention to rest and go for regular checkups, and you'll be fine. No wonder Yi Wanchuang is so happy. To be honest, even Fangmu was infected with her good mood. Looking at the time, it was almost time. Fangmu asked Yi Wanchuang to sit and rest in a less crowded place, while he went to the laboratory to check the results. When Fangmu returned, Yi Wanchuang was no longer in the same place. Instead, she was standing in front of a window, talking on the phone. From a distance, you could feel her cool and elegant aura. You didn't need to ask to know that she was talking about work. Yi Wanchua looked serious, her brows knitted together, and she talked on the phone for more than 10 minutes. When she hung up and turned her head to see Fong Mu, her cool and elegant aura immediately turned into tenderness. Such a quick change of expression really surprised a young pregnant woman not far away. An amazing skill, changing expressions? After putting away her phone, Yi Wanchuan put her arm around Fong Mu's and sweetly shouted, "You've worked hard." But not long ago, she was scolding her subordinate on the other end of the phone. Such a contrast really makes people feel ashamed. After getting all the test results, the couple returned to the obstetrics clinic. While there were no patients, Yi Wanchuan knocked on the door. The doctor looked in the direction of the sound, and when he saw the two of them, he hurriedly waved. The doctor also had a very deep impression of Fong Mu and Yi Banswang. For one thing, they were extremely good looking, and he would not forget them for a while. For another, it was Yi Banswang's rigorous attitude towards pregnancy. After handing over the examination report, the doctor looked through it with a grave voice, and after checking everything, his expression suddenly relaxed. "Well, not bad, quite good, there is no problem in all aspects. It's just that the blood sugar is a bit high according to the standards for pregnant women. Pay more attention in the future, and eat less sugary foods and fruits. The results of the Down syndrome test won't be available for almost a week, so just wait." The doctor spoke methodically, then waved to the nurse. "Xiao Jia, take Miss Yi inside to measure her height, weight, and blood pressure." "Okay, doctor." Yi Wanchuan smiled at Fong Mu and followed the nurse into the next room. As the door closed, the doctor actually told Fong Mu to sit down. "Family member, come and sit down." "No need, doctor, I'll just stand for a while." Fong Mu shook his head with a smile. But the doctor insisted. There was no choice but to sit down opposite the doctor. Originally, he thought the doctor was afraid that Fong Mu would get tired standing, but he never imagined that the doctor actually had something to say. "I can see that you are all very young. Young people sometimes don't know the consequences of their actions. But pregnancy is no joke, so you should pay attention when you should." Fong Mu was confused by the doctor's words. To be honest, he didn't understand. "Doctor, what do you mean?" Fong Mu asked, his teeth bared. "Damn it. I have to make myself clearer, right? In short, during your wife's pregnancy, you two should not have sex. Although there is no problem as long as it is not the first 3 months and the last 3 months, it is not 100% safe. If there is a problem, it will be a big deal, so just bear with it." The doctor said all he had to say. Fong Mu also understood. So this was what the doctor was worried about and what he was telling him. This. Does it seem like I'm the type of person who is obsessed with sex? The doctor is a professional and can tell what Fong Mu is thinking at a glance. So he said again, "You young people can't possibly control yourselves when you have a beautiful wife at home like that. But you must be careful to keep your distance." Fong Mu nodded repeatedly, just wanting to end the conversation quickly. Fortunately, after a few moments, Yi Wanchuan came out. After the doctor had filled in her height, weight, blood pressure, and other relevant information, the two of them left the clinic. What Yi Wanchuan found strange, however, was that her husband seemed a little unnatural. Chapter 21 Husband. "Are you provoking me?" Under Yi Wanchuan's questioning, Fong Mu told her about the doctor's instructions. Then the couple both looked unnatural. Because although they were already pregnant, when it came to matters of the heart, both Fong Mu and Yi Wanchuan only had the experience of one night. That little bit of experience wasn't even enough to get to level 4. Before going home, Fong Mu bought spare ribs and black-bone chicken. The black-bone chicken would be stewed in soup. The spare ribs will be used to stew baby potatoes. Just talking about it makes Yi wanting cream start to salivate, and from the market to the front door of their home, her tongue has been licking the corners of her mouth non-stop. What surprised Fong Mu was that not long ago they had just eaten a meal and a half of Xylong Bao, but now they were hungry again? It seems that the baby in her stomach is also working hard to absorb nutrients to grow. When they got home, Yi wanting cream took off her shoes and curled up on the sofa. She turned on the TV and started playing with her phone. Fong Mu peeled an apple and then went to cook, but as soon as he turned around, his phone rang. It was his mother calling. So Fong Mu, without thinking, handed the phone to Yi Wanrong, who looked at the vibrating phone in her hand and blinked helplessly. "I'll go cook, you chat with mom for a while." "Huh? Oh. After all, Yi Wanchuan was the president of the Yi Group and had weathered many storms. She quickly sat up straight, fixed her hair, and answered the phone. When Ma Xiaochang on the other end of the line saw that it was Yi Wanchuan who answered the phone, she was also a little surprised, but then her face was filled with a smile. Wanchuan, have you eaten yet? No, Mom, I just got back. You went out? Where did you go? I went to the hospital and then went for a walk. Yi Wanchuan quickly changed the subject. She remembered what Feng Mu had said, she would not tell her parents about the pregnancy until she got home and surprised them. The main reason for this was that she was afraid that if the old couple heard that they were going to become grandparents, they would not be able to resist the temptation to come from their hometown to Shanghai. It was over 1,000 kilometers, which was a lot of hassle. Ma Xiaochang did not suspect anything, but she blamed Feng Mu in her mind for not taking Yi Wanchuan out to eat something nice and letting her eat whatever she wanted. Luckily, Feng Mu didn't hear these words, otherwise he would have shouted that he was being wronged. After all, eating out is not as healthy as eating at home. When eating out, he is afraid that even the rice is pre-made. Ma Xiaochang and Yi Wanchuan, the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law, get along very well. Feng Mu can always hear laughter when he comes out of the kitchen to get something. Either Yi Wanchuan is laughing, or his mother is happy, and in this way, Feng Mu is also truly at ease. After all, the relationship between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law can be quite a headache. Yi Wanchuan and Ma Xiaochang can actively manage their relationship, which really makes Feng Mu, the son, feel at ease. When Feng Mu returned to the living room from the kitchen after stewing the chicken soup and ribs, the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law had already finished chatting and hung up the phone. Yi Wanchuan was playing with his phone. When he leaned closer, he noticed that he was taking a selfie. Looking around, he saw that there were many more beautiful pictures of Yi Wanchuan in the album. Not only that, she even changed the wallpaper and lock screen wallpaper on her phone. The lock screen wallpaper shows Yi Wanchuan smiling tenderly. But when you enter the desktop, the wallpaper shows Yi Wanchuan playfully giving a bye. Although it was just a little trick, it still caught Feng Mu off guard. Moreover, Yi Wanchuan had long ago replaced her phone wallpaper with a photo of Feng Mu. He felt it was a bit ugly, but she muttered that it looked good. After changing the wallpaper, Yi Wanchuan took Feng Mu's hand and asked her to sit down. Then she took a pillow and put it on her body, leaning on it to feel more comfortable. Honey, Mom is calling for us to go home the day after tomorrow, and she wants you to bring me with you. Upon hearing this, Feng Mu subconsciously asked, so soon? But the next second, he opened his phone and looked at the calendar. September 27th was the day after tomorrow. Feng Mu patted his forehead and hurriedly looked at the plane ticket, relieved that it was still available. What's wrong, honey? Yi Wanchuan asked softly, then lifted her little hand to rub his forehead. The day after tomorrow is our father's birthday, I'd forgotten. But that's good, let's fly back and celebrate his birthday, what do you say? I'll do whatever you say. Yi Wanchuan nodded understandingly, but we haven't bought a present yet, which means we have to go shopping tomorrow. No, let's go this afternoon. Yi Wanchuan took the matter of the present very seriously. Even if she couldn't make it in time for her father-in-law Fang Qingji's birthday, she would not allow herself to go empty-handed, let alone make it in time. So now Yi Wanchuan was very anxious, and she even got up from the sofa directly and walked around in the living room, pondering what kind of gift to buy. Husband, what do Dad and Mom like? Think quickly and tell me, or it'll be too late. Feng Mu knew that Yi Wanchuan was determined to buy a gift, so he stopped arguing and helped her think. Dad likes antiques. I've seen him buy quite a few since I was little, but I'm told that not many of them are real. Mom is even easier. The Yezi Cosmetics brand under the Yi Group is pretty good, so bring her a few more sets, especially the samples, so that she can try them on her relatives, friends, and neighbors. Very quickly, Feng Mu had an idea. She liked antiques, so that wasn't a problem. When Yi Wanchuan heard that, she already knew where to go to get the gift. When she heard about the gift for her mother-in-law, she couldn't help but burst out laughing. As the president of the Yi Group, Yi Cosmetics really has as many samples as you want. It's just that when it comes to samples, it makes her unable to hold back. Upon careful consideration, she can also understand why Feng Mu said that. If she brings more samples, Ma Xiaochang can give them to others to try, and when the time comes, she can say, my daughter-in-law bought it, and her face will be full of face. Not only that, but if she adds, the products of my daughter-in-law's company, I think the neighbors will write envy on their foreheads. Okay, I'll listen to you, my husband. Yi Wanchuan nodded in agreement. Her thinking was simple, at the first meeting, she must make her in-laws happy. Originally, Yi Wanchuan wanted to go out in the afternoon after lunch to buy a gift. But Fang Mu refused. Going out in the sun? That's nonsense. After discussing it, they decided to leave early the next morning. The plane ticket was for the day after tomorrow, so there was no rush. Since they couldn't go out, Yi Wanting thought of doing something. Packing her suitcase was a good choice. This time, she was going back to her hometown with Fang Mu, and she didn't know how many days she would be gone. Of course, she needed to pack more clothes. Who would have thought that Fang Mu would shake his head after seeing the clothes in her suitcase, and then, like a rascal, flicked the little skirts inside the suitcase with his fingers and sent them flying? Husband! Are you provoking me? Yi Wanchuan ground her teeth, and her voice came out between her teeth. Chapter 22. My hometown is called Liangcheng. In Yi Wanchuan's opinion, what Fang Mu did was tantalizing. No, it was provoking. Unexpectedly, Fang Mu shook his head and laughed. Idiot, my hometown is high up in the mountains. Don't look at it being only October, but it's already very cold in the morning and evening where I come from. You can't wear any of these clothes, except for the ones you wear inside. If you insist on wearing them, you'll catch a cold. Upon hearing this, Yi Wanchuan was taken aback and shook her head in disbelief. It wasn't until Fang Mu picked up his phone and turned on the weather forecast for his hometown that she realized there was something wrong. At first glance, there didn't seem to be a problem. But compared to the temperature in the Devil City, the morning and evening temperatures could actually differ by more than 10 degrees, which was just ridiculous. A moment later, Yi Wanchuan said with a mixture of laughter and tears, "Honey, I don't think there is an autumn in your hometown. It's summer and then winter straight away." Well, it's more or less like that. Sometimes it's so cold that the heating comes on as early as October 15th. You know, our hometown is also called Cool City. Hearing this, Yi Wanchuan finally understood. No wonder Fang Mu threw away the little skirt in her suitcase. Okay, no wonder it's called Cool City, so I'd better take more thick clothes. Yi Wanchuan muttered to herself, then took small steps to the wardrobe. But the problem that gave her more of a headache was that she had been in the Magic City since she was little and rarely went north, which meant that she didn't have any thick clothes at all. When Fang Mu saw the only 2 jackets, he shook his head and directly rejected them. In that case, she had to go buy new clothes. But it seems that buying winter clothes in the city at this time of year, and ones that are warm and thick enough, is not easy. Time flew and it was the next day. Yi Bunsong had originally planned to go and choose a gift for her father-in-law first, but who would have thought that Fang Mu would drive her to the mall instead? The reason was simple: buy clothes first. If they couldn't find what they were looking for, there was still time to think of other solutions. But it's Shanghai, after all, and you can buy anything you want here. That's right. The sales assistant even brought out the old models from the store's warehouse. Yi Wanchuan, naturally beautiful, is stunning even in old clothes. Husband, is it thick enough? In the car, Yi Wanchuan, sitting in the passenger seat, asked in a low voice while holding the newly purchased thick clothes. Fang Mu immediately smiled when he saw this. Daughter-in-law, although it is cold in our hometown, it is not so cold that you need to wear a cotton padded jacket or down jacket in October. What you bought is warm enough. Moreover, it is only when it is windy that it gets cold, so usually wearing a sweater and a jacket is enough. In the Magic City, right now, she was still wearing thin clothes. And Fang Mu's hometown already required a jacket? Sure enough, it's cold enough up north. After buying clothes, under Yi Wanchuan's guidance, Fang Mu arrived at the antique street. Although the location was relatively remote and not in the city center, according to Yi Wanchuan, the amount of money this place could generate every day was terrifying. It's only natural, the transaction price of antiques can never be too low. If it's too low, no one will dare to buy it. After parking the car, Fang Mu took Yi Wanchuan's hand and walked into the antique street. Stepping inside, one immediately felt like one had traveled back in time, especially as some of the buildings had moss growing on them, giving them a very old-fashioned feel. The antique street was just a street, quite wide. One would have thought that the 2 sides of the street would be lined with antique shops, but the first shop was actually a Mr. Snow ice cream parlor. There was a noise in the background. But it's not like the sound of trading in a novel, it's basically the sound of electronic speakers. For example, roasted sausage, 3 yuan each. Freshly cooked corn, delicious, 5 yuan each. Fresh dates, 10 yuan for 3 jin. Oh yes, there's also the catchy song from Snow King, "You Love Me, I Love You," the sweetness of Snow King. For a moment, Fang Mu was unable to react, wondering if his wife had given him the wrong directions. This didn't look like an antique street at all, more like a convenience street. But the prices of the snacks here were quite reasonable. After buying a corn on the cob for Yi Wanchuang, the two continued walking further inside. Although it was just one street, it was long enough, and the further they walked, the more street vendors selling their goods from the ground. The vendors were all more or less equipped the same way. A mat with all kinds of antiques scattered on it. Whether they are antiques or not, I don't know. But if you just look at them with the naked eye, you won't be able to tell whether they are real or not. After all, if it were that easy to tell, how would they sell? Even if Fang Mu is not a professional, he knows a little about the tricks of the trade, and can tell the real from the fake and the fake from the real. However, for Fang Mu, who has the Shili eye, this is nothing. The value of Fang Mu's discerning eye continues to rise. As long as Fang Mu is willing, he can tell at a glance which ones to buy and which ones not to buy. Which one is the real thing and which one is last week's. As Fang Mu passed by a stall, a voice of doubt suddenly sounded in his heart. Following the prompts of his discerning eye, he actually saw a good thing. Yi Wanchuang felt a twinge and turned her head. "Honey, what's wrong? Look at that Chinese cabbage, isn't it beautiful?" Fang Mu asked with a smile. He didn't deliberately lower his voice, but spoke as he normally would, so that the stall owner next to them heard him. "Chinese cabbage? Oh, you mean the jadeite cabbage, but it doesn't look real, it's so new, it must have been made recently. Do you like it, honey?" Fang Mu nodded. "I want to put one on my desk, let's go and have a look." The two of them came to the jadeite cabbage. The stall owner had naturally heard the two of them talking earlier, and had picked up on some keywords, such as workstation. He deduced that they were office workers, wage earners. It wasn't that the stall owner looked down on wage earners, but because of the nature of antiques, people without strength would basically not touch them. Earlier, from the temperament of Fang Mu and Yi Wanchuang, the peddler had thought they were rich second generation. Now it seems that he may be a negative second generation. But after all, he is selling goods, as long as he is willing to buy, it doesn't matter who he sells to. So when Fang Mu and Yi Bangsuang came over, the hawkers still warmly entertained them. "What are you looking at, guys? How much is that cabbage?" Fang Mu asked directly. But his directness made the hawker's forehead darken. Does he have to be so rude? This is the jadeite cabbage, okay? Although it is a fake. Chapter 23 Marshal Zheng's Walin commemorative coin. "Handsome guy, this is the jadeite cabbage, not the cabbage." The hawker couldn't hold back and reminded him. Fang Mu nodded and asked again, "How much?" It seemed that Fang Mu really wanted it, so the hawker rolled his eyes and quickly held up 2 fingers. 20? Get out of here. What do you mean 20? 200,000. This is the jadeite cabbage, a genuine treasure. The vendor pretended to be angry and tried to sell the jadeite cabbage as hard as he could. Fang Mu, however, was unperturbed and just waved his fingers. Fang Mu, 20. Vendor, this is the real thing. Fang Mu, 20. Yi Bunsang couldn't help laughing, because she had the feeling that her husband was either trying to cause trouble or that the cabbage was not his target at all. Fang Mu would be absolutely shocked if she could hear what Yi Wanchuang was thinking. She is so clever, she has not been able to hide it from her. The vendor and Fang Mu were engaged in a tug of war. No matter what the vendor said, Fang Mu was unwilling to pay an extra $1. In the end, the veins on the vendor's forehead bulged, and he finally ground his teeth and said deliberately, $25, plus $5, you should at least let me make a few hard-earned dollars, right? Okay, no problem. Fang Mu nodded with a smile, but his gaze began to scan the stall, finally landing on a silver dollar. Boss, I've also increased the price, so you have to show your appreciation, right? Give me that silver dollar. Upon hearing this, the stall owner's eyelids twitched, but when he saw the silver dollar that Fang Mu was pointing at, he still gave a generous wave of his hands. Take it. Forget it, I'll add another $1. Fang Mu quickly scanned the QR code and paid 26 yuan. After receiving the jadeite cabbage, he took the silver dollar back and then left with Yi Wanchuang, feeling very satisfied. As the two left, the vendor, who had looked like he was in pain, suddenly changed his expression, grinned and laughed, and then took out another cabbage from the box, an exact replica of the jadeite cabbage Fang Mu had bought. Looks like I should order more of these. They're quite popular. On the other side, Yi Wanchuang held the jadeite cabbage up and down, left and right, looking at it from every angle, but it didn't look real no matter how she looked at it. Fang Mu saw this and laughed. Okay, honey, don't look at it anymore. It's a fake. If you like it, you can put it on your desk. Huh? It's fake? It must be fake. The real ones are all in the museum. Just as Feng Mu was about to show off in front of Yuan Shuang, the latter suddenly asked in a low voice. Husband, is that silver dollar real? Otherwise, you wouldn't have pretended to buy the jadeite cabbage. Huh? You noticed that? Feng Mu was slightly taken aback. He really didn't expect that his little scheme had been discovered by Yuan Shuang. Seeing Feng Mu's shocked expression, Yuan Shuang smiled triumphantly, her bright smile very eye-catching. Well, I'm smart, aren't I? Smart, very smart. I just hope our child is as smart as you. Feng Mu said with a smile, then showed the silver dollar in his hand. This is a commemorative coin of Marshal Zheng Zuolin. At that time, Zheng Zuolin was only the president for 1 year, and then he was killed by the Japanese, so only a batch of commemorative coins were made at that time. The quantity is rare, so the value is naturally high. Feng Mu told Yuan Shuang the relevant detailed information prompted by the system. Yibing Shuang's beautiful eyes flashed with a trace of surprise after listening, and then looked at Feng Mu, who was talking enthusiastically, and a trace of admiration appeared in her eyes again, which made Feng Mu very enjoyable. Hubby, how do you know it's real? If it's real, how come that guy sold it to you for $1? Upon hearing this, Feng Mu smiled brightly, because he didn't know if it was real or not. Yuan Shuang nodded thoughtfully, then muttered very quietly, Hubby, then how do you know it's real? Fortunately, the system prompt was detailed, otherwise Feng Mu really wouldn't know how to explain it. Hubby, since it's real, how much can it be sold for? Feng Mu thought for a moment, then held up 2 fingers. Oh my! 20,000 yuan? Idiot, it's worth 1,000 omais, which is 20 million. Feng Mu said teasingly. When Yuan Shuang heard that the silver dollar was actually worth 20 million, she was stunned. After all, 20 million is indeed not a small sum of money. In other words, she would believe 100% in what Feng Mu said. If it were someone else, they would have been laughing at her. The next part of the trip changed. The couple decided not to buy anything, but to sell something first. Feng Mu wanted to sell the silver dollar. After searching, Feng Mu found a shop that specializes in authenticating ancient coins and silver dollars. When he walked in, the middle-aged man behind the counter greeted him warmly. What would you like to see, gentlemen? Feng Mu cut straight to the chase and took out the Zheng Zuolin Marshal General commemorative coin. Seeing this, the boss understood the reason for the 2 men's visit. Although he didn't believe that the 2 young men could come up with anything good, he still professionally put on gloves and took the silver dollar wrapped in plastic. Oh, it's a Marshal Zheng Zuolin commemorative coin. Feng Mu nodded and added. Okay, let me take a look. The boss also spoke during the appraisal, saying nothing more than rare in quantity. He was basically reminding Feng Mu that it was a fake. Feng Mu, who was equipped with the system, knew better than anyone whether it was real or not. So when the boss was authenticating it, he was also guiding him. The boss should be able to tell that the production standards of this commemorative coin are of the highest standard. Oh? You're also in the industry, little brother? The boss was very surprised, and he actually underestimated Feng Mu. Feng Mu didn't answer, but continued. The words Grand Marshal of the Navy and Army are written in regular script, and the portrait of Zheng Zuolin in military uniform in the middle is also exquisitely carved. The boss should be able to tell that I'm not making this up, right? Yes, that's right. The boss nodded in agreement, his eyebrows closed as he took in the details, including the embroidery on the military uniform. Young man, please allow me to take a good look. After saying this, the boss became fully engrossed. Feng Mu was not in a hurry, standing to the side with Yi Banzuan, but the latter was far from as calm as he was, slightly nervous, her hands were slightly cold. No one expected that the shop owner would take half an hour to look at it. But even so, he did not dare to make any rash judgments. Sir, would you please sit down and rest for a moment while I call some friends over to have a look together? Feng Mu nodded with a slight smile. Such a composed and calm appearance coupled with a handsome appearance really makes people dare not underestimate him. Chapter 24, Well-Behaved and Eager. The boss started shaking people, and within just a few minutes, 3 people had rushed over from outside. Over the phone, they had heard that the object was a commemorative coin of Marshal Zheng Zuolin, and such a rare object naturally made them eager to see it. With the arrival of the 3 friends, the boss also felt more confident. The 4 of them worked together to appraise it again immediately. This time, it took another half hour. The long appraisal did not make the few people tired and sleepy, but rather the more they looked, the brighter their eyes became. In the end, the four exchanged glances and unified their views. The boss looked apologetically at Fong Mu. "I'm sorry, Mr. Fong, for keeping you waiting. After appraisal by the four of us, your Zhangzuolin Marshal General commemorative coin is genuine." "It's genuine." As soon as these words came out, Yi Banchuang's small mouth on the side opened slightly, and a flash of disbelief flashed in her beautiful eyes. A coin bought for 1 yuan is actually worth 20 million yuan. For a moment, Yi Banchuang was both impressed and in awe. Fong Mu couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. But this was not the time to tease his wife. "Thank you all very much." Fong Mu smiled and took the silver dollar. Seeing that he didn't say anything, the shopkeeper became anxious. After thinking for a while, he asked, "Mr. Fong, I was wondering if you would be willing to sell this silver dollar?" "Well." Seeing Fong Mu nod, the shopkeeper was overjoyed. "Mr. Fong, what's your price?" Fong Mu was silent for a moment before speaking. "If it went to auction, I think it would sell for around 26 million. What do you think?" The shopkeeper nodded. That should be the case. Seeing this, Fong Mu also realized that this shop owner was quite honest, so he felt a little better about him. Moreover, he really wanted to sell it, so naturally he wouldn't make things difficult for the other person. The four appraisers had really worked hard, so they would be friends, and the price would be 23 million. "Great. I'll take it." Fong Mu had just made an offer, and the shop owner wanted it, so it was clear that he was really excited. The process after that was even simpler. He paid with one hand and received the item with the other. After receiving the bank's message indicating that the money had been received, the Zhangzuolin Marshal in Chief commemorative coin changed hands again. The shop owner took the coin, beaming with joy and a smile on his face. Although it had cost more than 20 million, in his opinion, it was well worth the money. It had been quite a long time since they had left. Fong Mu didn't want to let Yi Wanchuang work any longer, so he took advantage of the situation and picked up a few antiques in the shop owner's shop. With the system in place, he selected all genuine items, and the owner gave him a very fair price. The 6 antiques cost 3 million, which was considered a small return for the owner. After the trip was over, Fong Mu drove Yi Wanchuang home. And after they left, someone in Antique Street received the news that a genuine Zhangzuolin General commemorative coin had disappeared. Similarly, a hawker who sold Fong Mu the jadeite cabbage heard the news and was full of envy. When he looked down at his stall, there was now a new coin in the place where Fong Mu had taken the Marshal Chang Solin commemorative coin. It was precisely because of this that the hawker would not think that the one he had sold to Fong Mu would be real. But sometimes the truth is just like this, full of drama, and you can't help but believe it. On the way home, Yi Wanchuang kept staring at Fong Mu. "Daughter-in-law, if you keep staring at me like that, I'm going to blush. There's no little red flower on my face, is there?" "Well, no." Yi Wanchuang shook her head with a smile. "It just feels like you're really a deep well of hidden talent." Fong Mu laughed, then said in a very pretentious tone, "You'll slowly discover in the future that your husband is very capable in every aspect." Yi Wanchuang believed him without a doubt. From the look on her face, it was obvious that she was the lover's eye sees the beauty. She would believe whatever Fong Mu said. After returning home, Yi Wanchuang was resting when Fong Mu's mother, Ma Xiaochang, suddenly called. She didn't call Fong Mu, but Yi Wanchuang. The reason for the call was just to remind Yi Wanchuang to wear long underwear and wear more clothes when she returned tomorrow, so as not to catch a cold. That was all. Although they had never met, Ma Xiaochang's care for Yi Wanchuang still warmed her heart. When Fong Mu returned, he sat next to Yi Wanchuang, and the latter put her arm around his neck. "Honey, I will treat your parents-in-law well from now on." "Oh? Why are you saying this all of a sudden?" "Because your mother-in-law is very kind to me, much kinder than my own parents." Yi Wanchuang pursed her lips and said this. Fong Mu saw this and didn't say anything, just gently embraced her in his arms, resting his chin on Yi Wanchuang's shoulder as they snuggled quietly. "Did Mom say anything else?" "Just to remind you to wear more clothes and keep warm." "Yes, that's all she said." "Well, it seems that we have a daughter-in-law who has forgotten our son. She didn't even think to remind her son to wear more clothes." Puff. Yi Wanchuang couldn't help laughing, and it turned out that Fong Mu was jealous. "Okay, honey, maybe Mom knows that you will definitely wear more clothes, I don't know, so that's why she told me." No need to explain, sigh, sad Fang Mu deliberately sighed, which made Yu Wanchuan laugh non-stop. Because they had to hurry tomorrow, and they would be taking a plane and a shuttle bus, Fang Mu carried Yu Wanchuan back to the bedroom early so that she could go to bed early. Just like last night, when she fell asleep, Yu Wanchuan would inexplicably move closer to Fang Mu. It was as if Fang Mu had some kind of attraction to her. Looking at his beautiful daughter-in-law in his arms, Fang Mu's love for her grew stronger and stronger. He put his arms around Yu Wanchuan's shoulders and she slept very soundly. Before she knew it, it was the next day. While Fang Mu was still sleeping, Yu Wanchuan quietly rolled over and got out of bed. After all, today was also the first time she would meet her in-laws, and meeting the parents was something that must be taken seriously. Yu Wanchuan didn't say anything, but she was very concerned. However, no matter which set of clothes she tried on, she wasn't quite satisfied. In the end, she chose a white shirt, pleated skirt, and heels, which were both obedient and desirable. Putting on a trench coat over the top will keep her warm and look classy at the same time. Content and satisfied, Yu Wanchuan was about to wake Fang Mu up, but then she turned her head and realized that he had already woken up. Not only that, he was staring at her with a smile on his face. The reason why Fang Mu didn't say anything was because his daughter-in-law's dress-up show was really quite eye-catching. Chapter 25, It could be motion sickness, or morning sickness. After breakfast, the couple left the house. Fang Mu was responsible for pulling the suitcase, while Yu Wanchuan walked in front wearing a hat. The sun was shining brightly, and Yu Wanchuan looked even more charming. The plane took off at 8:35, so they had plenty of time. Or perhaps they were eager to return home, and the 2-hour flight passed in a flash. After getting off the plane, they still had to take a shuttle bus, which also took 2 hours. While on the shuttle bus, Yu Wanchuan basically spent the time in a daze. The time she was awake was very short, and without exception, she was either drinking water or eating snacks. Even though she had left the Magic City in the morning, it was still afternoon when she returned to the county. As soon as she got off the shuttle bus, Yu Wanchuan understood why her mother-in-law had called last night to specifically remind her to wear long underwear. It turned out that the temperature in Fang Mu's hometown of Feihu County really differed greatly from that of the Magic City. Yi Bansuang also understood Fang Mu's previous statement that the terrain is high and the weather is cold. Although she had been dazed on the bus, whenever she looked outside when she was awake, she could always see mountains, which meant that Feihu County was in the mountains, so it was no wonder that it was so cool. What do you think? I didn't lie to you, did I? Fang Mu said with a mixture of laughter and tears. Over the years, he has become accustomed to it. Whenever he tells others the temperature in his hometown, they always don't believe him. Now Yu Wanchuan clearly feels the difference between the weather in her hometown and the weather in the Magic City. Even Fang Mu can't help but think, I'm not lying. Honey, it is a bit cold. Yu Wanchuan nodded, then tightened the clothes on her body. But the next second, Yu Wanchuan was attracted by the azure sky above her head. Honey, the sky in my hometown is so blue. Not only that, before I went outside, I didn't even know what smog was. There's no smog in our hometown. Fang Mu said proudly, without mentioning that the only thing his hometown could be proud of was the weather. After all, this was a bona fide poor county. As soon as they walked out of the bus station, they were immediately surrounded by people holding signs. Handsome guy, beautiful girl, want a place to stay? 30 yuan a night, with hot water and wireless internet. Taking a taxi, kid? Where to? Fang Mu and Yi Bansuang squeezed through the enthusiastic crowd to the roadside, hailed a taxi and went straight home. Fang Mu's home was near the county seat, so it was only a 10-minute taxi ride, so there was no need for his parents to come and pick them up. It seemed that they couldn't wait any longer. When Fang Mu and Yi Bansuang returned to the entrance of the residential area, Ma Xiaoshang and Fang Qingji had been waiting there since early morning. Whenever a taxi passed by, the couple would crane their necks to see if they could spot their son and daughter-in-law. Finally, a taxi stopped in front of them with a clear destination. As the door opened, a voice called out, "Mom." Ma Xiaochang's ears caught the sound. Fang Mu got out of the car, then helped Yi Wanchuan down. Yi Wanchuan looked at the two of them and called out crisply, "Dad, Mom." For a moment, the smiles on Ma Xiaochang's and Fang Qingji's faces grew even wider. After getting the things from the trunk, the family of four walked home chatting and laughing. There was a distance from the entrance of the community to the door of the unit, and they met neighbors on the way. Whenever someone asked, Ma Xiaochang would introduce with a smile. My daughter-in-law. Then he walked on in the stunned and envious gazes of the neighbors. Fang Mu found it funny, while Yu Wanchuang felt a little embarrassed, her face slightly flushed. Upon returning home, Fang Mu could smell the delicious aroma of food as soon as he entered the door. However, Yi Bansuang hurriedly covered her mouth and asked where the bathroom was. Ma Xiaochan was worried as he listened to his daughter-in-law vomiting in the bathroom. Son, does Bansuang get carsick? I think so, but it's also possible that she doesn't. Rascal! What do you mean by that? Ma Xiaochan was at a loss for words when he heard Fang Mu's reply. Fang Qingji, who had been observing the situation carefully, quickly tugged his wife's arm. You should check out Frost's stomach in a minute. Upon hearing this, Ma Xiaochang suddenly understood. After a while, Fang Mu came out with Yi Wanchuang, who was leaning on his arm. The latter's pretty face was a little pale, and the symptoms were the same as those of motion sickness. However, Ma Xiaochang also noticed Yi Wanchuang's slightly bulging stomach. Mom, I'll help her go back to her room and rest for a while. Okay, let's rest for a while and then eat. After watching Fang Mu lead Yi Wanchuang back to their room, Ma Xiaochang hurriedly pulled her husband into the living room and sat down. There's no doubt about it, she's pregnant. No wonder our son was in such a hurry to get married. That rascal, why is he in such a hurry? We have to take good care of Frost. Pregnancy is not an easy thing. Ma Xiaochang frowned, but there was still a hint of joy in her eyes. After all, the couple had been waiting to hold a grandchild for a long time. In the room, Fang Mu helped Yi Wanchuan lie down, then pulled a quilt over her. Feeling better? Fang Mu asked softly, and then quickly lifted his hand to smooth the hair stuck between Yi Wanchuan's brows. Feeling better, honey? I'm sorry, I've just got home and already caused you trouble. Before Yi Wanchuan could finish speaking, Fang Mu raised his hand and gave her forehead a little tap, causing the former to let out a cry of pain. What did you say? No, nothing. Yi Wanchuan covered her head and mumbled, afraid to say another kind word. You rest for a while, I'll go out and take a look. Okay, honey, you and mom and dad eat first, don't wait for me, I'm still a little nauseous. Yi Wanchuan said hurriedly. At the same time, she was also a little helpless, because usually she never gets carsick, so why today, on such an important day, did she actually get carsick? It's okay. Fang Mu walked out of the bedroom and gently closed the door. The next second, he was beckoned over by his parents. Dad, Mom, what's wrong? Son, don't you have anything to tell Mom? Ma Xiaochang asked, raising an eyebrow at Yi Wanchuang's bedroom. In contrast, Fang Mu first shrugged his shoulders, then grinned. I was going to surprise you and Dad, but I didn't expect to reveal it as soon as I got back. Mom, you were right, Frost is pregnant, 15 weeks. Upon hearing this, Ma Xiaochang was overjoyed and counted on his fingers. 15 weeks, that's almost 4 months. You little rascal. You hid it well. After that, Ma Xiaochang and Fang Qingji gave all kinds of advice and instructions. Fang Mu was not to make his daughter-in-law angry. Fang Mu was to take good care of Yi Bansuang. He was not to let her do heavy work and he was not to let her get tired. In summary, it came down to one sentence: Yi Bansuang was to be treated and taken care of like a member of the family. In the bedroom, Yi Bansuang was moved to tears. The soundproofing in this house is really poor. Chapter 26 Homegrown? A small workshop? The soundproofing in the room is a bit poor. Yi Wanchuan could hear what Fang Mu and his two friends were saying in the living room, even if it was a bit muffled. Yi Wanchuan, who had not felt the care of her family for a long time, could not help but tear up. A moment later, Fang Mu returned. When he saw Yi Wanchuan with tear-stained eyes, he hurriedly came up to her and put his arms around her. Silly, what's wrong? Yi Wanchuan shook her head with red eyes and said, No, it's nothing. Later, under Fang Mu's persistent questioning, she finally told him the truth. Honey, I'm just a little moved. It's okay, don't worry. After hearing the reason, Fang Mu suddenly felt a little between tears and laughter, and gently pinched Yi Wanchuan's nose. Idiot, you're my daughter-in-law, of course your parents will want to care about you. We're family. If that's not hard for you, then it's not hard at all. If it's not hard, then let's go out to dinner. Yi Wanchuan felt a little self-conscious, then nodded. The two came out of the bedroom, and Fang Qingji hurriedly beckoned them over to eat. Ma Xiaochang also came over enthusiastically. When she saw Yi Wanchuan's red eyes, her warning glance drifted directly to Fang Mu. No, Mom, I'm not bullying your daughter-in-law. Upon hearing this, Yi Wanchuan also hurriedly wiped her eyes, then walked over and put her arm around her mother-in-law Ma Xiaochang. Mom, my husband didn't bully me, so please don't scold him. It's my fault, I'm the one who cried. It was hard to imagine that Yi Wanchuang, the cold and elegant CEO of the Yi Group, would actually show such a cute and dainty appearance in the Fang family. It really made people who knew her drop their jaws. Hearing Yi Wanchuang say that she was the one who cried, Ma Xiaochang smiled and patted her little hand, before pulling her to the dining table. Wanchuang, let's go, let's eat. Everything was said without words. The round dining table was full of delicious food. When she heard that her mother-in-law, Ma Xiaochang, had cooked all this food by herself, Yi Wanchuang couldn't help but think, no wonder Fang Mu is such a good cook, it turns out to be genetic. The family sat around the table. They talked and laughed, chatting while eating, which was 10,000 times better than the dull atmosphere when they ate at Ye's house. Yi Wanchuang's face was always smiling. Although she sometimes hiccuped, she still ate a lot. The main reason was that Ma Xiaochang took too good care of her daughter-in-law, repeatedly picking up food for her, making it hard for Yi Wanchuang to leave anything in her bowl. After the meal, her slightly protruding belly became even more obvious. Yi Wanchuang wanted to help wash the dishes in the kitchen, but was rejected by her father-in-law Fang Qingji. His words were also familiar to Yi Wanchuang, the sink is my territory. Fang Mu had also said that in her impression. Ma Xiaochang had chased her son and daughter-in-law into the bedroom, unwilling to let the two do even the slightest bit of housework. In the bedroom, Yi Wanchuang rested contentedly with her head resting on Fang Mu's thigh, her eyes closed. From time to time, she could hear the sounds of her in-laws chatting outside. When Ma Xiaochang said she wanted to buy Fang Qingji a birthday cake, the latter quickly refused. Yi Wanchuang opened her eyes at this point and promptly sat up. What's wrong? Fang Mu asked suspiciously. Honey, I haven't given my parents the present I bought them yet. No rush, we can do it later. No, we have to do it now, Yi Wanchuang retorted, even though she didn't know why she was so eager to give her in-laws the present. Fang Mu was very obedient to Yi Wanchuang, and seeing that she was so insistent, he nodded and agreed. When she saw Fang Mu and Yi Wanchuang coming out of the bedroom, Ma Xiaochang hurriedly waved his hands to tell the young couple to go back and rest. But Yi Wanchuang shook her head with a smile, then trotted to the door and put one of the suitcases down and opened it. As the suitcase was opened, something wrapped in newspaper suddenly slipped and fell to the ground, making a crisp sound. Ya! Yi Wanchuang exclaimed, and Fang Mu hurriedly ran over as well. Luckily, the object is intact. What object? Ma Xiaochang and Fang Qingji walked over. Especially Fang Qingji, when he saw the newspaper and then the jade plate, he couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Dad, this is the gift that Frost gave you. In the meantime, Fang Mu took out all 6 antiques. Fang Qingji looked at them one by one, and the corner of his mouth twitched, indicating his inner uneasiness at the moment. With his many years of success in research, he could not find anything wrong with these 6 antiques. After a moment, Fang Qingji spoke with a bitter smile. They are all genuine. Yes, they are all genuine. How much did they cost? It cost. Before Fang Mu could speak, Yi Bansuan pulled him over, obviously not wanting him to say anything. Dad, it's just a little something from me, please accept it. It's too valuable. Fang Qingji refused to accept it even though he couldn't put it down. There was nothing Yi Bansuan could do but pull Fang Mu over to her. Dad, I even got Fang Mu to come with me. In the end, I'm the one who got the better deal. How can you say that? Fine, I'll accept it for now. Whenever you need it, just take it back. With that, Fang Qingji picked up the 6 antiques and carefully placed them on the collection shelf. Although there were many knickknacks on the shelves, Fang Qingji knew better than anyone that none of them were real. He had an interest in collecting, but didn't want to spend too much money on it. Now his daughter-in-law had given him real antiques, and there were as many as 6 of them, so how could he not be overjoyed? Mom, you get some too. Fang Mu called out to his mother, Ma Xiaochang. Ma Xiaochang hurriedly waved her hand. Oh, you're not a stranger, I don't want it, and don't buy me anything in the future. If you're going to take the money, you might as well spend it yourselves. This is the kind of person Ma Xiaochang is. She can endure hardship and suffering, but she cannot stand having her children spend unnecessary money on her. What does she mean by unnecessary? She feels that the money spent on her is unnecessary. Upon hearing this, Fang Mu's nose twitched. His parents had led simple lives for most of their lives, and it was time for them to enjoy their blessings. Yi Wanchuang took out a lot of exquisite handbags from the suitcase. Inside the handbags were all the Yi cosmetics under the Yi group. Coincidentally, Ma Xiaochang had just bought the essence of this brand, so naturally she knew how good the effects of this brand were and how expensive it was. So when she saw that Yi Wanchuan had actually bought so much cosmetics for herself, her hands couldn't help but tremble. Wanchuan, why did you buy so much? Mom can't use so much. And can I return them? Just return them all, Ma. I'm just glad you're thinking of me. Ma Xiaochang kept on declining. Until Yi Wanchuan said, Ma, they're all homemade, take them and use them. If you don't have enough, just let me know and I'll bring you back 100 or 80 boxes. Homemade? From a small workshop? Chapter 27 Yi Wanchuan, I'm really special, I just started feeling sick. After Yi Wanchuan said these words, Ma Xiaochang couldn't help but think, is my daughter-in-law running a small workshop? She just mentioned 100 or 80 boxes. The materials in this small workshop are really strong. Seeing that her mother had misunderstood, Fang Mu hurriedly explained. Mom, the Yeezy brand that you often use is a product under Wanchuan's company, so it is homemade. Ah? Oh, I see. Seeing the look on her mother's face, Fang Mu suddenly felt a little helpless. Sure enough, her mother had misunderstood just now. Ma Xiaochang and Fang Chengji were extremely satisfied with their daughter-in-law Yi Wanchuan. However, when they heard that she was the owner of a listed company, the old couple could not help but feel a little worried. Because in this way, their daughter-in-law was really too outstanding. Being outstanding is a good thing. But for a relationship, if the two sides are not suitable for each other, there may be problems. So after a moment's thought, Ma Xiaochang looked at her son and said, My dear, you must work hard in the future too. Yi Banzuan, being clever, naturally heard the deeper meaning behind her mother-in-law's words. In her heart, Yi Banzuan shook her head. She was not that kind of person, but rather very traditional. Since she had chosen Fang Mu, she would be with him for life. However, she still spoke up. Mom, I am Fang Mu's wife. No matter what, I will stay with him. And Fang Mu is also very good. Yesterday, when we were picking out a gift for Dad on Antique Street, Yi Wanchuan told the two old people what had happened on Antique Street the day before. When they heard that their son had earned more than 20 million in just one day, the couple were stunned. Son, is what Wanchuan said true? Fang Mu nodded and took the opportunity to say, when we get back to the devil's capital this time, I want to try starting a business. Money in hand will eventually run out one day, so it is necessary to make money grow. Regarding the matter of Fangyuan investment, Fang Mu still did not intend to say anything, at least until Yes Group had stabilized and eliminated internal and external troubles. Starting a business may be something that the second generation of rich families avoid at all costs. However, for Ma Xiaochang and Fang Qingji, who do not have a high level of knowledge, the two elderly people only feel that their son is capable and has aspirations. In fact, if it weren't for the support of the family, Fang Mu would not have been so willing to talk about starting his own business. After all, starting a business is easy to say, but not so easy to do. Yi Banzuan naturally understands this. The reason she hasn't pointed it out is because she supports him. Fang Mu is her husband, and she will support whatever he wants to do, and help him out if she can. At the very least, she will help him with the financial side. And after spending this time together, Yi Banzuan doesn't think Fang Mu is a pushover. Since he said he wanted to start a business, he must have his reasons. Your father and I don't understand what you're talking about, but you're not a child anymore, so you must have your own plans. Ma Xiaochang said cheerfully. For a mother, nothing makes her happier than to see her child succeed. Don't worry, Mom. Before they knew it, it was time for dinner. Fang Qingji and Ma Xiaochang had originally planned to take the kids out for dinner. But Yi Banzuan had a problem. She wasn't just suffering from motion sickness. It had triggered her morning sickness. Morning sickness is a common symptom in the early stages of pregnancy, and although it is common, it is also really torturous. That afternoon, Yi Banzuan had to run to the bathroom every now and then, holding onto the sink and vomiting for a while. At first, she was able to vomit, but later, she was afraid that there was nothing left in her stomach to vomit, and she just kept retching. In just one afternoon, the normally pretty Yi Wanchuan's face had turned pale. As a result, she couldn't even eat a few bites at home, let alone go out to eat. Even if she drank a few sips of water, she would vomit it out a few minutes later. Fang Mu, who was watching over her, felt heartbroken. If he could, he really wanted to help his daughter-in-law bear this pain. Yi Banzuan, who had recovered a little, hurriedly smiled and comforted when she saw the worried look on Fang Mu's face, but the smile looked very forced. Oh, I didn't expect that I would only start to feel sick when I'm pregnant. Everyone says on the internet that morning sickness mostly occurs at 7 or 8 weeks. I'm already 15 weeks pregnant and only just starting to feel sick. I thought I could avoid it, but it seems I was wrong. Yi Banswang said half-jokingly, her goal being to prevent Fong Mu from worrying too much. But the more she did this, the more Fong Mu felt distressed, and in the end, he directly pulled her into his arms. Fong Mu gently hugged Yi Wanchuang, pressed his face against the latter's back, and kept feeling distressed. The system seemed to be unable to bear to watch anymore, and reminded. Hint, spring water? Could it be that spring water can alleviate morning sickness? Fong Mu was extremely surprised, and quickly connected the spring water in the space to the water pipe, and then boiled a pot of hot water and brought it back. Honey, I'm afraid to drink it, I'm afraid I'll throw up. Yi Wanchuang said with a pout, her expression really pitiful. Fong Mu then comforted her, saying, be a good girl and drink some, it'll be even harder if you don't have anything in your stomach. Okay then. After taking the glass, Yi Wanchuang opened her lips, which had turned a little pale, and took a few sips. After drinking the water, her stomach suddenly became warm. Don't worry, honey, I feel better. Yi Wanchuang said reassuringly, fearing that Fong Mu would worry. Good, lie down and rest for a while. If you feel like eating in a while, let me know and I'll cook for you. Okay. With Fong Mu's help, Yi Wanchuang gently lay down, with the quilt covering her whole body, leaving only a small head exposed. Today, she had been rushing around, got motion sickness, and spent the afternoon suffering from morning sickness. Yi Wanchuang was exhausted. Now nourished by the spring water, her morning sickness had eased, and her nerves had relaxed, so she fell asleep in an instant. After yawning twice, Yi Wanchuang turned her body to the side and fell asleep slowly. Fong Mu then tiptoed out of the bedroom, turned off the light, and closed the door. When he turned around, there were a few more boxes of tea in his hands. The tea boxes had no names, no manufacturers, and no production dates, and were indeed 3 free products. But this is what Fong Mu gets every day. According to the system, this is spiritual tea that is full of the essence of the sun and the moon. When drunk with spiritual spring water, it can prolong life. When he is away from home, Fong Mu is most worried about his parents. Especially his mother, who was busy working when she was young, and in middle age, her health has deteriorated a lot, and she gets a cold and falls ill every other day. Only when his parents are safe and healthy can Fong Mu feel at ease. That is why when he returned to his hometown this time, he was determined to repay his parents. Chapter 28, If Only Mum Were Still Here. Is Schwanger asleep? Ma Xiaochang asked as he saw his son come out. Fong Mu nodded and sat down next to his parents. Dad, Mom, Schwanger bought this tea for you. It has the effect of detoxifying the body, beautifying the skin, and strengthening the body. You too must remember to drink it every day. Ma Xiaochang nodded in agreement, but Fong Qingji shook his head and laughed. He usually loves drinking tea, but he definitely doesn't believe that tea can also strengthen the body. In theory, ordinary tea does not have such miraculous effects. But who let Fong Mu take out the tea is not an ordinary product. In order to convince his father, Fong Mu thought for a moment, then grinned and laughed. Dad, you just have to remember to drink it every day, after all, it's your daughter-in-law's heart. Oh, by the way, this tea is quite expensive, 13,000 yuan per caddy, and the shelf life is only half a year. After that, it won't be as effective. Puff. Ahem. How much? Fong Qingji almost spat out a mouthful of cold water, and he dug his ears, afraid that he had heard it wrong. 13,000 yuan per caddy? Is that for real? Fong Mu didn't say anything, just smiled, but the more he did so, the more Fong Qingji believed him. When they learned that the tea in front of them was actually so expensive, Fong Qingji and Ma Xiaochang were both shocked and didn't know what to say. This stuff even has a shelf life? Fong Qingji asked doubtfully. The reason Fong Mu said this was because he was afraid that if his father thought it was too expensive, he wouldn't want to drink it, and if he didn't put pressure on him, he would definitely just hide the tea. Good things all have a shelf life, they're not effective after they expire. Dad, Mom, you must remember to drink it, and I'll buy you some more after you've finished it. No, this is enough. Don't buy it. 13,000 yuan for one tael, 130,000 yuan for 50 caddies, it's too expensive, too expensive. Fong Qingji kept shaking his head. Then he happily went to boil some water to prepare a pot of tea to try. After a while, the tea was ready, and the old couple sipped it, and then they both said it was good. Fong Mu also tried it, and didn't feel anything special. If my parents say it's good, I'm afraid it's not because it's expensive. But then again, if outsiders knew the effects of these teas were so incredible, not to mention 1.3 million, but 13 million people would be scrambling to buy them. After all, they are produced by the system, so they must be high quality. Fangmu often isn't home, and now that he is back, he wants to spend more time with his parents. But his mother is used to going to bed early, and he can see that she is already yawning, so Fangmu doesn't want to delay any longer. So he stood up and stretched deliberately. Dad, Mom, I'm going back to bed. I'm tired after sitting on the plane and shuttle for a long time. Go back to sleep quickly. Ma Xiaochan gently urged, and she and her husband Fang Qingji also tidied up the coffee table and prepared to go back to the room to rest. Fangmu returned to the bedroom. As soon as he entered the door, he smelled the light fragrance on Yi Wanchuan's body, a very nice smell, and she herself was still sound asleep. Fangmu then climbed into bed quietly. He didn't want to wake Yi Wanchua, but the bed was old and creaked with the slightest movement. Even if Fangmu stopped in time, Yi Wanchua was still awakened by the noise. In the dark room, Yi Wanchua could vaguely see the outline of Fangmu's face, and then opened her arms. Hubby, give me a hug. A hug. Yi Wanchuan nestled like a kitten in Fangmu's arms, her head rubbing against his chest. Her sweet, high-pitched voice made Fangmu's heart flutter. It's my fault for waking you up. Go back to sleep. Yi Wanchuan's eyes were half closed as she cooed from time to time. After a while, she changed directions and lay down, wrapping her arms around Fangmu's waist and shaking her head. Hubby, I can't sleep anymore. What time is it? It's not even 10 o'clock. Oh no, that's bad. I've slept for so long, how am I going to sleep in the second half of the night? Yi Wanchuan said with a mixture of laughter and tears. She already anticipated that she would be unable to sleep in the second half of the night. If I'm sleepy, I'll sleep. If I'm not, I'll play. I'll keep you company. Honey, you're so sweet. In the darkness, the two of them snuggled together, chatting about this and that. Yi Wanchuan told Fangmu about the dream she had, and the latter listened very carefully, and even heard the sound of his stomach rumbling. Hungry? It's just that my stomach is rumbling, but I don't seem to want to eat anything. Yi Wanchuan said honestly that she was a bit conflicted. That means you don't have an appetite. If you want to eat something later, just let me know and I'll cook it for you. Okay. At the same time, Fangmu's phone received a message. When he opened it, he saw that it was from his mother. Son, I've made some millet porridge for Frost. Eat it when you're hungry. Okay, Mom. You guys take a rest. Yi Wanchuan was very touched. It was late, and her mother-in-law had thoughtfully made her porridge. This was a very heavy feeling. But, honey, we just said that, and Mom sent a message. Did she hear what we said? Yi Wanchuan whispered, lowering her voice. Upon hearing this, Fangmu hurriedly shook his head. The soundproofing in the house was indeed a bit poor, but it was not so poor that it could be heard through two walls. It was just a coincidence. Wow. But we can also take advantage of being back and buy a house. Fangmu suddenly said. Buy a house? Why? Because it's going to be the marital home, idiot. Fangmu, who was playing with Yi Wanchuan's small hands, laughed. Just now, when chatting with my parents, the three of them also talked about the aspect of marriage. But in the end, it all depends on Yi Wanchuan's attitude and thoughts. Sure enough, after hearing the words wedding house, Yi Wanchuan immediately thought about the matter of getting married, and then she blushed. Get married? Yes, what, don't you want to get married? Fangmu asked teasingly. The next second, Yi Wanchuan sat up from Fangmu's embrace, then turned on the flashlight and shook her head vigorously. No way. I want to marry you. I'm just a little scared. Yi Wanchuan stammered, and Fangmu was a little surprised to hear it. Scared? Well, yes, I'm scared. I feel like there are a lot of things I need to do if we get married, but I can't say what they are. I'm scared of doing the wrong thing, and I'm scared of not doing a good job. After she finished, Yi Wanchuan's expression became gloomy, and she muttered very quietly, if only my mother were still here. It is something that every child subconsciously does, they turn to their mother when they have a problem. Yi Wanchuan is no exception. Although she seems to outsiders to be a capable CEO of the Yi Group. She is just a little girl pretending to be strong. So when it comes to marriage, Yi Wanchuan is both looking forward to it and afraid of it. She is looking forward to marrying Fong Mu. She is afraid of not knowing where to start. If only my mother were still here, is truly her innermost thought. Chapter 29. Can you sleep in late at your in-laws? Are you envious? With the light of a flashlight, Fong Mu saw Yi Wanchua hiding in the corner. Looking at her figure, Fong Mu felt heartbroken. Schwanger, come here. Fong Mu waved his hand and called softly. Honey, I'm sorry. There's nothing to be sorry about. Mom and Dad also said that marriage is a big deal and that your thoughts should be taken seriously. And you don't need to be afraid, I'm here, and so are Mom and Dad. These few words were like a shot in the arm, and Yi Wanrong's timidity subsided a lot. A moment later, Yi Wanrong smiled sweetly and nodded. Yes, I still have my husband, and I still have Mom and Dad. Husband, thank you, it's good to have you. Fong Mu gave a slight smile and didn't say much, but the way he tightly embraced Yi Wanrong seemed to say a lot. I originally thought Yi Banswan would be a bit resistant to the idea of getting married. But who would have thought that she would take the initiative to plan it? Honey, shouldn't we put getting married on the agenda? My belly is showing, and it will be even more obvious if we wait any longer. How about waiting until after the baby is born to have the wedding? We've already registered our marriage, so we're a legal couple. We definitely need to have a wedding. In the afternoon, Mom even said that if we got married, we could get back the money we've given out as wedding gifts over the years. Yi Banchuan's attitude had changed dramatically, from being timid at first to speaking confidently now. At first, she was afraid because she didn't know what to expect. Now that she's more open-minded, she has nothing to fear. After all, there's a way through every problem. Yi Banswan gave Fong Mu 2 options to choose from. In fact, no matter which option, Fong Mu would support it. If he had to choose, he would lean towards the second option, and wait until after the baby was born to hold the wedding. Although the wait would be long, it was the safest option. He didn't want to make his daughter-in-law do all the work while she was pregnant, and he didn't feel comfortable with the idea either. As Yi Bianchuan counted the plans on her fingers, Fong Mu reached out and took her hand. Daughter-in-law, why don't we wait until after the baby is born to hold the wedding? It's fine, I'll listen to you. Yi Bianchuan nodded knowingly. She was very smart and naturally understood that Fong Mu was doing this for the sake of herself and the baby. But even if we wait until after the baby is born to have the wedding, we can still prepare for the wedding in advance, such as buying a house first. Okay, honey, can we decorate the house according to my ideas? Of course it's fine. With Fong Mu's permission, a trace of joy and anticipation suddenly appeared on Yi Bianchuan's little face. Decorating the wedding room according to her own ideas was great just thinking about it. Apart from buying a house and decorating the wedding room, you can also take wedding photos in advance. Fong Mu added. Yi Banswang then gently stroked her belly, then she couldn't help smiling and crying at the same time. Her belly was so obvious, would people laugh at her if she took wedding photos? Laugh? Oomph, let's see who dares to laugh. Okay, I'll listen to my husband's arrangements. Yi Banswang had already slept enough and wasn't sleepy, and now that they were talking about getting married, she was even more full of enthusiasm. Not to mention being sleepy, she hasn't even yawned once. On the contrary, Fong Mu was yawning one after the other. Yi Wanchuang told him to go to bed, but he stubbornly said, I'm not sleepy. To put it bluntly, he just wants to keep her company. I'm going to the bathroom. Okay. After looking at the time, it's already 1 o'clock. He and Yi Wanchuang have been talking about getting married for nearly 3 hours. What's there to be afraid of? To put it in conservative terms, the two of them have already discussed most of the things that need to be done and arranged for the wedding. They can just leave the rest to their parents to check and add to. After leaving the bathroom, Fong Mu went to the living room to get a drink of water. Unexpectedly, he saw a figure crouching by the window. On closer inspection, he realized it was his father. Dad? It's so late, why aren't you sleeping? Fang Qingji waved his hand impatiently on hearing this. What a stupid moon, I can't sleep. I think I drank too much tea, I feel like I'm sweating all over. Should I go back then? Go back. Fang Mu smiled and slipped away, actually able to guess that it was the tea that took effect. It's normal to have this kind of reaction after drinking the spiritual spring and spiritual tea, it's just hard on Dad, having to squat in the corner late at night. When Fang Mu returned to the bedroom, Yi Wanchuang was already asleep. After secretly kissing her forehead, Fang Mu lay back down on the bed and fell asleep in no time. As his breathing became even, Yu Wanchuang actually opened her eyes quietly. In fact, after sleeping for so long in the afternoon, Yu Wanchuang was not sleepy at all. But she did not want to make Fang Mu stay up with her, so she had to pretend to be asleep to trick him into sleeping. Looking at Fang Mu's handsome face, Yu Wanchuang nudged herself gently towards him, wanting to snuggle up close. But then again, the temperature in Fang Mu's hometown was really much lower than in the Magic City. Even with the quilt, Yu Wanchuang felt her feet getting cold. But fortunately, as she got closer to Fang Mu, it didn't seem as cold anymore. "Good night, honey," Yu Wanchuang said softly, before closing her eyes and preparing to doze off. It would be a long time before dawn anyway, so she might as well sleep if she could. The next day, Yu Wanchuang didn't know what time she fell asleep, nor did she know what time it was now. She just couldn't see Fang Mu, who had been lying next to her, and she was all alone under the covers. After a while, Yu Wanchuang took out her phone and looked at the time, instantly feeling refreshed. It was almost 10 o'clock? If she were at Ye's, she wouldn't be able to sleep in, let alone sleep in late, because her stepmother would be yelling at her. On the contrary, at Fang Mu's, her mother-in-law and the others were very caring. Shaking her head, Yu Wanchuang hurriedly got up. She didn't want to leave a bad impression on her mother-in-law. In fact, she was worrying for nothing. Both Fang Mu and Ma Xiaochang and Fang Qingji felt that it was most important for Yu Wanchuang to get enough sleep. Besides, isn't it just that the baby wants to sleep in? What's the big deal? It can be said that Fang Mu's parents are really enlightened in many ways. Before going out to the living room, Yu Wanchuang tidied up her appearance a little in the bedroom, and the disheveled look in her eyes was something that thousands of women could only wish for. Sleeping Beauty, nothing more. Not only that, Yu Wanchuang also felt what it was like to be treated like a treasure in the palm of your hand in her in-laws' house. Sleeping in? No problem. Breakfast must be hearty. I don't know where Ma Xiaochang read that pregnant women benefit from drinking soy milk in the morning. So before dawn, she got up to soak the beans, just so her daughter-in-law could drink fresh soy milk. Chapter 30, Buy an expensive house, and your daughter-in-law is still so pretty, envying the neighbors to death. At the table, Ma Xiaochang told Fang Qingji to go buy an old hen so he could make soup. Fang Mu smiled and said, "Mom, Dad, let's go out together in a while." "What for?" "To buy a house." Before Fang Mu could finish, Ma Xiaochang interrupted him, "What do we need a house for? We have a place to live, don't we?" However, when she heard Fang Mu say, "as a wedding house," she quickly changed her mind and said, "It's a nice day, so it's a good idea to go look at some houses." Fang Qingji, who was standing nearby, had a look of helplessness on his face. He had to be the son's wife, and she could change her face so quickly. "Son, which property do we want to go and see later?" Ma Xiaochang asked with full interest. "Jiangnan Shuefu," she said, "I often see it when I'm on Douyin, and it looks quite good." "Okay." The whole family agreed at once. After breakfast, they each went to tidy up their rooms, and soon after, they went downstairs and set off. Having been used to big cities, Fang Mu always feels that no matter where you go in the county town, it's not that far. After all, when you're in the Magic City, going to a place often starts with 30 to 40 miles. Either you take the bus for 2 hours, squeeze into the subway, or ride a shared bicycle in the sun for a long time. But in the county town, 30 to 40 miles can go around most of the county, and you can easily manage it by riding an electric vehicle. Jiangnan University, where Fang Mu and the others were going, was a 10-minute drive from home, so they had to drive there. There was a black Dongfeng Fengshan parked in the parking space next to the unit door. When they bought it, it made the neighbors jealous for a long time. Nowadays, cars are no longer rare, and basically every household has one. The old buddy that Dad had taken good care of was also a little behind the times and looked old. But the Feng family has a lot of affection for this car. Although it is old and has a manual transmission, it is in good condition. The only problems are that the passenger window sometimes doesn't open or close smoothly, and the shock absorbers have rusted a bit from disuse, so when the car hits bumps, it makes a rattling sound. Fong, drive slowly and take the flat roads. Frost is pregnant, you can't keep jolting her around. Okay. Listening to the conversation between her in-laws, Yu Wanchuang smiled sweetly, her jade hands stroked her belly, and she also said kind words to the little one in her heart. The 10-minute car ride was over in the blink of an eye. After parking the car, the family of 5, got out of the car. "Son, support Frost a little." "Mom, I know." Fang Mu nodded in agreement, but in his heart, he couldn't help but smile a little. Mom is really overprotective. Jiangnan University is a newly developed rare property development with a starting price of 7,000 yuan. But compared to a big city like Shanghai, it's nothing. Right now, there are a lot of people in the sales office, and looking around, they're all looking at the property. Just as Feng Mu was feeling that there are really a lot of rich people in the small county, a warm voice rang out, calling out to his mother. Sister Ma, this way, this way. Looking in the direction of the sound, he saw a slightly plump middle-aged woman, who was waving at Feng Mu and his family. Ma Xiaochang also smiled and waved back when she saw the other person, and then walked over. Su Huiwan, the neighbor in the unit next door, was on good terms with his mother, so Feng Mu also called out with a smile. Aunt Huiwan. Hey, it's Mumu, when did you get back? I came back yesterday. Feng Mu said with a smile. It has to be said that Auntie Su Huiwan is a natural-born social butterfly who can strike up a conversation with anyone. As she looked at Feng Mu, she showered him with praise, to the extent that anyone with a thin face would blush. After chatting for a while, Su Huiwan got to the point, pulled Ma Xiaochang over, and pointed her chin towards an office. Sister Ma, in a bit you go to the office over there and sign in, and you'll have lunch at noon. I tried to call you when I arrived, but I couldn't get through, so I just reported it to you. Upon hearing this, Ma Xiaochang suddenly patted her forehead, as if she had remembered something. Mom, what's wrong? Feng Mu asked, puzzled. Then Auntie Su Huiwan helped explain, but her voice was very low. These few days, Jiangnan University has opened for registration, and they are looking for childminders. Your mother and I, as well as those people over there, are all childminders. 80 yuan a day, with meals provided, all you have to do is put on an act, isn't that a bargain? At this, Su Huiwan suddenly froze, and turned her head to look at the father and son, Feng Mu and Feng Qingji. Hey! No, why are you here? The childminding only needs women. I see. Feng Mu suddenly felt a little helpless. No wonder there were so many people in the sales department, they were all childminders. Ma Xiaochang hurriedly explained as well. Juanzi, we're here to look at a house. Wow, you're already in character, that's great. Su Huiwan clapped her hands and laughed. Ma Xiaochang had to explain again, no, Juanzi, we're here to look at a house for my son, so I'm not doing this job. Ha? You're really here to look at a house? Su Huijuan's face was full of disbelief, obviously not expecting Ma Xiaochang and her family to be here to look at a house, not to be child minders. Yes, I want to buy a house for my son as a wedding house. Wedding house? Mumu is getting married? Does he have a girlfriend? As she spoke, Su Huiwan noticed Yi Wanchuan, who had been standing quietly by the side. Even though Yi Wanchuan was not wearing any makeup, her natural beauty still made people's eyes light up. Looking at the aunt who was looking at her up and down, Yi Wanchuan called out politely. Hello, auntie. Hello, hello. You're so pretty. Thank you, auntie. Yi Wanchuan smiled sweetly, and became even more beautiful. Juanzi, I'll stay with you when I have some free time. Let's go over there and take a look. Okay. Su Huiwan didn't say anything until Ma Xiaochang's family had gone far away. It seemed like she wanted to say something, but in the end, she didn't say anything. Because both the need to buy a house in Jiangnan University and Feng Mu's girlfriend Yi Wanchuan were incredibly surprising. The houses here are very expensive. Feng Mu's girlfriend is very beautiful. Thinking about this, Su Huiwan couldn't help but wonder, the Feng family is blessed, they're actually so rich? They can afford to buy a house here? They don't show off their wealth, but they're amazing. Before long, a few other middle-aged women from the same community that Su Huiwan was talking about came over with posters. More and more people were coming to look at the houses, and the doormen were asked to get into character. Su Huiwan, that's Ma Xiaochang, right? Hurry up and get her over here, it's time for us to pretend to look at the house. Someone pointed to Ma Xiaochang not far away and said. Su Huiwan smiled and waved her hand, explaining, Sister Ma is here to look at the house for the kids, not to babysit. Upon hearing this, a look of surprise appeared on the faces of the several people. Some couldn't help but want to go over and ask for themselves if it was true or not. Chapter 31, A Neighbor with Mixed Feelings. You said the same level, how did you ascend? Childcare is all alone. When the salesperson saw Ma Xiaochang's large family, he hurriedly came up to greet them. The same went for Su Huiwan and the others. The salesperson didn't know they knew each other, so he started acting. Auntie, looking at a house? Yes, looking at a house. Ma Xiaochang nodded, a little unable to laugh or cry. They had known each other for so many years, so how could she not see the purpose of their visit? They just wanted to see if they really wanted to buy a house here. They had been friends for many years, so in order to spare her friends the embarrassment and not affect their work, Ma Xiaochang had to pretend not to know them. So when Ma Xiaochang answered that they were looking at the house, she was also answering to her sisters, answering their doubts. The female salesperson's face lit up with a warm smile when she heard that they wanted to see a house. She raised her hand and guided the Ma Xiaochang family towards the sand table model nearby. She also said to Su Huiwan and the other customers, "You can all come and have a look." It can only be said that this saleswoman was kept in the dark. "Auntie, what are your requirements? I'll give you a detailed recommendation." When asked this question, Ma Xiaochang turned her head and looked at Feng Mu. This kind of thing depends on her son. Feng Mu walked up to the salesperson and told him exactly what they wanted. After all, no matter how much they looked at it, they would never know as much as the salesperson. "Hello, we need a large flat, preferably a large flat. The floor should be good, the layout should be good, and the lighting and ventilation should be good." Feng Mu went through everything one by one. Looking at him talk so confidently, the salesperson suddenly had the thought that he might not be an agent. Because if they were to satisfy Feng Mu's needs, then only the most expensive few flats would do, and the price would be much higher. "Is there anything suitable?" Feng Mu asked, after he had finished speaking. The salesperson hurriedly nodded, and then wanted to take Feng Mu and the others to the office to discuss it in detail. "This way, please, sir." As they left, the salesperson also gave Su Huiwan and the others a wink, meaning not to follow. And after seeing Ma Xiaochang's family go into the office, Su Huiwan and the others were even more convinced that they had come to buy a house. "See? Well, I see. The Feng family is so rich? I think they're going to pay the down payment and take out a mortgage to buy the house. Ouch, I get a headache just thinking about a 30-year mortgage." The women guessed among themselves. It was only natural. Before this, Ma Xiaochang's family and theirs were about the same level. Now they suddenly want to buy such an expensive house, naturally they feel a bit incredulous. But they have no idea that Feng Mu is now the chosen one. The person in charge of the system, and even if he sleeps in every day, he will have a better life than 100% of the people in the world. In the office, salesperson Shen Sha served tea and water, and even brought a plate of snacks to Yi Wanchuan because she saw her outside with a small twist. After understanding all the needs and ways to purchase a home, Shen Sha wanted to take Feng Mu and the others to see a sample house. When they walked out of the office, there were a lot of people outside. Shen Sha even said with a forced smile, "There are really a lot of people looking at homes today." In response, Ma Xiaochang just smiled without saying anything. After all, if it weren't for her son wanting to buy a house, she would be the one posing as a child. Among those in front of her, it's not to say that there are definitely no people looking at homes, but there are definitely a lot of people who are posing as children. Soon, under the guidance of salesperson Shen Sha, they arrived at the sample house. Everything was very good, which made Ma Xiaochang and Feng Qingji very satisfied. Feng Mu was much more composed, as he lived in a villa in the Magic City. Yi Bansuang need not be mentioned, as the villa Feng Mu lived in belonged to her. "Sir, you think? It's quite good, let's go and see the one we just selected, and if there are no problems, let's sign the contract." Yes. The salesperson quickly responded, she never expected Feng Mu to be so agreeable. If it really works out, it's a big commission, sweet. The sales office, Su Huiwan and the others were very good at being stooges. People who didn't know the inside story definitely couldn't tell that they were stooges. But while acting, they were also paying attention to the door. They didn't need to ask to know that they were waiting for Ma Xiaochang's family. When they saw Ma Xiaochang and the others return and were led into the office by the salesperson, Su Huiwan and the others were even more surprised. Because from the experience of the previous few days, those who were able to follow the salesperson back to the office again were basically all finalized and determined to buy. So the gap was just widened? Su Huiwan and the other sisters really had mixed feelings. Envy, and still envy. Fortunately, they were all old acquaintances, and Ma Xiaochang was also well liked. Seeing that she was doing well, no one was jealous, but envy was a real emotion. It took no more than half an hour before Feng Mu and the others came out of the office, and in his hand was an additional translucent folder. You could see the red-covered document inside, and that was definitely the property ownership certificate. As they were leaving, Ma Xiaochang waved at Su Huiwan and the others from afar, without bothering to interrupt their work. But as soon as Feng Mu and the others left, Su Huiwan and the others went to Chensha to make a sale. "Miss, which family just bought?" Chen Sha, who had just received her commission, was in a good mood and nodded without hiding it. Yes, they bought it. Upon hearing this, the few people were shocked. Su Huiwan then asked again, a loan or full payment? Full payment, hey, they are really rich. Chen Sha couldn't help but sigh when she answered. The few sisters next to Su Huiwan were already stunned. That was full payment, buying a house with full payment. They are really rich, hundreds of thousands of dollars just handed over. Someone sighed. The next second, Chen Sha corrected, what do you mean hundreds of thousands? After the discount, it's more than 1.8 million. Su Huiwan and the others were speechless and didn't want to ask any more questions. They originally felt that you and I were the same, but who would have thought that Ma Xiaochang had already quietly become a rich woman? People at the same level suddenly rise up, and the sense of disparity is simply too strong. On the other side, after buying the house, Fang Mu's family didn't go home, but went to the decoration company. Since the house has already been bought, the decoration naturally needs to be arranged. If the progress is fast, they might be able to celebrate the spring festival in the new house. They spent 3 whole hours at the decoration company. Yi Bianchuang had some ideas about the decoration of the house. Fortunately, the designers at this decoration company were very experienced, otherwise there would really be no way to meet Fang Mu and their needs. Before leaving the decoration company, Fang Mu paid a deposit. Everyone at the decoration company could not help but feel that it was really good to be rich. Because both the decoration costs and the house purchase costs were a huge sum of money. Chapter 32, How could you miss such a beauty? The spring water did help to alleviate the morning sickness. But Yi Wanrong still felt nauseous occasionally. Upon returning home, Yi Wanrong, whose face was slightly pale, sat in front of the sink and retched for a long time. Despite the severe morning sickness, she actually had an appetite for food, which was indeed a good thing. Ma Xiaochang and Fang Qingji originally wanted to cook some new dishes, but Yi Wanrong stopped them. Because she didn't know how long she and Fang Mu would be staying in their hometown, nor when they would return to the Magic City. If they suddenly left, there would be a lot of leftovers at home, and her father-in-law and mother-in-law would have to eat them for many days. So according to Yi Wanchuang, they should first eat up the food that was left over from the previous day, and then cook some new food. Even though Yi Wanchuang was the CEO of a listed company, she was quite thrifty in her daily life. Moreover, Yi Banchang feels very hungry at the moment, so the leftovers can be reheated and eaten. Even so, while Fang Mu is heating the food, Yi Banchang sneaks into the kitchen and steals a steamed dumpling left over from breakfast. Is it cold? I'll heat it up in the microwave for you if you want. It's not cold, honey. Here, try it, it's still warm. I don't know if it's warm or not, but Yi Banchang must really be hungry. Fang Mu also hurriedly stepped up and heated the dishes so that his daughter-in-law could eat as soon as possible. It is worth mentioning that Yi Wanchuan likes to eat both sour and spicy food. This made Ma Xiaochang unable to judge. As the old saying goes, sour boys and spicy girls, or the daughter-in-law likes sour food and also likes spicy food, what's the saying? In the end, Ma Xiaochang could only shake his head. Boys and girls are the same, they are all good, they are all treasures. In the afternoon, Fang Qingji's younger sister, Fang Piling, who was also Fang Mu's aunt, arrived. Suddenly there was a knock on the door. When she wondered who it was, Fang Piling's loud voice came through the door. As soon as she recognized her sister-in-law's voice, Ma Xiaochang's smile immediately faded, and she muttered, "Why is she here?" Fang Qingji went to open the door and soon brought in a middle-aged woman. "If you're here, why are you bringing things?" Ma Xiaochang said politely. Fang Piling didn't say anything, but looked at Fang Mu with a smile. "I heard that you've returned, so I came to take a look." She didn't know if she believed her own words, and no one present, including Fang Qingji, believed her. Sure enough, as soon as she sat down on the sofa, Fang Piling directly asked Fang Mu about buying a house. It turned out that the news that Fang Mu had bought a house in Jiangnan University had disappeared without a trace. It was to be expected. Although he hadn't told anyone else about buying a house, he had met people like Su Huiwan, who were childminders, at the sales office. Su Huiwan didn't know Fang Piling, but she might have told someone else, who then told Fang Mu's aunt. "Big brother, sister-in-law, how much did you spend on buying a house for Mu?" Fang Piling definitely knew that she was just pretending when she asked. Before Fang Qingji could say anything, Ma Xiaochang shook his head and laughed. "He bought the house himself, Fang, and I didn't pay a penny. Shamu bought it himself. Shamu was really promising. Shamu, how much did it cost?" Fang Piling asked again, as if she wouldn't rest until she found out. Xiaomu understood the art of language and replied, "Not much." This was a long time to ask without getting an answer, and Fang Piling almost suffocated. "The down payment?" Fang Mu smiled. "Or did you buy it for the full price?" Fang Mu just smiled again. Fang Mu really didn't have much affection for his aunt. She was snobbish, stingy, tricky and mean. Those were Fang Mu's preconceived notions of her. Not only that, when Fang Mu was young, his aunt did a lot to sabotage the relationship between Ma Xiaochang and Fang Qingji. Either she would badmouth his mother in front of his grandmother, or she would try to convince his parents to divorce. She would turn minor conflicts between the couple into major problems, and she did this more than once. As a result, Fang Mu naturally didn't have much affection for this aunt, and he even resented her. So whether he argued with her or was angry with her, Fang Mu didn't feel burdened, and instead, he felt relieved. Fang Piling could see that she wouldn't be able to get to the bottom of it, so she stopped asking, but she felt very uncomfortable. Because she has always been the type to fear that you will do better than her, even when it comes to her own eldest brother. The reason she came over today was very simple: to borrow money. In Fang Piling's opinion, since her eldest brother had money to buy a house for his son, he must have money to lend her. She would never think about whether buying a house would use up all the money. "Eldest brother, my son Lei's job is almost settled, but there is still a shortfall of tens of thousands of yuan. If you have the money, please lend it to me." Fang Piling's Lei is Fang Mu's cousin Xing Lei, who is 6 years older than him. He dropped out of high school without finishing, but instead of going out to work, he stayed at home and lived off his parents. Now, after so many years, he is still single and doesn't even look for a job, and it is his parents who help to take care of him. It is not an exaggeration to describe him as good for nothing, because all Xing Lei wants is an easy job with a high salary. Fang Qingji had actually long since guessed the reason why Ermiai had come home. It was just that he didn't want to lend the money, and wouldn't lend it. It wasn't that Fang Qingji was stingy, but his second sister was a person who would eat people alive and never spit out the bones. It wasn't as if she hadn't borrowed money before, and many times at that, but she had never repaid it once. For this reason, Ma Xiaochang has had many arguments with Fang Qingji. Fang Mu was worried that his father would be embarrassed, so he didn't wait for Fang Qingji to speak, and directly asked Fang Piling. "Auntie, how much is tens of thousands of dollars?" "Not much, 90,000 yuan, Fang Piling said with a smile. Yi Wenshuang was speechless upon hearing this. 90,000 is also tens of thousands, and she really is very good at talking. Fang Mu was also taken aback by these words, and he realized that he had come here to be robbed. Seeing his mother's face turn pale, Fang Mu hurriedly shook his head. "There's no way, Auntie. Although I didn't ask my parents for money when I bought my house, my parents' money has to be saved for the bride price." "Bride price?" Fang Piling said doubtfully, and then she saw Yi Wenshuang, who had been sitting quietly on the side the whole time. Yi Wenshuang is a very beautiful woman, and an ordinary person would definitely notice her at first glance. But Fang Piling hadn't noticed her since she entered the door, so she could only say that her goal in coming to Fang Mu's house was very simple, which was to ask for money. "Anything else?" "Don't think about it." "Oh, I just saw her. Who is this girl?" "My fiancée daughter-in-law, call her Auntie." Fang Mu answered with a smile, and Yi Wenshuang then gracefully got up and called the person politely and gently. Chapter 33. Yi Wenshuang is a master at protecting her husband. Auntie. Yi Wenshuang is gentle and kind. But what Fang Piling didn't expect was that such a gentle and kind beautiful girl could be so fierce when arguing with people. "Hey, hello." Fang Piling nodded in response, feeling both envy and jealousy in her heart, because her son Xing Lei was several years older than Fang Mu and was still single. The thought that she herself might never hold a grandchild made her heart ache. However, when she noticed Yi Wenshuang's slightly bulging belly, her heart ached even more. "Xiaomu, is your girlfriend pregnant?" "Yes, Auntie, it's almost 4 months. I'm in a hurry, buying a house and preparing a bride price." Fang Mu pretended to be depressed, and Yi Wenshuang found it funny, but she didn't stop poking him from behind. But even Fang Mu's words were well-founded and impossible to refute. Fang Piling still refused to give up. "So, how much is the bride price?" "Fang Mu, don't we not pay a bride price in our county?" "If we pay a bride price, it will be very embarrassing if it gets out. It will tell everyone that you are buying a daughter-in-law." Embarrassing, really embarrassing. Fang Mu didn't know what his sister-in-law was thinking. Could she say such things in front of the woman? Anyone who could do such a thing was either stupid or evil. Obviously, Fang Piling was the latter, evil. Yi Wanchuan would show a gentle side in front of Fang Mu, but at other times, she was the decisive CEO of the Yi Group. Would she be so easily bullied? So when Fang Piling deliberately said something mean to her, Yi Wanchuan retorted directly. Auntie, I'm not from here, I'm from Shanghai, so I want a dowry, that's reasonable, right? What do you think, Dad, Mom? Ma Xiaochang immediately nodded, and even kicked Fang Qingji to make him nod as well. Yes, Frost is right. Fang Mu was lucky to be able to marry you. It's just a dowry. Here, you must give it to him. You must give him more than that. If this gets out, it will be a disgrace. It will bring so much face. People will only think that our family is not short of money. Ma Xiaochang said with her head held high, and the more she spoke, the more she felt that it made sense, and the more confident she became. Kiki, thank you, Mum, thank you, Dad, but my grandfather has prepared a dowry for me. Yi Wanchuan said this, and Fang Piling became even more angry and envious, her eyes turning red. But with a face as thick as Fang Piling's, even if Fang Chengjiming said that the money had to be saved for the bride price, she still wouldn't give up. She even directly targeted Yi Wanchuan. That girl, you city folks aren't short of money, and since your grandfather has prepared a dowry for you, the bride price will be returned in the end, right? It's just like giving money from your left hand to your right hand. It's completely unnecessary. Young lady, don't ask for the bride price. Your aunt really needs the money. Brother, you don't want to see Lei Lei's efforts come to nothing, do you? He's your own nephew. Upon hearing this, Yi Wanchuan rolled her eyes in disgust. How can someone be so shameless? Seeing that Fang Piling was playing the emotional card, Yi Wanchuan refused directly with a cold face. No way. When we get engaged, I want to see the money for the betrothal gift. My father lent you the money, what are we going to use for the engagement banquet? We can use newspapers. We can stuff them inside the red envelopes, no one will be able to tell, and they're safe. Fang Piling kept talking, never stopping to impress. She came up with such a stupid idea just to borrow money? She's really a little smart aleck. Nonsense. Fang Qingji was furious and slammed the table, scolding, listen to what you're saying, you idiot. Brother, I. In this way, Fang Piling directly broke down and stopped preparing her emotions. Xiaomu, girl, we are family. Even if you don't mention the bride price, you two are also husband and wife for life, there is really no need. Fang Mu grinned. Auntie, this money is for my wife as a bride price, and I can get it back when I need it. If I lend it to you, it's a lifetime thing, and I'm afraid I won't be able to get it back for a lifetime. You, Fang Mu, how can you say that? Auntie, as the saying goes, if you borrow money, you should repay it. First, you repay the 30,000 yuan that my father borrowed for you when I went to university. Then we can discuss other matters. Fang Mu became angry when he talked about this. That year, borrowing money for his aunt almost made it impossible for him to pay his tuition fees, but fortunately, he had a student loan. At that time, Fong Piling had a car accident, which was not actually that serious, otherwise she would not have been in the mood to suck blood everywhere. The driver who caused the accident paid compensation, but it is said that she still has to ask him for money every year. Back then, the family raised money through crowdfunding, and after deducting the medical expenses and various fees, there was still some left over. Even relatives were not spared, and they all borrowed money to one degree or another. Fang Xingji was so worried about his younger sister at the time that he gave her 30,000 yuan, and even though he had money later, he never mentioned paying it back. Fong Piling didn't want to pay back the money she had borrowed before, and now she wanted to take the opportunity to borrow more. Her calculation was so clear that it could be heard clearly across the ocean. Fong Piling could see clearly that her nephew had no mercy at all. So, knowing that there was no hope of borrowing money, Fong Piling no longer pretended to be a good sister or good aunt. Forget it, it's still important to get Xiaomu married. What about the job in the Magic City? Is it stable? The cost of raising a child is very high these days. Fong Piling looked at Yi Wanshuang and glanced at her stomach, continuing, "Don't let it happen that you can give birth but can't afford to raise the child." Yi Wanshuang frowned, her eyebrows knitted together. She could see that her aunt was no longer pretending and had started saying unpleasant things. So Yi Wanshuang didn't indulge her, and directly retorted in the face of Fong Piling's sarcasm. "Don't bother. I own a company, so I can afford to raise a child." When she heard that Yi Wanshuang actually owned a company, Fong Piling felt as if a knife had been plunged into her heart. She felt miserable. How could such a beautiful and wealthy woman become Fong Mu's wife? Fong Piling felt indignant, unwilling, and resentful. So she glanced at Fong Mu, who was smiling, and sneered, "Isn't this just eating soft rice?" However, what Fong Piling didn't expect was that Fong Mu actually nodded graciously and admitted it. "Hey, yes, the doctor said that my stomach is not good, I need to eat more soft food, and soft rice is just right. By the way, I think your cousin would also like to eat soft rice, right? Tut tut, it's a pity that he can't." Sigh, these words really pierced the heart. Chapter 34, If you can't borrow the money, you should take back the gifts you gave away? She is polite. Nonsense. Your cousin is fine, he has all his limbs, what does he need to eat soft food? Fong Piling defended, but she felt guilty in her heart, because she had heard her precious son say many times that he wanted to be supported by a rich woman. So she was even more jealous of her nephew Fong Mu. Yi Wanshuang is so beautiful and young, and she is also a rich woman. If she were my daughter-in-law, that would be great. Fong Piling thought this over and over again. Yi Wanshuang also couldn't stand her, so after Fong Mu finished teasing her, she chimed in. "Auntie, my husband is also very capable. He just bought an antique the other day and sold it for a profit." "How much did he sell it for?" Fong Piling hurriedly asked. Yi Wanshuang, on the other hand, was wondering why her brain wasn't working properly, and blurted out the truth. "This auntie is here to borrow money." Just as Yi Wanshuang hesitated, Fong Qingji spoke up. "I sold quite a bit, and it's just enough to buy a house and renovate it." Fong Qingji said this, but Fong Piling didn't believe him. Yi Wanshuang also heard the meaning behind her father-in-law's words, and she really didn't want to lend money to her aunt. "How much is quite a bit?" Fong Piling asked again. To be honest, she really has an unyielding spirit of asking questions until she gets answers, and she is comparable to a certain loose surname host. They are also comparable in terms of annoying people. Knock, knock, knock. Someone's here, I'll get the door. Fong Mu ran to open the door and took the opportunity to slip away. As soon as the door opened, it turned out to be Su Huiwan, whom he had met at the sales department of Jiangnan University. "Aunt Huiwan. Hey, Mumu, your mom called and told me to come over, what's the matter?" "Auntie, you can tell my mom. Come in." "Okay." Before entering, Su Huiwan deliberately brushed the dust on her feet on the doormat. To be honest, I have a better impression of this auntie than the one inside, who is like a big ant. When she came to the living room, Su Huiwan felt apologetic when she saw Fong Piling. "Sister Ma, you have relatives, so I'll come back later?" Seeing that she was about to leave, Ma Xiaochang hurriedly got up and stopped her. "Don't worry, it's fine, just wait a moment." With that, Ma Xiaochang ran back into the room, and when she came out, she had an extra box of Yezi Cosmetics samples in her hand, the same ones Yi Wanshuang had brought back. "Mar, what are you doing?" Su Huiwan also recognized the Yezi brand, and immediately didn't dare to reach out to take them, feeling that they were too expensive. But Ma Xiaoqiang just smiled and then forcefully stuffed them into her hands. We all know that this Yezi cosmetics is good, try this, it's full of the latest samples. Hearing this, Su Huiwan felt even more embarrassed to take them. Ma, this is not good. It's fine, they're all produced by my daughter-in-law's company, she brought me some, you take them and use them, if they're good, help spread the word. Okay, thank you, Sister Ma. Shall I go then? I'll come and see you again when I'm free. Okay, take care. Su Huiwan was overjoyed to receive the cosmetic samples. She said they were samples, but they would last a long time. And they really liked the cosmetics brand Yezi. Now Ma Xiaoqiang had generously given her a box, and this kindness would really be remembered by Su Huiwan until the end of her days. But wait, did Ma just say that this Yezi brand is produced by her daughter-in-law's company? Wow, that must be a huge company. The Fang family is so lucky to have such a capable and talented daughter-in-law. Fang Piling, who has been snubbed by Fang Mu and Yi Wanchuang, is also very tempted. The Yezi brand is well known in China and the products are quite expensive. Although it is only a sample, she still wants it. What surprised her even more was that this Yezi was actually a product of Fang Mu's girlfriend's company? That must mean she's rich. Sister-in-law, do you still have this sample box? Give me a few boxes, and I'll help promote them if they're good. Fang Piling looked at Yi Wanrong while she was talking, as if she were thinking, you need to respect your elders. But Yi Wanrong simply ignored her and turned her head away. Ma Xiaoqiang had already had a hard time getting along with Fang Piling because of past events, so without thinking she shook her head. Alas, there are none left, I gave them all away. Second sister, you should have told me earlier, if you had, I would have saved them for you. Fang Piling was taken aback, tell you earlier? How could I have told you earlier if I didn't know myself? Knowing that Ma Xiaoqiang didn't want to give them away, Fang Piling smiled awkwardly and sulkily sat there quietly. Fang Piling thought that this trip of hers to cause trouble was over. But who would have thought that she would go to such lengths for her lazy son? After learning that Yi Wenxuan was a genuine rich woman, she actually set her sights on her. Little wooden daughter-in-law, you see that you were so rich, can you lend your eldest sister a few tens of thousands? When your cousin earns some money, he will pay you back first. Tens of thousands? 90,000? Hey! Yes. 90,000, actually 100,000 would be fine, then I wouldn't have to borrow from anyone else. Yi Wanchuang was asking, but she wasn't simply asking a question, she was teasing. But Fang Piling actually thought there was a way out and increased the price by 20,000. To be honest, for a moment, Yi Wanchuang felt quite helpless. Yi Wanchuang, Auntie, I respect you, and I'm calling you Auntie, but I haven't even married yet, so is it appropriate for you to borrow money from me? Fang Piling, I guess it is. Yi Wanchuang, appropriate? Fang Piling, Yi Wanchuang. I don't think so, so no. Yi Wanchuang slapped away any hope Fang Piling might have had. Yi Wanchuang felt quite sorry for Fang Mu having such a terrible relative. How had she endured all these years? In the end, Fang Piling left after saying a few harsh words. Before she left, she even took the box of 8 treasure porridge she had brought with her. Yi Wanchuang, who was at her wit's end, tilted her head to one side. Ma Xiaoqiang was in a good mood. Not only did she not feel that her son and daughter-in-law had done anything wrong, she felt quite vindicated. La Fang, your sister took back the things she brought, she really knows how to get things done. Fang Qingji blushed, and he was also speechless when it came to his second sister. Fang Mu, on the other hand, laughed. It's okay, Mom, that box of 8 treasure porridge has expired, and it was the box my cousin took when my father visited him for his hemorrhoid operation the year before last. There was a mark on it, so there's no mistake. When Fang Piling returned home, her son Xing Lei was still playing chess at the door. Then Fang Mu's cousin was dragged by the ear and carried into the house. Immediately afterwards, the sound of hating iron for not becoming steel could be heard. Can't you find a rich woman? What's the use of just talking? Other people like Fang Mu have found rich women. Get the hell out of here to the demon capital. No. Go to the imperial capital. Go find a rich woman. Chapter 35, A beautiful daughter-in-law, adoring eyes, the expression of a little fangirl. In the evening, Fang Mu received a phone call from Zhuo Jinghe. Fang Mu is a hands-off boss, and Fangyuan investment is thriving under Zhuo Jinghe's management. It turns out that a company can also operate stably without a boss. Zhuo Jinghe called to tell Fang Mu that all the external hidden dangers of the Yi Group have been resolved. Those who should be suppressed have been suppressed. Those who should be warned have been warned. Even Yes Group has become a deep-rooted partner of Fangyuan investment. According to Zhuo Jinghe, Yes Group will only become more prosperous in the future, provided that internal problems are resolved. And Yes Group's internal problem is Yi Risheng's father, Yi Ru. As the biological son of the founder of Yes Group, Yi Ru is far less important in the heart of Ye's grandfather than Yi Risheng, his granddaughter. Otherwise, Grandpa Yi would not have handed over full control of the Yi Group to Yi Wanrong. But even with this arrangement, Yi Ru was not convinced, and over the years, he often tried to stir up trouble, never giving up. But as Grandpa Yi had told Yi Wanrong, Yi Ru's strength was his lack of loyalty, but his scheming was far from enough, so he was not a worry. But who could have imagined that with the help of Yi Wanrong's stepmother, Yi Ru had already had a significant impact on the Yi Group? It is not an exaggeration to say that he is a time bomb. Therefore, if the Yi Group wants to develop, it must lay a solid foundation and eliminate internal problems. Compared to external threats, internal problems are often more lethal. After hanging up the phone, Fang Mu grinned. Since everything had been dealt with, could he tell his wife about his role as the boss of Fangyuan investment? After all, it was quite suffocating to keep it a secret. Just imagine, what man wouldn't want to show off in front of his beautiful wife? When that time comes, the look of adoration in his wife's eyes, the expression of a little fangirl, it's also satisfying to think about. When Fang Mu came out of the bedroom, the living room was quiet. It wasn't that there was no one there, but Yi Wanchuang, his parents, and his parents were all silent. The atmosphere was very oppressive, as if something had happened. Especially Yi Wanchuang, her brows were knitted as she hugged the pillow, her face was very ugly, as if she could drip water. What's wrong? Nothing, everything's fine. Yi Wanchuang made room for Fang Mu to sit down, saying that everything was fine, but her forced smile didn't lie. Frost, tell Fang Mu the truth. Your husband and wife, you have to work through this together. Ma Xiaochang spoke up, and Fang Qingji nodded in agreement. Only then did Yi Wanchuang tell Fang Mu the truth. Honey, while you were on the phone, I got a call from the Yi family too. They told me to go back and split the family assets. Split the family? Fang Mu was slightly surprised. He really didn't expect his father-in-law to resort to such a trick. Yes, the Yi Group has only just stabilized with the help of Fangyuan investment, but if Dad suddenly wants to split the family, it will inevitably have an impact on the Yi Group. At that time, Fangyuan investment may withdraw its investment, and the Yi Group will be reduced to its original state. Yi Wanchuang said with a complex expression. Obviously, he is her own biological father, but he treats her so ruthlessly, which inevitably makes her feel sad. The thought that the Yi Group, which her grandfather founded, may collapse in her hands made her even more sad. When she spoke, her voice slightly trembled, showing the uneasiness in her heart. Upon hearing this, Fang Mu paused for a moment before speaking. Does that mean that if Fangyuan investment doesn't withdraw its investment, the outcome won't be too bad? Well, yes. I have my grandfather's will in my hands, and he anticipated this situation. The will states that if my father wants to divide the family assets, he can have a few subsidiaries of the Yi Group. Losing those subsidiaries won't cause the Yi Group much loss, and it will even be a lighter burden, allowing it to develop even better. But the prerequisite is to stabilize Fangyuan investment. Upon hearing this, Fang Mu suddenly smiled. Is there such a good thing? Seeing him smile, Ma Xiaochang also gave him a kick, thinking that he was being too inconsiderate. In fact, Fang Mu's smile really came from the bottom of his heart. At the same time, he also admired Yi Laoshi's decisiveness. His will could be said to be righteous and selfless. Is this intergenerational affection? For the sake of his granddaughter, his son is willing to sacrifice everything. What are you laughing at? Hurry up and think of something. Ma Xiaochang said impatiently. In fact, she also knew that her son could not help much, but she could not laugh either. Okay, I'll think of something. Hey, I've got it. Upon hearing this, Yi Wanchuang, Ma Xiaochang, and Fang Qingji all looked over. Daughter-in-law, just call the person in charge of Fangyuan investment and tell them not to withdraw their investment. You little punk. You want a beating, don't you? Ma Xiaochang grabbed Fang Qingji's slipper and was about to slap him. She was originally surprised that her son's brain was so good, but she didn't expect him to be teasing people for fun. Even Fang Qingji silently pulled off the other slipper and was about to play mixed doubles with his wife if they had a disagreement. Instead, Yu Wanchuan directly threw herself in front of Fang Mu. "Mom, don't be angry. Honey, she was teasing me, trying to make me smile and be happy. Should I say something?" Yu Wanchuan's actions and behavior touched Fang Mu's heart. This idiot is so lovable. But I was telling the truth, why couldn't you wait until I finished talking? Fang Mu turned around and hugged Yu Wanchuan, then looked helplessly at his parents, who were pinching their slippers. "Dad, Mom, if Fangyuan investment, was mine, would you believe it?" "No." Ma Xiaochang and Fang Qingji shook their heads together. Instead, Yu Wanchuan's beautiful eyes widened, because from her knowledge of Fang Mu, the latter would not talk nonsense. "I knew you wouldn't believe it, and it had to be my daughter-in-law, and my daughter-in-law believed it. Don't worry, my dear, I'll talk to the person in charge of Fangyuan investment." With that, Fang Mu doted on Yu Wanchuan's head, then took out his phone and made a call. It only took a few seconds for the other party to pick up, and they immediately greeted him as boss. "Boss. Xiaohe, the Yi Group is about to face a division of assets, so you must act at the right time to help Madam preserve the foundation of the Yi Group, understood?" "Yes, boss." "Oh, yes, there is one more thing." Fang Mu suddenly turned on the speakerphone and asked, "Xiaohe, tell me your full name and my identity." Zhuo Jinghan naturally had no idea what her boss wanted. But since it was her boss's request, she just complied. So Zhuo Jingha answered truthfully, "My name is Zhuo Jingha, and you are the boss of our Fangyuan investment." After she finished speaking, the slipper in Ma Xiaochang's hand quietly slipped off. Chapter 36, Investment Involves Risk. If you're not careful, you might end up with a rich wife. For a moment, Ma Xiaochang thought Zhuo Jingha was a decoy hired by her son. But Fang Mu had made the call right under her nose, so there was no way he could have found a decoy. Could it be that Zhuo Jingha had really said, "Okay, Xiaohua, remember my words, you must protect the Yi Group"? "Yes, boss." Fang Mu hung up the phone very satisfied. When she looked up, as expected, both her parents and her young wife looked incredibly shocked and surprised. Although Yu Wanchuan had complete trust in Fang Mu, she was still shocked after listening to the phone call. In particular, the sentence "must protect Yi Group" made Yu Wanchuan tearful. Yi Group is the result of Grandpa's hard work, and I must protect it. This was what Yu Wanchuan had always held fast to. Now Fang Mu is also helping her, and Yu Wanchuan suddenly feels that she is not alone anymore, and she also feels very safe. Yu Wanchuan spoke with Zhuo Jingha on the phone. She knew that this name represented the determination of Fangyuan investment, and she also remembered the voice that reached out to her in her time of suffering. But she never expected that the one who would truly protect her and help her would actually be her own husband. After thinking about this, Yu Wanchuan could hold back no longer, and big teardrops slid down her face. Those tears contained not only grievances, but also more of a sense of gratitude and emotion. "Husband, thank you," sob sob sob. Yu Wanchuan was so emotional that Fang Mu gently patted her back to comfort her. His daughter-in-law had broken her guard, and Fang Mu regretted it. He should have revealed his identity earlier. It seemed like the problem had really been solved. Ma Xiaochang took her husband back to their room, leaving the space for her son and daughter-in-law. Although she also wanted to know what Fangyuan investment was and how capable her son really was. But obviously this was not the time to ask. In the living room, Yu Wanchuan sobbed for a long time, and Fang Mu had to comfort her for a long time before she finally calmed down. Seeing that she was not going to tell, Fang Mu panicked. "Silly daughter-in-law, dear, I didn't mean to deceive you. The reason I didn't tell you was to secretly help you eliminate some of the external problems of the Yi Group. If I had known this, I should have told you the truth that day." Fang Mu confessed. Seeing that Ji Bansuang still hadn't spoken, he took her hand and held it against his face. "Wife, if you're angry, just hit me twice to let off some steam." In the bedroom, Ma Xiaochang nodded approvingly when she heard this. "See, this is how you should appease your wife, and you? The angrier you get, the more you get worked up. Next time we argue, if you ask me to do your laundry again, I'll give you a good spanking." Fang Qingji, good Gege. Yu Wanchuan couldn't bear to do it, and her hand stroked Fang Mu's face lightly. "Honey, thank you. You said thank you again, didn't you? You're not allowed to say thank you." Honey, I love you." "Daughter-in-law, I love you too." The two of them embraced tightly. Yu Wanchuan was not angry, she was simply moved to tears. Now that she had sorted out her emotions, Yu Wanchuang had too many questions she wanted to ask. Honey, you have always worked for me, so how did you suddenly become the boss of Fangyuan Investment? Well, it was just a secret development. Fong Mu gave a random excuse. So you are such a big boss, and you are still working for me? Upon hearing this, Fong Mu rolled his eyes and then laughed wickedly. Yes, I have longed to be the CEO of Yi Group. How could I not be tempted by such a beautiful woman? So I lurked in secret, thinking that when Fangyuan Investment became bigger and stronger, I would buy over Yes Group and you with it, and make you my wife. Fong Mu's lies got more and more ridiculous as he spoke, and he didn't even blush when he lied. Yu Wanchuang naturally didn't believe him, and even though she was clever, she didn't plan to pursue the matter any further. But even if she had seen through it, she wouldn't have pointed it out, but instead, she would have cooperated and raised her swan neck. Oh, so you're the hunter. That's right, high-end ingredients often come in the form of prey. Giggle, honey, that's not right. It is. Fong Mu shook his head. I'm the prey, captured by you. I can't escape, I simply can't escape. Upon hearing this, Yu Wanchuang froze for a moment, and then her face turned red. This declaration of love with its rustic charm is really quite powerful. In the living room, the young couple were flirting. In the bedroom, the old couple were all over each other, sweet, and cloying, too cloying. Especially Fang Qingji, who was just waiting to take out a little notebook to take notes word for word. I really don't understand the young people nowadays. How do they do it? How can they be so affectionate and showy? All I can say is, if you don't work hard when you're young, you'll be old in word for word learning. When are you going back to the Yi family? Tomorrow? Well, we'll have a farewell dinner tomorrow night. Although I knew this day would come, I'm still sad when it does. Yu Wanchuang squeezed out a smile and nodded, and when she said farewell dinner, a complex expression flashed across her face. You still have me, your parents, and our baby. Fong Mu tightly gripped Yu Wanchuang's small hand, and then let it to gently rest on her bulging belly, where their baby still resided. With Fong Mu by her side to comfort her. Yu Wanchuang was sad and upset for a moment, but then she recovered her composure. Since things had already happened, there was no point in dwelling on it. Moreover, the Yi family's exclusion and targeting of her over the years had worn away the little affection she had for them. It would be quite good to go back tomorrow and split up. After a while, Ma Xiaochang and Fang Qingji came out. Learning that their son and daughter-in-law would be returning to the Devil City the next day, the old couple felt somewhat reluctant. Mom will make dumplings for you tomorrow, eat a few more. This sentence contains 1,000 words. The saying, dumplings in the car, noodles on the train, really conveys the parents' most sincere feelings and reluctance. Parting is only temporary. Under Fong Mu's teasing and smiling, Ma Xiaochang's reluctance also disappeared, and instead she asked about Fangyuan Investment. It's an investment company. I invest in good projects, and when I make money, I get dividends and benefits. That's right, I invested in Yes Group and brought you such a good daughter-in-law. In the face of Fong Mu's teasing, Yu Wanchuang just smiled slightly and didn't say anything. After all, in the beginning, it was she who provoked Fong Mu. Fang Qingji thoughtfully said after hearing his son's explanation, and a moment later, he spoke. Fangyuan Investment, Fangyuan, the sky is round and the earth is square, not a small ambition. Fong Mu was startled. He is worthy of being called dad, he is really accurate. It's good to have big ambitions. The premise is that you have the ability. Chapter 37, is there smoke coming from the ancestral grave? There's a big black cloud of smoke. In the evening, when they returned to their room, Yu Wanchuang lifted her hand and pushed Fong Mu onto the bed. Then, with her long and slender legs, she took a step onto the bed. She looked like a big sister with her domineering manner. Husband, you've hidden it very well. Yu Wanchuang said with a smile, as she ran her slender fingers from top to bottom along Fong Mu's cheeks. Cough cough, honey, didn't you say you weren't angry in the living room? Giggle, I'm not angry now either, I just want to clean up you. What, is that not allowed? Well, go ahead and clean me up, I'm ready, don't hold back, come on. Fong Mu said in a nasty tone, casually pulled Yu Wanchuang's pajamas out, and then covered her eyes. The look was really as nasty as it could be. Yu Wanchuang was amused and sat there laughing. Suddenly, her fingers felt a burst of warmth. When she looked down, she saw that Fong had bitten her. Stop it, honey, it's so dirty. The enchanting atmosphere filled the entire room. To be honest, if Yu Wanchuang weren't pregnant, she might not have been able to hold back from Fong Mu's teasing. But for now, she had to stop in time. Besides, the soundproofing in the room was really poor, so even if she wanted to do something, she felt embarrassed. Time flew and it was the next day. Yi Wanchuan woke up while Fong Mu was still asleep. She woke up because she smelled a fragrance, like the smell of cooking dumplings. You have to know that originally Yi Wanchuan didn't like dumplings very much. But because of the pregnancy, the secretion of hormones in her body had changed, and dumplings, which she had never been very fond of, suddenly made her very hungry. Even when she was asleep, she would wake up when she smelled the smell of boiled dumplings. "Husband, wake up, wake up." Fong Mu was shaken awake by Yi Bangzuang, and when he turned his head, he saw a touch of spring. "It's so nice, just opening your eyes and you can see a beautiful view." Yi Bangzuang was confused by these words, and it wasn't until she looked down that she realized that the spring was all over the garden and she couldn't hold it back. "It's all your fault. You pulled the buttons off my pajamas last night when we were fooling around." Yi Wanchuan whined, then started changing her clothes because at that moment, she really wanted to eat dumplings. "Hurry up, honey, I'm hungry." While Fong Mu was teasing Yi Wanchuan, the latter actually bit him directly on the mouth. Fong Mu screamed in pain. Yi Wanchuan was startled, thinking that she had bitten too hard, and hurriedly went over to check. Who would have thought that Fong Mu had no regard for martial ethics at all and bit back directly? A cherry mouth, and also a cherry, right? When the young couple came out of the bedroom after changing their clothes, they noticed that the TV in the living room was playing at a loud volume. Yi Wanchuan's face immediately turned red. "Can't you tell? The sound of the TV is meant to cover up the noise they made in the bedroom." Ma Xiaochang pretended to see Fong Mu and Yi Wanchua for the first time and immediately greeted them warmly. "Quick, come and eat dumplings, pickled cabbage and minced pork. It smells so good." Yi Wanchua, who was a little embarrassed at first, was immediately confused by the aroma of the dumplings and kept taking small steps to sit over. The jealous Yi Bangzuang poured half a bowl of vinegar and then divided it between her parents and Fong Mu. "Husband, please help me ladle up some dumpling soup." "Sure, do you want it sour?" "Yes." The goddess is jealous and eats garlic, which kind of ruins her image, but Yi Bangzuang couldn't care less about that, she just wants to eat. While eating this pot, Ma Xiaochang went to cook another pot. Watching her son and daughter-in-law eating with their mouths full of oil, she was also incredibly happy. Ma Xiaochang and Fang Qingji did not eat with them, but instead packed up. In no time, there were several large and small packages and bags on the floor. Without asking, you can tell that they were all things for Fong Mu and Yi Wanchuan to take away. "Dad, can you find me a urea bag? There are too many, and it's hard to carry," Fong Mu said with a smile. He didn't want to lose the things his parents had brought on the way. But Fang Qingji hesitated. "What should I put in the urea bag? It's not very nice, is it?" "Oh, Dad, what's so bad about it? Besides, what do other people care? I just want to be comfortable." Fong Mu didn't care what other people thought. Life would be so much more exhausting that way. Yi Wanchuan then gave Fong Mu a thumbs up. "Exactly, as long as I'm happy, who cares what other people think?" Soon, Fang Qingji found a urea bag from the basement. This bag is really useful, sturdy, and can hold a lot of things. When you get to the airport, you don't have to worry about it getting damaged if you check it in. After breakfast, Fong Mu and Yi Wanchuan were about to leave home. Ma Xiaochang looked at her son and daughter-in-law, and her slightly furrowed brow would not let go. "Wanchuan, I'll go to the Magic City to take care of you." "My dear, you must take good care of Wanchuan." It was really time to say goodbye, and Ma Xiaochang gave her every possible piece of advice, afraid that she might forget something. Yi Wanchuan was the first to have red eyes. She had lost her mother at a young age, and after so many years, she finally felt her mother's love again. How could she not be moved? Before getting into the car, Yi Wanchuan went up to Ma Xiaochang and hugged her, while the latter gently straightened her clothes. "If you miss home, come back when you have time." "Okay, bye, Mom, Dad." The two of them got into the car and drove off. But even after the car had turned the corner and was no longer in sight, Ma Xiaochang and Fang Qingji still stood there looking out for a long time. It wasn't until their neighbor passed by and greeted them that the old couple finally put away their feelings of sadness. The news that Fong Mu had bought a house in Jiangnan Shuefu for the full price had spread far and wide. Everyone in the community who knew Fang Qingji and Ma Xiaochang knew that it was outrageous. As a result, Fong Mu was also labeled by his neighbors as promising. As a result, Ma Xiaochang and Fang Qingji also received a level of enthusiasm from their neighbors that they had never received before. Although most of the time when they met, they asked questions like what kind of work does Fong Mu do in the Magic City? And how much is his salary? It still made Ma Xiaochang feel good. What's more, the couple knew that their son and daughter-in-law both had companies in the Magic City, and that one was bigger and more successful than the other. So when they heard people say that their son was promising, the old couple didn't feel modest, because it was true that he was promising. However, Ma Xiaochang and Fang Qingji did not tell outsiders about their son and daughter-in-law's company, as the couple were afraid of causing Fang Mu unnecessary trouble. As a result, the neighbors were even more curious, and they made all kinds of guesses. It wasn't until one day later, when they saw Fang Mu on TV, that the neighbors realized that they had underestimated Fang Mu. This was not just having a promising future, it was like a fire breaking out at their ancestors' graves. On the other side, Fang Mu and Yi Banswang arrived at the bus station. They were about to board the bus when a female voice sounded from the side. Turning his head, he saw that it was the high school class flower, Luo Lingmei. A vain woman. Chapter 38. What's wrong? You let me eat my stick? As I recall, Luo Lingmei's wish in high school was to marry into a wealthy family. Now several years have passed, I wonder if she got her wish. Although Fang Mu and she were classmates in high school, they only spoke a handful of times during the 3 years of high school, let alone after graduation. She always had an aloof appearance. Fang Mu was somewhat surprised to greet her today. But then again, even if they pretended to be strangers, so what? It's no big deal. Fang Mu, it's been a long time. Well, yeah, get in the car first. Fang Mu gave a polite smile and then took Yi Bangshuang's hand and stepped onto the bus. Yi Bangshuang and Fang Mu were in a double seat, with her inside and Fang Mu next to the aisle. Coincidentally, Luo Lingmei was sitting to Fang Mu's right, on the other side of the aisle. Seeing this, Fang Mu whispered in Yi Bangshuang's ear, "Daughter-in-law, let's switch seats." Yi Banswang thought that Fang Mu was afraid that she would be jealous and misunderstood, so she shook her head. She didn't care about this. But in fact, Fang Mu didn't really want to talk to Luo Lingmei and wanted to avoid her. Since his daughter-in-law refused to switch seats, he had no choice but to take his seat. Sure enough, while waiting for the shuttle bus to depart, Luo Lingmei sat directly opposite Fang Mu and asked him all sorts of questions. "Fang Mu, that's your girlfriend, she's so pretty." Luo Lingmei looked at Yi Banshuang and praised her, but in her heart she felt resentment and envy, especially for the latter's extraordinary temperament. Hearing Luo Lingmei praise herself, Yi Banshuang leaned forward and gave her a smile that made Luo Lingmei, also a woman, feel a little lost. "This Fang Mu, what good fortune." "Yes, my fiancé." Fang Mu corrected, and now he prefers to introduce Yi Banshuang as fiancé, and the latter also prefers it. Luo Lingmei was startled to hear this, fiancé? Wow, Fang Mu, you are all about to get married, that's great. Unlike me, my job is still unstable, where would I dare think about getting married? By the way, Fang Mu, where are you going by shuttle bus? We are going back to the Devil's Capital. Hey, I'm also in the Devil's Capital, we're going the same way. Upon hearing this, Fang Mu nodded, but in his heart he was speechless and couldn't get rid of her. In Luo Lingmei's opinion, Fang Mu was very different from the male colleagues who worked part-time in the company. So she was tempted to strike up a conversation, thinking that in the future, in the city, something might happen. This was Luo Lingmei, a woman who could easily move between multiple men even in high school. Even now, she knows that Yi Banshuang is Fang Mu's fiancé, but she still has the idea of stealing his girlfriend. No wonder Fang Mu avoids her like the plague. The shuttle bus had set off, and if it weren't for the fact that most of the passengers were passing the time by sleeping, Luo Lingmei would definitely have continued to prattle on and on. But even so, she would still harass Fang Mu from time to time. Halfway there, the shuttle bus drove into the service area, giving the passengers time to go to the bathroom. Yi Banshuang also wanted to go, so Fang Mu got up and followed her. Before he could turn around, he heard Luo Lingmei say in a low voice, "You have to accompany me to the toilet?" Although she didn't say it explicitly, Fang Mu knew that she was talking about Yi Banshuang, and immediately felt displeased. On the contrary, Yi Banshuang didn't care at all, because in her opinion, she had only just met Luo Lingmei, and they were just fellow travelers on a journey, so there was no need to get serious with her. However, Yi Banshuang was still very mischievous. On the way to the bathroom, she teased Fang Mu a lot. "Honey, it seems you have a lot of women friends." Upon hearing this, Fang Mu's forehead darkened, and he knew. "Okay, go to the bathroom quickly, the floor is slippery, be careful." "Kiki, I know, brother." Yi Banshuang's clear laughter lingered in his ears, and she had already walked into the bathroom. While waiting, Fang Mu went to the supermarket next door and bought 2 boiled corns. They were really expensive, 10 yuan each. Yu Wanchuang came out soon after, her small washed hands shaking as she shook them, and they even shook Fang Mu in the face. Fang Mu, on the other hand, doted on her and took her hands to help wipe them clean, then let out a breath to warm them up. Yu Wanchuang enjoyed this very much, and from time to time she teased him with her pink fingertips. Back in the car, Yu Wanchuang sat back in her seat and prepared to nibble on the corn. Then she heard Luo Lingmei say, "Thank you?" Fang Mu swore that he definitely did not say that he would buy one for Luo Lingmei, but when the woman saw him holding a corn in his hand, she actually took it from him. And before Fang Mu could react, Luo Lingmei was already nibbling on it. "This. Thank you," Luo Lingmei said as she nibbled on the corn. Fang Mu twitched the corner of his mouth and didn't say a word. Yi Wanchuan was also speechless. What kind of shameless woman is this? She's really thick-skinned. Yi Wanchuan couldn't help but let out a sigh. I don't know if Luo Lingmei didn't hear me, she doesn't care at all. Honey, eat. You eat. Fang Mu shook his head helplessly, feeling a little embarrassed. Luckily, the shuttle bus had pulled into the station and reached its destination. Everyone on the bus was anxious to get off, but Fang Mu held Yi Wanchuan back, not letting her move. It would be bad if they got crowded, and there was no hurry anyway. Instead, Luo Lingmei didn't seem to want to get off the bus, as if she was waiting for something. After everyone had gotten off, Fang Mu led Yi Wanchuan from the back of the bus. As soon as they got off, they heard the driver shouting, "Whose urea bag is it? Don't forget to take it. Ours is ours." Yi Wanchuan shouted while walking towards the front. Originally, Luo Lingmei wanted to follow Fang Mu to add him on WeChat so that they could keep in touch. But when she saw that Fang Mu was actually carrying a urea bag as luggage, the good impression she had accumulated along the way was suddenly poured out. Looking at Fang Mu, she no longer found him handsome, but rather thought he looked like a loser. Especially when she thought about how Fang Mu had reluctantly invited her to eat corn, Luo Lingmei's resentment grew even stronger. Fang Mu and Yi Wanchuan grabbed their suitcases and urea bags and prepared to take a taxi to the airport. However, Yi Wanchuan kept looking around, as if she was looking for something. "Daughter-in-law, what are you looking for?" Fang Mu asked curiously. He looked around as well, but couldn't find anything unusual. Yi Wanchuan looked around again with a serious expression before saying, "Looking for that female classmate, hey? Why isn't she going with us? I thought we were going together." "Brother, why don't you look for her? She said she wanted to go with you." Upon hearing this, Fang Mu's forehead darkened. If he hadn't seen Yi Wanchuan in a good mood, he would have thought she was sulking with jealousy. "Brother doesn't like her, don't bother looking, let's just take a taxi to the airport." "Brother, are you really not going to look?" Fang Mu was helpless. He lifted his hand and flicked Yi Wanchuan's white forehead. The force was not strong at all, but something happened anyway. "Oh no, my brother hit me. Is it because of your delicate younger sister?" Yi Wanchuan rubbed her eyes with a childish temper, and when she hung her head, a sly smile hung at the corner of her mouth. Sure enough, women are born to act. Chapter 39, The Mature and Reliable Hei Si, and the Petite Bai. When Luo Lingmei boarded the plane to the Demon City, she kept looking around. Sure enough, she didn't see Fang Mu or her fiancé. This made Luo Lingmei even more convinced that Fang Mu was not doing well at all, otherwise why couldn't he even afford to take a plane? In her opinion, if she didn't see Fang Mu and the other person, they must have gone to take the high-speed train. Little did she know that Fang Mu and Yi Wanchuan were also on this plane, just in first class. First class. Yi Wanchuan wanted to sleep as soon as she got on the plane. To be precise, she dozed off on the shuttle bus the whole way, but fortunately, she didn't get carsick. Yi Wanchuan felt like she had just closed her eyes, but the next second Fang Mu was shouting for her to wake up. Looking at the time, it was indeed almost time to arrive in the magical city. It felt like she had traveled through. "Well, my dear, my love." Yi Wanchuan leaned forward and kissed Fang Mu on the corner of his mouth. Fortunately, no one saw it, otherwise she would have escaped the plain meals but not the dog food, which would have been quite annoying. It's really not easy to go home. Taxi, shuttle bus, plane, take turns to ride. Fortunately, after returning to the Magic City, she can drive herself. Although the Ferrari is uncomfortable to sit in, at least she doesn't have to wait for the car and waste time. After leaving the airport and paying the parking fee, Fang Mu drove away in the car. After picking up Yi Wanchuan, the two of them drove off. After the two left, A figure ran breathlessly to the place where Yi Wenchuan had gotten into the car. That person was Luo Lingmei. As soon as she exited the airport, Luo Lingmei saw Fang Mu and Yi Wenchuan. Before she could figure out how the two had arrived in the demon capital with her, she saw Fang Mu drive a luxury car past her. In an instant, Luo Lingmei understood that she had made a mistake in her judgment. She also figured out why she hadn't seen Fang Mu and Yi Wenchuan when boarding the plane. First class, first class. She had wanted so badly to ride in a luxury car and have Fang Mu give her a ride, but no matter how fast she ran, she could never outrun four wheels. Looking at her friends list again, she saw that she didn't have Fang Mu's contact information, and she regretted it. Although it had nothing to do with her, Fang Mu driving past in a luxury car still made her feel like she had missed out on a billion opportunities. On the other side of the plane, Yi Wenchuan teased and laughed. "Okay, honey, I can't see anyone anymore, so slow down." Yi Wenchuan was a little between tears and laughter. She knew that Fang Mu had just stepped on the accelerator to speed up because he had seen Luo Lingmei. With that anxious look, anyone who didn't know would think he was running away from a creditor. "Hey, honey, you don't know, that woman had 2 nicknames when we were in school." "Nicknames? What?" "Gummy Bear and Bonesaw." "Haha, what do you mean?" Yi Wenchuan was intrigued and turned her head to look at Fang Mu. She was called Gumdrop because once she got stuck on you, she was impossible to shake off, and Bonesaw because she would find every possible way to take a chunk of flesh off you. Fang Mu laughed helplessly. Luo Lingmei, on the other hand, reminded him of a lot of memories from high school. It turned out that high school was not just about heavy academic work, but also about having so much fun. Yi Wenchuan also understood the awesomeness of Luo Lingmei. After thinking about it for a while, she asked Fang Mu, "Honey, what about you? Do you like gentle, petite girls, or do you like cool, mature, and reliable older sisters?" "Ha ha." Fang Mu pulled over and then leaned over to look at Yi Wenchuan thoughtfully. "Don't say, you like me no matter what," Yi Bansuang interrupted, dismissing the universal formula. "I like them both." "Ha? Honey, you're greedy." "Cough cough, I like the little bird-like girl in white stockings, and I also like the mature and reliable girl in tights." "Wife, will you fulfill your husband's wish?" "Honey, just say you like stockings." "Not really." Fang Mu shook his head. "I don't like the ones that are too dark." "Yi Wenchuan? Hubby, you're really picky. Let's drive home." "Home silk?" "Hubby, behave yourself, I'm afraid." Yi Wenchuan supported her forehead with a bitter smile. It turns out that her husband has such a mild-mannered side. This kind of dialogue that hits a snare is really perverted. Fang Mu laughed. He couldn't help thinking, "Let you tease me." It's true, Yi Wenchuan had flirted with him non-stop from the time they left for work to the time they returned to the city. Now, it's payback time. When she got home, Yi Wenchuan felt exhausted and collapsed onto the sofa, not wanting to move a muscle. But she had to move. She had to go back to the Yi household that night. Whether she wanted to or not, she was used to calling it the Yi household. It was as if she wasn't even a Yi family member. In fact, this is indeed the case. Apart from her surname being Yi, who else would consider themselves a member of the Yi family? With her mother gone and her grandfather gone, the Yi family now consists of a bunch of people who have nothing to do with her. The thought of meeting them in the evening gave Yi Wenchuan a headache. Fortunately, Fang Mu was there. "Honey, will you dress up tonight?" Yi Wenchuan asked. Her simple idea was to make her husband look handsome and dazzle the Yi family. "Okay, I'll do as you say." Fang Mu naturally understood what Yi Wenchuan was thinking. Besides, she was meeting her father-in-law. At the Yi family villa. Yiru sat on the sofa smoking a cigar, while Yi Wenchuan's stepmother, Zhou Shouyun, sat beside him in companion. At first glance, she seemed like a nice person. But as soon as she opened her mouth, she was clearly a villain. "Old Yi, Wenhui and Wenji are about to graduate from university soon, so you must find our children good jobs." Yiru heard this and didn't say anything. He continued to smoke his cigar, but he was extremely depressed. It sounded good, but he was the general manager of the Yi group, but he had no real power. He was just a figurehead, paid a monthly salary. The Yi group was huge, and all major matters were handled by her good daughter Yi Wenchuan. Just thinking about this makes Yiru feel indignant. Zhou Shouyun sees that Yiru is not saying anything, so she quickly starts to add fuel to the fire. "I don't know what our father was thinking, handing over such a large listed company to a young girl in her 20s. If the Yi Group is ruined in the hands of Wan Xiang, then she will be the culprit in our Yi family. Husband, Wan Xiang is your daughter, and there is no example in the world of a father living off his daughter, is there? We have to find a way to take back the Yi Group. Yi Ru's face grew increasingly ugly. Obviously, Zhou Xiuyun's words had struck home. Humph. Yi Bansuan, my dear daughter. It's about time the Yi Group was returned, isn't it? Chapter 40, there's been a mistake in the intelligence. This Yi Ru is probably not an imbecile. Yi Ru felt certain that this coup would succeed. In his opinion, the preparations this time were completely sufficient, and they would definitely make his precious daughter unable to deal with them. Time flew and it was evening. The Yi family's dinner was brought forward by a full 2 hours. The reason for settling the dinner before it got dark was still the idea of Yi Ru's current wife, Zhou Xiuyun, simply to discuss Yi Wanrong. Yi Wanrong had painstakingly run the Yi Group, and her appearance was bright and beautiful, but the Yi family would never think about how much suffering she had endured and the many hardships she had suffered in secret. From top to bottom, from old to young, the only thing they think about is Yi Wanchuang's sole possession of the Yi Group that should belong to them. With such a distorted mentality, both Yi Ru and his mother Zhou Xiuyun, along with their son, Luo Ji Wanchuang. This was something Yi Wanchuang could never have imagined. Yi Wanchuang didn't bother to explain, because she knew there was no point in explaining. Instead of wasting words, she could talk to another customer. After the meal, Yi Ru and Zhou Xiuyun made a special effort to dress up. Afterwards, they met with guests. The so-called guests were actually Yi Ru's tactics. However, there was an elderly man next to one of them, and a fat man was lying next to him. It looked like the man's head was not very smart. But strangely enough, both the Yi family's servants and Yi Ru himself treated that idiot with special respect. As the sky grew dark, Yi Wanchuang arrived as scheduled. Even though the bodyguard outside the door had informed them in advance, Yi Ruru and Zhou Xiuyun paid no attention and just chatted with their guests on their own. It wasn't until Yi Wanchuang stepped into the living room that their attention was drawn to her. Looking at the glamorous Yi Wanchuang, Zhou Xiuyun's gaze became even more unsavory. In her opinion, all of this should be hers and her children's, but now it was being enjoyed by Yi Wanchuang alone, which was infuriating. Looking at her own daughter, Yi Ru didn't say a word, but simply snorted. It looked like she was trying to intimidate Yi Wanchuang. But Yi Wanchuang had long anticipated this, and didn't even care. Seeing that it wasn't working, Yi Ru then turned his attention to Fang Mu, who was accompanying her, and then directly snapped at him. Who are you? This is a Yi family gathering, so anyone who isn't related to us should get out and go. Unexpectedly, Yi Wanchuang directly grabbed Fang Mu's arm, sending a glare to scare away the servant, and then looked at Yi Ru with a cold expression. Let me introduce, this is my husband, Fang Mu. Obviously, Yi Ru did not understand why Yi Wanchuang had particularly emphasized the word husband. He only thought that Fang Mu was his daughter's boyfriend. Yi Ru did not have time to care about these things, because in his mind, nothing was more important than taking control of the Yi Group. Seeing Yi Bansuang approaching, he gave the man across from him a wink. The man was Zheng Tianyu, a gold medal lawyer hired by Yi Ru at a high price. He was quite a famous figure in the entire Shanghai legal community. As his gaze swept past Yi Bansuang, Zheng Tianyu couldn't help but be amazed. At one time, he had only heard that the Yi Group had a stunning snow lotus, and now that he had actually seen it, he knew that it was true. Yi Rufa spoke, and Zheng Tianyu had no choice but to follow the plan. Miss Yi, Yi Bo, I don't think you two should have reached the point of splitting up. For reasons of both emotion and reason, splitting up is not an option. Splitting up will not only affect the foundation of the Yi Group, but also the relationship between the two of you. Upon hearing this, Yi Wanchuang's expression darkened. It wasn't that he agreed with Zheng Tianyu, but he felt sad. Is there still any emotion left in the Yi family? Fang Mu on the side also understood that this guy was just singing a red face. Of course, this was Yi Ru's arrangement. After all, if he could ensure that the Yi Group fell into his hands without a hitch, that would be the thing he was most happy to see. As Zheng Tianyu finished speaking, another elderly man with a walking stick also spoke with a smile. Shuahui, Yi Wanchuang knew, because the other party was still an old friend of her grandfather. The two used to have a very good relationship. But now it seems that he has been bought off and is an enemy, not a friend. Frost, do you remember me? Yi Wanchuang nodded, but did not speak. Yi Ru saw this and suddenly shouted angrily, call someone. Where's your manners? Ha, it's okay, we're all family, there's no need for such formalities. Shui said with a laugh. Without waiting for Yi Wanchuan to think about the meaning of these words, he continued with the act. The Yi group as a whole, it belongs to Frost and also to your father, you are all family, there's no need to make things so ugly. How about today, for the sake of my old face, let's not mention the matter of splitting the family. It is better to resolve conflicts than to let them fester, not to mention that you are still father and daughter? After Shui finished speaking, Yiru stood up and abstractly tried to agree with Yi Wanrong on behalf of Yi Wanrong. That what Shuebo said was correct. Fortunately, Yi Wanrong was not that obtuse, and seeing that the situation was not right, she immediately retorted. Grandpa Shui, are you getting confused because you are old? You also said that this is a matter for our Yi family, so what are you pretending to be a good person for? You have no say in the affairs of the Yi family. Yi Wanchuan's temper flared up, and she said something very harsh. Shui Hui's face immediately turned extremely ugly, and he muttered to himself, I can't believe I failed to manipulate this girl. However, no matter what, his age was an issue here. Now that Yi Wanchuan had rebuked him in front of so many people, he was very angry. However, just as he was preparing to scold her with a stern face, Shui Zihua, who was lying next to him, actually clapped his hands and giggled. When he stood up, the Yi family servants waiting on the side couldn't help but feel a sense of oppression. Because Shui Zihua was over 2 meters tall and also quite fat, an adult standing next to him looked like a little schoolboy. Shui was hired by Yi Ru. He was rebuffed, and Yi Ru's face didn't look very good either. Relying on the fact that he was Yi Wenchuan's father, he directly shouted at Yi Wenchuan. Yi Wenchuan, you really become more and more rude as you get older. According to the generation, you should call Shuebo grandpa. Okay, Yi Ru, let's get to the point. I still have the same thing to say. We are all family, so let's not break the harmony. Shui, who was originally very angry, actually stepped forward again to smooth things over, because he saw that his grandson Shui Zihua seemed to like Yi Wenchuan very much. Upon hearing this, Yi Ru nodded. With the help of the gold medal lawyer Zheng Tianyu and Shui, Yi Ru also got down to business. Frost, come and sit. Yi Wanchuan ignored him and sat directly across from him. When Yi Ru saw this, the veins on his forehead bulged. Frost, if we split up the family business, it will have a very big impact on the Yi group. You don't want your grandfather's hard work to be ruined, do you? I agree to the split. Yi Wanchuan suddenly interrupted Yi Ru. Yi Rusheng was stunned for a moment and did not react. In his opinion, his daughter Yi Wanchuan would definitely value the Yi group highly. After all, it was the hard work of the old man. And Yi Wanchuan's performance over the years had indeed been like this, doing her best to protect the Yi group. It had been so fast and so difficult, but she had carried it all. He was originally convinced that Yi Wanchuan would not allow the division of the family to harm the Yi group, but now it seemed that was not the case. Wanchuan, are you sure? Yi Wanchuan nodded without hesitation. Zhou Shouyun was overjoyed at this, but she still wanted the entire Yi group intact, so she also pretended to stand up to make peace. Yi Wanchuan, what's the point of splitting it up? Don't do it, there are better solutions. Yi Wanchuan turned her head to look at her when she heard this. She also wanted to see what this stepmother of hers had to say and what kind of better solution she would come up with. After all, Yi Wanchuan believed that no good could come from the mouth of a dog. Yi Ruro still didn't believe that Yi Wanrong would really agree to split the Yi group. So he just took it as her being angry. Frost, actually, Dad doesn't want things to turn out like this either. Look, from now on, I will be the chairman of the board, and you will be the CEO, but you will need to give up all your shares. Look, your younger siblings will soon graduate from university, and when they start working in the future, you can help them grow and work for our Yi group in the future. Don't worry, I'll give you a raise on your monthly salary. Yi Ruyue became more and more enthusiastic as he spoke, and a bright smile emerged on his healthy and rosy face, as if his inner desires had been fulfilled. However, this was all just wishful thinking on his part. Who would agree? Anyone who did would be a fool. But Yi Ruyue simply would not let anyone else interrupt, and kept on arranging things. Not only did he get more and more excited as he spoke, but Zhou Shouyun, who was listening on the side, got excited too. I thought these demands were already very excessive. Who would have thought that there was something even more excessive to come? At the end of the conversation, Yi Ru looked at Shui. Frost, Shuebo, and your grandfather have been friends for many years, and the Shui group will also be a strategic partner in the future development of the Yi group. Your grandfather Shue's grandson, Shue Zihua, is also a talented person, although he is honest and hardworking, and is a rare good match. Even if you were a bad writer, you would know what Yiru would say next. Yi Wanchuan almost rolled her eyes in anger and interrupted immediately. Stop it. Are you trying to say that although Shue Zihua is a fool? I'll finish your sentence for you. Moreover, Zhou Xiuyun, since they are such a good match, why don't you marry your daughter to him? Zhou Xiuyun felt like her tail had been stepped on when she heard this. Her blood rushed to her head and she stood up suddenly, pointing at Yi Wanchuan and cursing her. And she blurted out, "My daughter will never marry a fool." Upon hearing this, Yi Wanchuan couldn't help but rub her forehead, even though she was still angry. She thought to herself, Grandpa's words, "Your father and stepmother have no brains," are becoming more and more valuable. Isn't Zhou Xiuyun's remark going to offend external age Shuehui to death? Sure enough, after hearing Zhou Xiuyun's words, Shuehui slammed his hand down on the table, and only a cold snort pulled Zhou Xiuyun back from the brink of losing her temper. It was just that she didn't know if Shue Zihua, Shue Hui's grandson, was really stupid or just pretending. After hearing Yiru's words, he actually got up from the ground, rubbed his hands together, and walked towards Zhou Xiuyun. This idiot likes young women? Zhou Xiuyun, who was standing next to Yiru, looked very shocked. She really wanted to avoid this idiot. The most detestable person was still Yiru. When he saw Shue Zihua walking towards Zhou Xiuyun, he actually pointed directly at Yi Wanchuan, trying to divert the blame. It was hard to imagine that this was something a biological father would do. Although Yi Wanchuan was used to the Yi family's lack of affection, her heart was still inevitably blocked a little. Shue Zihua stumbled over to Yi Wanchuan as Yiru pointed at him. Just as he got close, Fang Mu blocked Yi Wanchuan behind him and promptly kicked him. The force was great, and the fat Shue Zihua was stunned by Fang Mu's kick, and it was incredibly difficult for him to stand up as he lay on his back. Not only that, but Fang Mu, who had an expressionless face but was radiating cold, took a big step and straddled Shue Zihua's body, then punched him again and again. By the time Shuehui and Yiru reacted, Shue Zihua had already been beaten into a pig's head. Fang Mu didn't show the slightest sign of mercy. His punches were hard and fast, and at that moment, he was trying to beat Shue Zihua to death. How dare you! Guards! Yiru shouted angrily, and Shuehui also called for the Shue family bodyguards outside the door. Soon, 7 or 8 bodyguards ran in through the door. When they saw their young master beaten to a pulp, they felt very vindicated, but after all, they were the Shue family bodyguards, and they had to do their master's bidding. However, just as Zhou Xiuyun thought that Fang Mu would be beaten up by the Shue family bodyguards and then thrown out, a series of footsteps sounded from outside the door. Then, more than 20 burly men walked in, and in front of them was Zhuo Jinghe. The moment he saw Zhuo Jinghe, Zheng Tianyu, the gold medal lawyer, who had been sitting on the sofa, suddenly felt weak in the legs. Who are you? Yiru loudly questioned Zhuo Jinghe. But the answer was Zheng Tianyu, the foreign aide. Zhuo, President Zhuo. President Zhuo? Yiru and Shuehui were both puzzled. The latter still somewhat recognized the voice, but just couldn't remember where he had heard it before. It wasn't until Zheng Tianyu said Fangyuan investment that Shuehui suddenly woke up. President Zhuo, President Zhuo. It's you. Hearing that Zhuo Jinghe actually came from Fangyuan investment, Yiru's face was immediately filled with a smile. He had also heard that Fangyuan investment had been taking good care of the Yi group recently, so he immediately expressed his loyalty to Zhuo Jinghe. President Zhuo, I am the father of Yi Wanchuan. When I take control of the Yi group, I will definitely give benefits to Fangyuan investment. Today's matter is our Yi family's family matter, so please don't interfere, President Zhuo. Upon hearing this, Zhuo Jinghe's face showed surprise. Is Yiru's intelligence different from what the intelligence reports say? Why does he look so much like an imbecile? Zhuo Jinghe ignored Shuehui and Yiru. He went directly to Fang Mu and Yi Wanchuan, and then bowed respectfully and shouted. Boss, madam. The bodyguard behind him shouted in the same respectful manner. Naturally, Fang Mu had called the people in case of an emergency. This unexpected turn of events caught Yiru and Zhou Xiuyun off guard, and Shue Hui's face also changed drastically. He vaguely guessed something and quickly waved his hand, telling the bodyguard to take his precious grandson away.